Delegates, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Where was it found? Where was it found? In here? Yeah, ladies here. Can I call Congress to order, please? Thank you. I hope you all had a good night last night, whatever you were doing, and welcome back to day 3. Just before we begin, I've been handed a very, very pretty silver locket that obviously somebody's lost. It was found in the ladies' toilets in this building. So if it obviously does belong to somebody, please come and find it, reclaim it, because it is very beautiful. Can I ask Karen Dudley of the SOC to move Special Report number 5, please?
President Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC Report number 5. Withdrawn motions. From London Region, motion 168, NJC, should be the highest standards of pay and terms and conditions, has been withdrawn. Emergency motions. Congress, thank you to regions for compositing emergency motions. Composite 15, comprising of emergency motions 2, 4 and 7 on trans rights, will be debated this afternoon, as will Composite 16, which comprises of emergency motions 8 and 9 regarding workers' rights for volunteer coastguards. The SOC will consider further requests for emergency motions, and the SOC will update Congress accordingly. Bucket collections. I'm pleased to announce that North Western Irish Region raised £391.58 at yesterday's bucket collections. Thank you, delegates. President, Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC Report number 5.
Thank you, Karen. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to that report? No. Can I put it to the vote then, please? All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That report is carried. Thank you, Karen. And regions will be asked, if they want to top up those donations, because it is obviously for the regional committees to decide on their finances and how much they want to top up, but that will help add to that wonderful amount that you've already collected in the hall. Thank you. We are carrying on with motions relating to employment policy rights at work, the ones we couldn't have time for last night. So could the movers and seconders for Composite 6, motions 104, 105 and 106 please come down to the front, and mover of Composite 6 come to the rostrum, please. Mover of Composite 6, oh, it's Dave.
Excuse me a second, Barbara. I've got it in big font today. President, Congress, Dave Levy, London Region, moving Composite 6, employment rights and strengthening more rights for all workers. In the CEC political strategy paper yesterday, much was made of the success in getting the Employment Rights Act onto the statute book, and it is a success. but it's been a long fight, and neither the GMB nor TULO have got all that was asked for. First, we had to get those demands into Labour's Green Paper, the New Deal for Workers, then the manifesto, and then after Rayner's resignation, to sustain the position of the bill within the government against both business lobbying and their acolytes in the Labour Party and government. In addition, we need to recognise the malign influence of the House of Lords, now packed with lightweight political apparatchiks who have no respect for the convention that the House of Lords does not block legislation that implements manifesto promises. We should recognise that solving the latter problem is actually in the government's hands, although they are running out of time. There are still things that we need. Strike ballots still need 50% turnouts, and while notice has been reduced, it is still there, and the role of e-voting is still not what we want or need. Not all the Tory anti-union, anti-strike laws have been repealed. The new law does not have a satisfactory answer to single worker status, nor to zero-hour contracts. The equal pay provisions have also been delayed. We never thought it would be easy, but I thought once it was in the manifesto we would get it right. But there remains much to do. The CEC will suggest that we don't need a second act, but primary legislation needs to be repealed by a parliamentary process. And secondary legislation is much easier to reverse. And the way things look at the moment, the odds of a second Labour-led administration don't look good. We need the whole deal, together with an increased minimum wage and a better statutory sickness pay policy. We should aspire that the UK becomes a beacon to the world for trade union freedoms. It's not there at the moment, even after the passage of the Employment Rights Act. I ask you to support the composite.
Thank you. Short and sweet, thank you. Seconder, please, for the composite 6.
President, Vice President, General Secretary, Congress, good morning. Robert Wheeler, London Region, second in Composite 6. I am proud to support this crucial motion now composited. The Employment Rights Act 2025 represents a missed opportunity to deliver a genuine, progressive framework of employment rights fit for the 21st century. The employment right must be universal, enforceable, and accessible, not dependent on employment status, length of service, or goodwill of the employers. Congress believes that strong employment rights are essential to protect workers from arbitrary treatment, ensure fair and transparent processes, promote equality and inclusion, support collective bargaining, strengthen trade union bargaining. Without a robust enforcement, employment rights, which exist only on paper, should be deemed as worthless. As trade unions, we must lead a national conversation on strengthening employment protections and expose the shortcomings of the Employment Rights Act 2025. Congress, I second and support this motion or composite, and I hope you do too. Have a good day.
Thank you, Robert. Mover of motion 104, please.
Thank you. President, Congress, Diane Timmins, London Region, moving motion 104. Congress, please support this motion to support a legal definition of workplace bullying. Workplace bullying is a serious health, safety and dignity issue which devastates people's lives. Across the workplace, it impacts well-being, retention of staff and the culture of an organisation. We need to address bullying not just because it is incredibly painful for the victims, but because workers can often feel that reporting concerns is risky, comes with fears of retaliation or disbelief. What we need is a wider awareness of the issue to help people overcome shame and stigma and to speak out. Thank you. There needs to be a fundamental shift in what we should expect from our working lives and relationships. There is currently no statutory legal definition of workplace bullying in UK law. Unlike sexual harassment, which is legally defined under the Equality Act 2010, bullying is not linked to a protected characteristic, has no legal standing. Sorry. Should have brought my own. This means that victims of bullying are forced to rely on harassment law to resign and claim constructive dismissal, which are both difficult and inadequate routes. Bullying can often be hard to define, involving both subjective experience and objective assessment of behaviour. A statutory definition would provide employers, unions, and employees with clarity and consistency. Embedding bullying within statute law, including as part of the Equality Act framework and employment rights legislation, would raise national awareness and set consistent standards. Having a clear legal route for redress would shift the burden away from subjective interpretations and ensure fair, consistent, enforceable protections for workers. The Bullying and Respect at Work Bill, introduced by Labour MP Rachel Maskell in 2023, seeks to close this gap by creating a statutory definition of workplace bullying, enabling bullying claims to be brought to an employment tribunal, establishing a Respect at Work code to set minimum behavioural standards, and crucially, granting enforcement powers to the Equality and Human Rights Commission. Congress, please support this motion to campaign for the Bullying and Respect at Work Bill and for the bullying to be recognised within the Equality Act 2010 or aligned statutory frameworks. Promote improved workplace culture by encouraging employers to adopt respect at work policies. Raise awareness among our members about the gap in the legislation which we currently have. Please vote yes to this motion to get a statutory definition of workplace bullying into British law to protect all workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the seconder, please.
President, Congress, Ben Campbell-White, London Region, seconding motion 104, support a legal definition of workplace bullying. Workplace bullying can have a devastating impact, leaving people feeling like a shadow of their former selves. One GMB member said, "I felt ashamed about being bullied as an adult and powerless to stop it, despite informing senior staff who took no action." Another member described bullying as a lonely experience that affected my whole life. When I spoke up, I felt kept in the dark about how my complaint was handled. These experiences are not unique. Too many workers suffer in silence because they lack confidence that they will be heard, believed, or protected. It is shocking that there is still no legal definition of workplace bullying. Without one, complaints can be dismissed, accountability can be avoided, and victims are left without clear protections. A Respect at Work code would set minimum standards of behaviour, while giving enforcement powers to the Equality and Human Rights Commission would help drive real cultural change. Embedding workplace bullying in statutory law would raise awareness, promote consistent standards, and provide clarity for employers, employees, and unions alike. More importantly, it would create fair, consistent, and enforceable protections for workers. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I second.
Well done, Ben. I can tell everybody's was practising their speeches last night because they've all been to time. That sets the standard for the rest of the day. Thank you. Can I have the mover of motion 105, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Julie Shaw, moving motion 105. Proud to be a rep for the proud North East Yorkshire and Humber region. Proud to be a rep for the Asda in Hull. Good morning, Congress. I've spent years working on the front line of retail. I've worked through COVID and survived the venture. Capitalists taking over our businesses and endless restrictions. And I've lived with the reality of customer frustration and violence. Throughout it all, I've worked long hours and been undervalued in my pay. But through it all, I've been a big part of a family. That's honestly how I feel about my members. Being the rep in my store means working together and looking after each other, as well as our customers. So it was a real shock to us all when Asda suddenly announced that our security colleagues were being paid without notice to a private company. These are key members of a team within the stores, and yet they are being treated as though they're entirely different business. Our experience is not uncommon. We must resist these companies. Starting a race to the bottom, we have to fight back against pay without consultation and stand together to resist downgrading of conditions and no clear communication from either side of the business. This motion is about bringing us together to build a united campaign. Congress, please stand in solidarity with our security colleagues. Congress, please support this motion. I move.
Perfect. Well done, Julie. Seconder, please.
President, Vice President, Congress. Gemma Williamson, K40 branch, North East Yorkshire and Humber, seconding motion 105. For anyone who has ever worked in retail, you will know the pay isn't the best. You will also know weekend working doesn't pay enhancements. Retail is no longer a job where customer satisfaction and customers appreciate help and advice, but it's also about staff receiving abuse, verbal and/or physical. In Asda, the security team are a valuable part of the everyday life, working to protect both staff and customers alike. Unfortunately, Asda has now chosen to 2P security to another company through outsourcing. These workers have had no consultation, leaving them vulnerable to worse pay, terms and conditions. Outsourcing staff causes workplace divide, a them and us attitude with low morale and unwillingness to support each other. This is bigger than Asda alone. Too many companies are now willing to split workers up, putting unseen lines between workers. They're seeking to divide us. I see this daily working in the NHS and being part of a wholly owned subsidiary. We should always oppose to the employer causing a divide between us. So please, Congress, support this motion before Asda decide to use AI robots as security staff. I second this motion.
Perfect. Well done, Gemma. And the mover of 106, please.
Good morning, Madam President and Congress. Louise Adam, G36 branch, Southern Region. Moving motion 106. Congress, third-party removals are one of the widest but most damaging practices for all workers. Workers can turn up for their shift and be told the client doesn't want them on site anymore. No explanation, no right to defend themselves. And for many workers and their families, this could lead to psychological damaging effects, result in the loss of money and hours and possible dismissal, this motion calls for reasonable protection. Every worker facing third-party removals should have the right to have their account heard. Employers must provide clear written reasons before the action can be taken, and that alternative work must be explored before dismissal is considered. This motion ensures that no worker is removed from workplace without transparency and without representation and without a fair process. Congress called on the GMB to send a clear message that if third parties want a worker removed, they must justify it. We must show accountability from all parties. Please support this motion because it is very, very dear to me.
Well done, Louise. And seconder, please.
Clive Merton, Southern Region, seconding this motion. President, Congress, I second the motion because too many companies can use this way of removing people from the workplace unfairly when they leave people facing financial hardship, disruption to their home and caring responsibilities and causing considerable stress. Persons should only be able to be removed from their job if it's proven their behaviour merits removal. Otherwise, there's the danger of creating a two-tier system with injustice prevailing. On too many occasions, employers may be receiving pressure from a third party to dismiss their employee, and sometimes against their own better judgment. The employer does not have to establish the truth of any allegations that have been made against the employee, and too often take into account the importance of the third party to their business rather than the needs and protection of their own employee. Ultimately, the reason that the third party is applying the pressure is not of particular importance, but it is often cited by the third party due to being poor performance, poor conduct, or a breakdown in relationships. If the employer considers that an injustice would be caused, they must consider any steps they could take to avoid that injustice, such as any alternative roles that the employee could be redeployed within the firm. Dismissing people from their jobs because of the power and pressure exerted by a third party needs to stop. I therefore request you stand with me in seconding this motion. Thank you.
Perfect, Clive. Well done. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? Then can I ask Geraldine McVicker from the CC to respond, please?
President, Congress, Geraldine McVicker speaking on behalf of the CEC responding to Composite 6 and motions 105 and 106. Firstly, the CEC is supporting Composite 6 with qualifications. GMB welcomes the passage of the Employment Rights Act, which repeals the anti-union legislation from 2016, and GMB, along with other unions, have worked hard to push the Labour Party to pass through in government. However, we agree that more can be done to improve the rights of working people in line with our existing policy to campaign for the scrapping of all anti-union laws. The qualifications are: 1, the introduction of a second employment rights bill is a matter for government legislative scheduling. GMB's role is to influence policy development and build the case for further reform, rather than prescribe the precise legislative vehicle. Our priority remains the delivery of the wider New Deal for working people, set out in the manifesto in full, such as equal pay reform. Any proposals must be subjected to a detailed legal and industrial assessment to ensure enforceability and compatibility with existing legislation. Subject to these qualifications, the CEC supports continued development of policy aimed at prohibiting fire and rehire practices through robust enforcement mechanisms, and expanding collective bargaining coverage, including sectorial approaches. Thirdly, reform of remaining anti-trade union restrictions. The CEC will continue to work with sister trade unions, TULO and the TUC to press for the next phase of employment law reform, balancing our collective policy priorities and recognising that TULO must take the lead role in coordinating the work of the labour-affiliated unions in this area. On motion 105, we have a clear policy on our views on outsourcing, which recognises how employers use it in order to maintain services with less responsibilities. GMB believes that workers should not be fragmented through outsourcing. This motion highlights how supermarkets and the wider retail sector treats the important facility of security guards. Our qualification is that we will not be able to have the reach of representation that the motion aspires for, especially as other retailers have recognised trade unions, and we are not in the business of disrespecting union member agreements. Finally, on motion 106, we support the principle set out in this motion that workers should not be in ineffectively insecure work when contracted to a third party. Our qualification is that removal clauses should be negotiated by the membership affected, either locally or through a national recognition agreement. Therefore, Congress, please support these motions with the qualifications that I have laid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. Does London Region accept the qualification on motion on composite 6? Thank you. Does North East Yorkshire and Humber Region accept the qualification on motion 105? Does Southern Region accept the qualification on motion 106? Thank you. And the CC are supporting motion 104, so I can put all those to the vote. All those in favour of composite 6, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 104, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 105, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. And then all those in favour of motion 106, please show. Thank you. That's also carried. We now move on to our CEC Special Report, Rebuilding Local Government. Kay Doherty and Gary Harris will be moving and seconding the report on behalf of the CEC. After they're finished speaking, I will call the regions up in alphabetical order, starting with Wales and South West. But if all the speakers from each of the regions and nations could come down the front, please, to be ready to speak. Thank you. Kay.
President, Vice President, Congress, Kay Doherty, North Western Irish Region, moving the CE's Special Report, Rebuilding Local Government on behalf of the CEC. GMB members in local government, whether in town halls, in schools, or out delivering services, keep our communities safe and healthy. For too long, local councils have been starved of resources deliberately by central government. This has caused the long decline in our local services. Short-term funding has meant that councils have been in never-ending cycles of restructuring and redundancies. And we are now in a shameful position that 1.5 million people have been taken to court over council tax debt. 4.6 million accounts are in arrears. £4.6 billion is owed to councils. Too many of those in poverty are expected to plug the gap in our local authority finances, while those with the broadest shoulders get to be the beneficiaries. We need radical changes to the tax systems, fair council tax banding, and business rates that do not punish our local high streets while rewarding anti-trade union, multi-trillion-dollar companies like Amazon. Our local governments are supposed to be a vehicle of redistribution of wealth for our communities. 1.3 million households are on local authority waiting lists for social housing, and our members make the bricks that can help build them. We urgently need for a programme of house building. We demand council houses built by GMB members using materials manufactured in the UK by GMB members and managed by GMB members. Crucially, we need more money in our members' pockets. Pay freezes and below inflation offers from employers has meant that those on the lowest grades are basically on the national minimum wage. These are poverty wages. But this report is not a narrative about what is bad and only putting forward policy demands on governments. It is about what we need to do to organise our members, to build our industrial force within councils. When we organise, GMB is a formidable voice. In Northern Ireland, GMB members took part in the largest one-day public sector strike in history over pay in 2024. 175,000 public sector workers went out. We were in a cost of living crisis, and what was being offered was nowhere near what we needed. I worked with my GMB teams across all the counties to get into workplaces, talking to members, building their understanding of the pay campaign and building trust in us. We got to know our members really well, and they got to know us too. It solidified their understanding of what a trade union can do, what we can achieve when we build our campaigns together. Action was taken across every single county, and we won. When GMB gets activity going in the workplace, we do make a difference. This report sets out what can be done on issues like resource outsourcing with practical mapping tools. We want workers in our councils to be directly employed, have the decent terms and conditions, and access to a proper pension scheme. And let me be very clear. If there is an equal pay issue in any authority, we will root it out and we will win. For too long, councils have devalued the work of women, but GMB has been winning back millions and millions of pounds stolen from the wages of women for decades. If you think there is an equal pay issue in your workplace, use this report. Congress, we have had a seismic shift across the nations in terms of local and national politics this year. In England, the local elections saw total upheaval in political management of councils across the country. Reform UK has already threatened to slash the pension schemes, racing everyone to the bottom, pitting older workers against younger. We must be organised to fight this, just like how we knocked back the coalition in 2011 when they tried to cut our pensions. 20 years ago in this very hall, this Congress carried into policy our enduring organising model, GMB at work. GMB place before we can make any real difference at national negotiation tables. We will never be able to rebuild our local government services without well-organised GMB workplaces, fighting for better pay, better conditions, and for the communities that we serve. The CEC report makes this absolutely clear throughout. Congress, please support the report. I move.
Thank you, Kay. Gary.
President, Vice President, Congress. Gary Harris, London Region CEC, seconding the CEC Special Report, Rebuilding Local Government. Congress, the CEC has been immensely proud of all of the organising that our members have been doing across the Union to improve our industrial strength in local government, in our schools, refuge depots and council offices. You heard it here yesterday from Debbie from Sandwell, where she told us of building the Union out of what could have been a disaster for her and her colleagues. It's proof that when we take fights on locally, we can grow the Union, bringing in activists and win. As the report highlights, our members in schools in Greenwich and Merton have taken strike action over inner London waiting payments, and rightly so. School support staff have been paid an out-of-London payment when the teachers they support day in, day out get the higher inner rates. In both boroughs, school support staff have had enough and taken action. By mapping our membership, we knew where we would get high turnouts and make the most impact. Across 30 schools in both boroughs, 1,000 school support staff went on strike on May the 1st, International Workers' Day. The turnout was massive. 75% of members cast a vote, with 80% in favour of taking action. More schools are being balloted, with another day of action in September. As a result, we have grown our membership across those two boroughs, with Merton's GMB membership reaching over 70% of the council. And yet again, proving the low-paid women workers are prepared to fight for their pay. And this year's NJC ballot turned out it's up, sorry. And this year's NJC ballot turnout is up again, particularly where our activists are meeting their members in person, talking to them about the pay and taking part in workplace ballots. Congress, the CEC report lays it all out. We hope it serves as a reminder of what we need to do. Please support the report. I second.
Thank you, Gary. Can I have the speaker from Wales and South West, please? And then it'll be Southern and then GMB Scotland. No, you're at the end.
Colleagues, Jane Hunt, GMB, Wales and South West region, speaking in favour of the CEC special report. First time speaker. Congress. Local government workers are at the heart of our communities. Across bins, parks, schools and social services, local government is the institution that we all have the most interaction with on a daily basis. Whether they're cleaning our streets, caring for the vulnerable, maintaining our housing or keeping our public spaces alive, these are the people who make society work. Our colleagues, the way our members, our public servants have been treated over the last 15 years is a scandal. Pay has been eroded and below inflation or underfunded pay rises for the last 10 years. This year, there was no debate, there was a diktat. We did not have pay negotiations, we had a final offer. That lack of respect is at the heart of the treatment of our local government members, not only from employers, but from far right-wing politicians and members of the public ridiculing the practices and the culture of the sector. Congress, it's time to put pride back into our communities. It's time to put back our local government workers. This report doesn't just describe the challenges, it gives us a roadmap to fight back. It recognises the damaging legacy of austerity, the chaos of short-term funding, and the impact of outsourcing and privatisation. It highlights what our members already know, that you cannot deliver decent public services on the cheap, and you cannot build strong communities without a respected and properly funded workforce. But crucially, this report is not defeatist. It is rooted in the principles of GMB at work, that our strength comes from our workplace, from organising and from empowering our members to lead. It reminds us that change doesn't happen from top down. It happens when confident, trained activists take action at local level, backed by a union that invests in them and stands beside them. And colleagues, we've seen what happens when we get that right. We've seen it in the equal pay victories in Glasgow, where solidarity delivered justice for thousands of women. We've seen it in Northern Ireland, where coordinated action secured real gains on pay and conditions. And we've seen it in workplaces across the country, where members are organising, growing density and making their voices heard. This report sets out clear priorities, ending insecure short-term funding and demanding proper investment in local government, defending national collective bargaining while strengthening local campaigns, challenging outsourcing and bringing services back in-house, standing firm on pensions, on equal pay and on fair treatment for all, and ensuring that new technologies, including AI, works for workers, not against them. It also makes important local government workers are not just service providers, they are service users too.
Jane,
Please support this report.
wind up. Oh, you're there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, Jane. Southern.
Madam President, Congress, Tracy Allen, Southern Union, rising to support the CEC statement on local government. This report is a warning, not a light bedtime read. I've worked in local government for 24 years. I've lived it for over 2 decades. All I've witnessed is a consistent, heartbreaking reduction in our services. A decade of brutal austerity didn't just break the system, it broke our communities. Today, our town halls run on the sheer unyielding exhaustion of our members. And who's waiting in the wings to exploit this? Reform UK. They want to block future workers from the local government pension scheme. Richard Tice is writing to councils right now demanding employer pension contributions be slashed to 0. Let's be clear. A multi-millionaire landlord is telling a school cleaner that her pension is too gold-plated. It is insulting. We must tell them loud and clear, we will not be divided and we will not let people who have never held a broom asset strip our futures. We finally have a new 3-year funding settlement, but read the small print. The Fair Funding Review 2.0 shifts the cash. Deprived cities might see a little bit more, but rural shires will be squeezed. And here's the trick. They're using council tax rises to drive spending power. Our members pay higher bills just to fund the services they're already overworking to deliver. Meanwhile, non-ring-fenced libraries and community centres are left out in the cold. They're no political superheroes. No one's flying in to save us. We need to build our own power. Look at Northern Ireland. The councils refused to negotiate. Our members grabbed Part 3 of the Green Book, registered disputes across 11 councils. Striking for 8 weeks, they grew their rep base, won extra spine points and cash lump sums. In Scotland, just 8 GMB members at Clyde Tunnel stopped 100,000 vehicles a day and forced council leaders back to the table. In Southern Region, striking for London Waiting in Merton and Greenwich has led to GMB density in Merton rising to over 70%. That is power. We have an equal pay crisis. Women's work is systematically devalued, but Glasgow proved what solidarity means. 8,000 women striking, GMB bin workers refusing to cross the picket line, winning 750 million in stolen wages. Equal pay is not women versus men. It's workers versus a discriminatory lawyer. We must stop the outsourcing circus to Serco, Biffa and Veolia. Our facility time has been slashed by 40%. Hostile forces want us invisible, but they cannot ignore a workplace organised as if a ballot is due tomorrow. Let's leave Blackpool, let's go back to our branches, build our density and rebuild local government from the top floor up. From the shop floor up. Solidarity, brothers and sisters.
Great speech, Tracy. GMB Scotland, please. And then it'll be North Western Irish and then North East Yorkshire and Humber.
President, Congress, Lynn Logan, GMB Scotland, first time speaker. Well, I don't know how I'm going to follow that because that was absolutely epic, but do you know, we'll get a try. In the famous words of Deacon Blue, I'm a worker for the council. In Congress, I have been a worker for the council for 20 years. People used to be proud to work for local authorities. They were proud to serve their communities. They were proud to deliver services that people relied on. But years of budget cuts packaged as austerity has had a detrimental effect on both workers and the communities they serve. It does not matter if you live in Scotland, England, Wales or Northern Ireland. Councils, they're there to serve the communities. But governments have seemed to have forgotten this. Year on year, councils are given less and less funding. That means cuts to council services and job losses. It means fewer school support staff to look after our children. It means fewer carers to look after our grannies and our grandas. And don't even get me started on the bin collections and the grass cutting. These are not luxuries. These are services that hold communities together. They are the services people notice when they disappear. And they are delivered by workers who are already stretched, underpaid and under pressure. Yet the top tiers of councils seem to be exempt from all these cuts. They enjoy their massive wage rises while those at the bottom are struggling to survive. Many are working poor, having to use food banks to get by. Congress, this is so wrong. Everyone who goes out to work should be able to afford to live, but when councils are forced to increase rents and council tax to balance the books, workers and families are pushed to the brink. We call on the government to start funding our local authorities properly, so they no longer have to cut the budgets and no longer have to outsource our council jobs to private companies. That would have a positive effect, not just on councils, but the people who work there. Workers would feel that their jobs were safe instead of having that dread in the pit of their tummies every single time there's a budget meeting, wondering, is my job safe? Is it going to be me this time? Am I going to lose my job? Working for the council used to be a job for life. It used to mean decent pay and security, but now many workers have to have a second job just to survive. Congress, this cannot be the future for local government. Council workers have carried the burden of austerity for too long. Our communities have paid the price for too long. It's time to save our local authorities, defend council jobs and restore pride in public service. Congress, GMB Scotland are pleased to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. North Western Irish region.
President Congress, David Hope supported it with the North Western Irish region. I'm proud to do this as national chair of local government. I've worked in local government for 46 years and I saw the Tory cuts, outsourcing, CCT, best value, never good for the worker at all. Congress, our industrial strengths in local government must be improved. For too many years, the national employer has provided the first and final pay offer. This is directly due to the beliefs that the NJC trade union are not ballot ready. And I can't read that word, but all right, their membership base is scattered. With strong membership levels in some councils, but not in others, with strong membership in some departments and not others. Employers that take the union serious do not provide a first and final offer. They negotiate at the earliest point, knowing the union can retaliate if they take the union seriously. Local government workers have been taken advantage of for too many reasons, and now we see in the near future even more challenges. The SSMB, AI among them, and more people are working from home, and we need to re-establish our fundamental organising principles of GMB at work. In local government, it is clear. I'm going to take next and I can't read that. Let's remember the sort of work our members do in local government. It keeps flicking that light for me. Yeah. They look after vulnerable adults and children, and they keep the streets light on, and they empty the bins, and they keep the local communities running, and they keep this country running. They're our heroes. Clap. And Congress, if we don't get better at organising and build our strengths in local government, soon it'll be too late. We've seen reform take councils this year, last year, and probably next year. And my council, Wigan Council, will turn a nasty, vile shade of blue next year. I've added that bit, I'll get in trouble. Where they take control, they mismanage councils, and before long, they will come after you lot, the reps. We must boost our membership, find new activists, improve our industrial strengths, and face the challenges of new technology and political threats and changes to the NGAC. I want to put a special thanks to Anna and all the team for putting this report together. Thank you. And the North West and Irish region wholeheartedly supports this. Thank you.
Thank you, David. North East Yorkshire number, please. And then Midlands, and then London.
Good morning, Congress. President, this is Ethan Cooper from the Doncaster branch of the outstanding and fastest growing North East Yorkshire and the Humber region, supporting the special report. There's something inside so strong. 14 years ago, Doncaster workers all had their wages slashed by 2.5%, lost holidays, special allowances in the name of austerity. Well, actually, that's not quite true. Everyone below a grade 10 had their wages slashed by 2.5%. Somehow, those at the higher grades were missed out. Funny that. That is the impact that local agreements have. In Doncaster, with so many years passing, staff retiring and moving on, collectively, we had forgotten why we were paid so much less than our neighbouring council workers. However, they hadn't counted on Donny GMB. Over the last year, we ran a pay restoration campaign to get us back onto NJC terms and conditions. We visited every workplace and got members on board. We lobbied our local Labour mayor and Reform councillors. We held stunts and made cupcakes. Gary Smith had one of them as well. In short, we were relentless, and ultimately, we won! Putting that money back into the members' pockets, getting our pay and overtime restored, and showing just what we can do together. But we did more. We gained a dozen brilliant reps, one of which is here today. We grew our membership, and most importantly, we gave people the confidence to stand together and fight for more. And today, we are taking on our next big fight, which in our case is pension fairness. Local government is still experiencing incredibly difficult funding settlements. Our pensions are under threat for some local opportunities, and we are constantly asking to do more with less. Yet our services and role have never been more important. This special report not only highlights the challenges we face, but it also lays out a strategy to bring us together to fight collectively for the future. To win in local government, we need a comprehensive strategy, a plan of organising on the ground, delivering politically, growing our active base and the next generation of activists. That means always looking for the next campaign, always having the claim on the table, constantly agitating and seeking out the next generation. This report, as our organisation guide, as we see the political leadership change in our workship.
Can you wind up, please?
Yeah, nearly there.
I thought you might be.
The all-new, improved Donny GMB knows that the organisation is our future. We hope we can win, not just in Donny or South Yorkshire, but across the whole country. Congress, please support.
Thank you. I thought you might do a Mick Jagger tribute as well. Midlands region.
Everybody, President, Vice President, General Secretary and the top panel. You're going to have to forgive me about this, but I've just been asked to do this today. My name's Angela Gilrain, I'm from the Midlands region. First of all, can I send out solidarity to Debbie from Orchard School, Seymour, who was on the platform yesterday, and support her and her team. Midlands, what's happened in the Midlands? And first of all, how do I follow all that? Midlands, what's happened in the Midlands? Oh, equal pay, as everybody else. We had a rise in membership, obviously, with regards to that. Another union came on our coattails with regard to their members, and one union totally ignored their members. Absolutely ignored the equal pay claim to their members. So a lot of them actually came out of their union and came into ours, which is really cool, which I'm proud of. But without the GMB and without workplace reps and without the lay members, we wouldn't be where we are with regards to equal pay. My branch, BO2 in Birmingham, have been absolutely amazing. With the support from Martin, our regional secretary, Gary and everybody else up here, and obviously from yourselves, none of us would be where we are, and our membership would not increase. We would still have members coming from other unions. I can only talk about me. I don't know if it's because of me, but we've got other people coming from other unions to join our union because of how proactive we are. You know, and with regard to the equal pay, it's to lift women, but not to push men down, because men are also getting equal pay as well in Birmingham. So for me, I'm proud to be a member of GMB, and I'm also proud to be a member of our branch who support equal pay, and the staff in that branch have worked tirelessly, as the staff in the regional office. And can I actually just suggest, people who are just starting out to get their equal pay for their members, to speak to people like from Scotland, from Birmingham, who've already done it, so they haven't got to go through the stress and everything that everybody else has gone through. Birmingham local government, they've gone bankrupt, but it's due to staff who are in unions, especially ours, working up that we got where we are now. So we support sorry. Sorry. And all I can say is, for me, as a workplace rep, thank you to all the workplace reps in this room now and in the union, because without us, or without the lay members, and obviously people like Barbara and Gary and Sonia, we wouldn't be where we are now, a growing union for our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie, and thank you for stepping up at the last minute. And London Region.
President Congress, David Chatton, London speaking on CEC report, first time speaker. We welcome concentrated effort on focus, strengthening and building membership in the public service. Local government workers are committed to delivering for the local communities, and it is disgraceful they are the lowest paid public sector workers in the country. For too long, there has been a narrative that public sector workers are on gold-plated terms and conditions, when the reality is that thousands of local government workers are paid 60 pence an hour less than real living wage of £13.45. Recent pay claims called the minimum of £15 an hour for NJC workers have all been rejected. Further disputes citing a lack of funding as a reason for low-pay employer has refused to join the joint unions in calling increased central government funding. It is shameful that anyone working in public services funded through taxpayers' money is earning less than a real living wage, and we need to grow our membership so that we can fight back against the employer that has taken advantage of the goodwill for too long. Years of cuts have since not only services depleted, but work services reduced in a number of disputes over growing demands. GMB members should be empowered to speak out against job creeps, which sees them doing more work and taking on more responsibilities without the pay and recognition they deserve. Our local government conveners and reps are the best placed to be mapping the workplace and recruiting organising members. In relation to equal pay, it is important that we are vigilant for local authorities making changes to allowances, bonuses and additional payments without acknowledging the unfairness and discriminatory element of some of these. GMB's commitment to campaigning for outsourced contracts to be brought back in-house remains, but until it happens, we must organise the workers in these contracts. As said in this report, the same large companies have these contracts across numerous local authorities and are quite often services provided, and their key day-to-day running, such as parking and refuse contracts, the terms and conditions are often poor in relation to sick pay and entitlement, and these campaigns which can grow and strengthen in members. Every local government worker deserves dignity at work and decent pay conditions, and GMB members can deliver these by standing together. London Region, we support this report.
Well done, David. Well done. I can now put that report to the vote. Excuse me. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. We now move on to motions relating to industrial and economic policy public services. So could I have the speakers and movers for 116, 161 and 162 down to the front, please, and the mover for 116 to the rostrum.
Motion 116, protection for front-facing local authority staff, including library workers from abuse. President Congress, Jane Hunt, Wales and South West Region, moving 116. Congress, across our libraries, community hubs, receptions and public service spaces, workers are increasingly facing verbal abuse, intimidation, threats and aggression, simply for doing their jobs. These workers are often the first point of contact for vulnerable members of the public. They help people accessing housing, benefits, education, digital services, support networks, and safe community spaces. Yet far too many are expected to tolerate abuse as though it's somehow part of public service. It is not. Abuse is not customer feedback, abuse is harm. Libraries and community spaces remain some of the last truly accessible public spaces we have left. But years of cuts, understaffing, rising social pressures, mental health crisis, and antisocial behaviour have left many workers exposed and unsupported. Workers feel unsafe at work, too many incidents go unreported, and too often workers fear they will not be taken seriously, or worse, that they themselves will be blamed. Congress, every worker has the right to safety, dignity and respect. This motion calls for practical action, zero tolerance policies, proper staffing levels, risk assessments, panic alarms, safe lone working procedures, de-escalation training, counselling support and proper reporting systems that lead to action, not silence. These are not unreasonable demands, though basic workplace protections. And let us be absolutely clear, library workers and council staff are skilled professionals delivering essential public services. They are not unpaid caretakers expected to absorb consequences of underfunded systems. Congress, if we value public services, then we must value the workers who provide them. No one should go to work fearing abuse, intimidation or violence. I move.
Thank you, Jane. Seconder. Formally, thank you, Wales and South West. Move of motion 161.
President, Congress, Kate Bentelow, Wales and South West Region, move in motion 161. First time speaker. Thank you. Congress, without police staff, there is no police service. In the roles that police staff undertake, the stress levels are high, workloads are growing, and increasingly our members are being expected to do more for less. Congress, work should pay, and it should pay enough for us to live on. The real living wage, set independently by the Living Wage Foundation, reflects the genuine cost of living, the amount people actually need to get by. It is one of the most effective tools we have to tackle in-work poverty. This motion is rooted in a simple principle. No police staff member should earn less than the real living wage, not as an aspiration, but as a baseline standard of decency. And the good news is, we know it can be done. Forces like South Wales Police have already achieved accreditation and did so over a decade ago at the height of Tory austerity. They have shown this is not only achievable, but beneficial. Paying the real living wage boosts morale, it improves recruitment and retention, and it enhances productivity. It supports the well-being of those who are too often stretched beyond their limits. When people feel valued, services improve. When people are paid fairly, organisations grow stronger. This is not just the right thing to do morally. This benefits our communities. Police forces, as public sector employers, should be leading the way. They should be setting standards, not lagging behind them. They ask the public to trust them, to respect them, and to work with them. And that trust must be reflected internally too, through fair pay and decent conditions. This motion sets out a clear way forward. It calls on GMB representatives, our reps on the ground, to negotiate, to campaign, and to organise for real living wage accreditation in every force. It commits to working alongside our sister unions across the Police Staff Council, building a united, coordinated campaign for change. Forces that have already achieved accreditation must not stand alone. They should share their success and assist other forces to achieve this success as well. Congress, this is about fairness. It's about dignity. It's about saying that those who keep our community safe should not be struggling to make ends meet themselves. We cannot accept a situation where public service is rewarded with poverty pay. We cannot accept a system where public service does not guarantee a fair wage. So, today, let us send a clear and united message. We believe in fair pay, we believe in the real living wage, and we will organise, campaign and fight until every police force meets that standard. Congress, please support this motion. I move.
Well done, Kate. And then seconder, please. Can I just ask that people make sure their phones are on silent? I know it's important. If you're reps, you've got to keep in touch with your members, but please make sure they're just on silent. Thank you.
Good morning, President, Congress. Charles Jagger, Wales and South West Region, seconding motion 161. First time delegate and speaker. Thank you. Across Great Britain, only Police Scotland and 9 of the remaining 43 forces across England and Wales are accredited real living wage employers. Now that simply isn't good enough, not for a modern public service, not for proud employers, and certainly not for the dedicated police staff that we represent. Now let's be clear about the reality on the ground. Like everyone else, police staff today are facing rising costs. Energy, housing, food, all increasing at a pace that wages have not kept up with. Now those staff on the lowest pay scales do difficult, emotionally demanding and absolutely essential roles and are paid just 12 pence above the national minimum wage. 12 pence. That is a value currently placed on their professionalism, their resilience and their commitment to public service. Congress, that is not just unfair, it is unsustainable, and our members deserve better. As my colleague has already said, Congress, this is about fairness, it's about dignity, it is about saying that those who keep our communities safe should not be struggling to make ends meet themselves. Please support this motion. I second. Thank you.
Well done, Charles. Mover of motion 162, please.
President, Congress, Rob Swift, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 162. Congress, between 2022 and 2025, over 100 police officers and staff in England and Wales are known to have taken their own lives. More than 200 others attempted to do so. And we know these figures are likely to be just the tip of the iceberg. We raise this motion as we feel a sense of responsibility and profound concern, because behind the statistics in this motion are lives lost, families shattered, and a workforce under strain. Because unlike so many other critical risks in policing, there is no statutory requirement to record these deaths or attempts. No consistent reporting, no clear national picture, no proper understanding, and without understanding, there can be no prevention. Congress, policing is a profession unlike any other. It demands courage, resilience and sacrifice. Day after day, police staff are exposed to trauma that most people will never encounter in a lifetime. Violence, tragedy, death and human suffering. For some police staff, we see the worst of society day in, day out. It is not just the incidents they deal with, but the accumulation. The accumulation over a decade of underfunding, increasing chronic understaffing, of the scrutiny and public expectations, and the culture that is still too often tells people to just get on with it. This is a perfect storm for mental ill health. And yet we continue to treat mental well-being as secondary, as optional, as something to be addressed after crisis strikes. Congress, that is no longer acceptable. If over 100 officers had died due to faulty equipment or unsafe working practices, there would rightly be outrage. There would be investigations, reforms and immediate action. So why is it any different when the risk is psychological? Why is mental health still treated as less urgent, less visible and less deserving of protection? Congress, it should be. It is about people, it is about lives, and it is about ensuring that no one in policing feels that their only option is to suffer in silence. Congress, we cannot undo the lives that have already been lost, but we can act now to prevent future tragedies. We are calling on the GMB to work with our sister trade unions in the police service, as well as Police Federation and Police Service Staff Associations, to demand transparency, understand the true scale of the problem. Then we can build support systems and create a culture where seeking help is a strength, not a weakness. And we can send a clear message. The mental health and safety of those who will be treated with seriousness, urgency, and the dignity they deserve. Please support this motion. I move.
Well done. Well done, Rob. Seconder. Seconder for 162. Formally, thank you. Anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? The CEC is supporting all of these motions. There is no CEC speaker needed to respond. Before I go to the vote, can I ask for movers and seconders of 172, 175, 176 and 177 to come down to the front. I'll now put those motions that I take them as one group because there's no opposition and we're supporting, CEC is supporting them all. 116, 161, 162, all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. Thank you.
Carrying on with motions relating to industrial and economic policy, public services, can we please have the mover of motion 172, please? Mover of motion 172, please. Southern Region. I fooled it. Did I move on? Or what? Should I just move on? Fallen. She's there.
The motion will fall if there is a speaker.
Yeah, okay. Morning. President, Vice President, Congress, Caroline Smith, seconding motion 172, first time delegate, first time speaker. I'm here to second this motion because I work as a teaching assistant in a special needs school. And I see every day the dedication, patience and skill that support staff bring to our roles. We are not just supporting learning, we are supporting children with complex needs, often providing emotional care, physical support and stability that goes far beyond the classroom. Yet despite this, many of us are employed on term time only contracts. This leaves us financially stretched, particularly when it comes to discretionary leave. Years ago, staff were entitled to paid discretionary leave, but now it is structured under the total discretion of the head teacher, which is mostly unpaid. This is unfair and inconsistent, and it does not reflect the value of the work we do. Asking for 1 day's paid discretionary leave when we need to take it is not a luxury. It is a basic expectation of decent work.
It would provide stability, improve well-being and help retain experienced staff in roles where continuity is so important for the children we support. If we want strong schools and the best outcome for our pupils, we must also look after the staff that make that possible. Give me my day. It is one day. I am proud to second this motion and urge Congress to support it. Thank you.
Do we have the mover for motion 172 from 7? Thank you.
Where's my arm? Can I just raise up the lectern a bit, please? Thank you. President, Congress, sisters and brothers, Ava Payne, Southern Region, I rise to move motion 172. All right. Okay. I just want you to listen and think about something very simple. Imagine your daughter is getting married on Thursday. Your son's graduation falls in the middle of a school term, or you've just been told the funeral of a close friend is next week. For most workers, these are moments of life, moments that happen once, moments that matter. But for thousands of school support staff, those moments can become a source of anxiety, stress, and even fear. Because whether they can attend or not is often dependent on the discretion of somebody else, and the reality is that they are told to wait until the school holidays. Life doesn't wait for a school holiday. Funerals don't wait. Weddings don't wait. Graduations don't wait. And neither should our members have to wait and put their lives on hold. Congress, school support staff are among the lowest paid workers in education. The overwhelming majority are women. Many are carers, many are parents, yet too often they are expected to choose between being present for the people they love and being present at work. That can't be right. This motion seeks to establish a simple principle, one guaranteed paid personal day during term time. One day, not a week, not a fortnight, one day. And if schools can continue to function when someone is sick for one day, surely it can continue to function when a valued member of staff needs one day to attend an important event. Congress, many of you will already have seen the GMB's national My Day campaign. The campaign asks a simple question: when is a day off not a day off? When you work in a school. This issue is not about annual leave, it's about dignity, it's about fairness, it's about recognising that school support staff are parents, carers, partners, grandparents, and friends before they are employees. Congress, let's send a clear message to every school, every academy trust, and every employer. Support staff deserve the same respect as every other worker. Support staff deserve the right to live their lives. Support staff deserve one day. Support staff deserve my day. I ask Congress to support motion 172.
Well done, Ava. Can we have the mover for motion 175, please?
President, Congress, Caroline Noden, GMB Scotland, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 175, GMB guidance on physical restraint training for school support staff. Congress, school support staff are being put in impossible situations. They are facing unprecedented violence and aggression in schools. They are trying to protect pupils, protect colleagues, and protect themselves. They are being asked to manage behaviour that should never have been allowed to escalate to that point. And too often, they are doing it without clear guidance, without proper staffing, without proper training, and without confidence that their employer will stand behind them if something goes wrong. The sickness absent rate is unprecedented within this sector due to the impossible circumstances that the support staff are placed in. This is not acceptable. Physical restraint is serious. It carries risks for the pupil. It carries risks for the worker. It carries physical risk, psychological risk, disciplinary risk, legal risk, and professional risk. No school support worker should be pressured into restraint training without fully understanding what they're being asked to do. No worker should be made to feel that refusing to use physical restraint makes them a bad colleague, a bad support worker, or someone who is failing the children they work with. And no employer should be allowed to use support staff as a human shield for failures in staffing, behaviour policy, classroom support, or specialist provision. Congress, the answer to violence and aggression in schools cannot be to place more risk on the lowest paid workers in the building. The answer is prevention. It is proper staffing, it is de-escalation, it is behaviour management, it is specialist support, it is support from management. It is clear policy agreed with trade unions that protects pupils and protects staff. This motion asks GMB to issue clear guidelines to school support staff about their rights, about their risk of physical restraint, and about the support available when allegations are made or workers are placed under pressure. That guidance is needed because our members need to know where they stand. They need to know they will not be abandoned, and they need employers to take responsibility for safe schools instead of pushing risk down onto individual workers. Congress, school support staff should be protected, respected, and properly supported. Congress, I move.
Well done, Caroline. Can I have the seconder, please?
Martin Mayor, GMB Scotland, seconding motion 175. Congress, I am pleased to second this motion. I do not work in a school, I work in a nursery, and I have occasionally witnessed instances where children need to be restrained for their own safety and the safety of others. I will never forget the first time I had to ask my manager to come and restrain a child. They were in danger of hurting both themselves and their friends. It was not a pleasant decision to make. It felt like a failure, but it wasn't. My manager was trained and knew they might have to intervene with this child. The nursery knew then, as it knows now, that it is the responsibility for every decision to restrain a child. My manager would never have dared make me or my colleagues shoulder this burden, because doing so would have abandoned professional responsibility. The notion that support staff are being forced with this responsibility, coerced into restraining children without training when their job roles should not require them to do so, is of grave concern. Physical restraint should only ever be used as a last resort by those willing, informed, and properly trained on how to do so, and of the consequences and responsibilities of doing so. As Caroline said, staff should be protected, respected, and properly supported. That means they get a choice whether to take that on. If they are unwilling, the employer must respect their right to say no. If they are willing, then the employer must not place that burden on them until they have had the proper training. Support this motion and show support staff in our schools GMB has their back. Congress, I second. Thank you.
Can we have the move of motion 176, please?
So pray amongst yourselves while we adjust the set. Good morning, President Congress. Jonathan Coles, London Region, moving the motion on knife blankets. Support staff face a lot of difficulties in their work, and we are highlighting another worrying risk that they are facing. We have seen just in recent days reports of knife incidents in schools. The BBC in October 2025 reported there were, for the calendar year of 2024, 1,304 incidents involving knives and sharp objects reported by 41 out of the 43 police areas in England and Wales. Apparently that is actually a gradual decrease over 3 years, but 3 police forces had very large increases. Now, we don't want to raise unnecessary alarms, but this clearly is an issue of great concern, as you can see if you do have done any internet searches. Support staff frequently manage challenging behaviour, respond to safeguarding crises, and undertake de-escalation work. Yet they're expected to do this without appropriate protective equipment. This motion is calling for the establishment of clear national standards requiring all academy trusts, local authorities and specialist education providers to provide knife blankets wherever risk assessments identify potential exposure. As the motion states, this includes integrating knife blankets into behaviour policies, safeguarding frameworks, crisis response procedures, and specialist provision operating models where appropriate. GMB, of course, has a proud record of campaigning on behalf of its members, especially support staff. This motion calls for consistent training to be given, with the emphasis on safety and de-escalation. Our members deserve all the training they need to do their job and in safe conditions. We have emphasised in the motion that use of blankets does depend on proper risk assessments being carried out, which in reality should already be in place. But these blankets now should be considered as a control measure where the risk is high. We welcome the commitment in the qualification to this motion that reps and branches will be reminded of the employer's duties under health and safety and their rights, and that this will be taken up as a campaign nationally. I move this motion. Thank you.
Seconder, please.
Good morning, President. Good morning, Vice President. My name is Carol Ellison. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. You have no idea how wonderful it feels to hear that. Schools today are increasingly volatile environments, from primary schools right through to secondary schools. Colleges and even universities, staff are facing challenges that were once considered outside the education setting. Health and safety must be at the forefront of our thinking. The workforce in education is predominantly female, and these workers are often on the front line dealing with highly complex and sometimes dangerous situations. They are not only educators, they are safeguarding leads, consultants, mediators, and crisis responders. Schools are dealing daily with the impact of domestic violence, family breakdowns, child sexual abuse, neglect, and mental health challenges, and trauma experience outside the school gates. These issues do not stay at home. They walk into the classroom every day and affect pupils, staff, and the wider school community. Alongside this, there is a growing concern around weapons and incidents of serious violence in and around some of our educational settings. This raises urgent questions about preparedness, responses, and staff protection. Preparedness is not a single action of one-off response. It is an ongoing, stable condition of being ready to face the challenges at any given moment. In that context, we must consider a practical safeguarding measure, including the availability of emergency protective equipment, such as knife blankets.
Can you start finishing, please?
A clear protocol training and rapid response systems. These are about changing the ethos of schools, but about ensuring staff have the tools they need to reduce harm in critical incidents.
Can you wrap up, please, Speaker?
This motion recognises the real facing education workers and call for protection, resources and support needed to keep them, both staff and students, safe. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Carol. Well done. Can we have move of motion 177, please? Scotland. Are you formally moving? Scotland, can I have a response, please? Thank you. Is that for the seconder as well? Thank you. Does anyone wish to oppose any of these motions? Okay, can we ask for CEC to respond? Kevin Buchanan, thank you.
President Congress, Kevin Buchanan on behalf of the CEC, responding to motions 172, 175, 176 and 177. On 172, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. This is a current NJC campaign and is currently with the NJC employer side for consideration. And the expectation is that this is not isolated to maintain schools, but that academies are also included, as most multi-academy trusts follow NJC conditions of service. We do have a current database, but we do not currently present the data annually, but we can do going forward. There is a current national poster with a QR code that members and reps can access to identify if this is a campaign they want to support in their schools. We can look to create a best practice type policy template for reps and members to follow and highlight stories nationally. We did this when United Learning Trust implemented a paid day off for term time for all staff. We would struggle to establish a national evidence log of all decisions, but we can look to advise on best practice. GMB will ensure to campaign for a minimum 1 day paid off in term time is taken into Department for Education negotiations, and as part of Improving Education Together workforce subgroup, we have been involved in creating policy guidance for staff wellbeing. We can provide national campaign materials and guidance, but the policy will need to be rolled out locally. On motion 175, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. Violence in any workplace is not acceptable. Risk assessment should identify where any risk might occur. Schools regrettably have seen increases in violent incidents, and schools should have behaviour policies in place that have been consulted with the recognised trade unions. All staff should have awareness of these policies for individuals in pupil-facing roles. Staff training should be tailored for those individuals. GMB has developed several materials, including violence in schools. We can look at the current materials, seek to refresh the guidance materials. The qualification is that some job roles may carry with them a requirement to undertake physical restraint training in the job specification. We cannot state that any use of restraint must not lead to disciplinary action, as each case has to be assessed via an investigation. And if an allegation is made, there are policies that all staff should be aware of that are statutory. The GMB does provide legal assistance in the event of any potential legal action being taken against a member involved in an incident with a child, and would ensure that a school provides counselling support service, as these situations can be very stressful. On motion 176, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. Risk assessments should be undertaken by each school to identify what preventative measures are required to reduce any potential risks up to and including knife blankets. The qualification is that we do not want knife blankets to become a first line of defence, as the use should be the exception, and strategies to reduce and minimise risk must be the priority. However, if identified in a risk assessment, then the GMB will ensure reps and branches are aware of their rights under health and safety to ensure employers are carrying out their duties up to and including implementing preventative measures. GMB will also raise directly with the Department of Education to identify what advice they are giving to schools in this area. GMB will discuss with political teams, as this also might be on the agenda within the National Policy Forum. On motion 177, the CEC is seeking to refer. Further education is a fully devolved matter, and the Scottish and Welsh governments and the Northern Ireland Executive have complete responsibility for their own sectors. The UK government only has responsibility for England. The Association of Colleges is the English employer body, but while unions submit pay claims, there are negotiations. The outcome is a recommendation to individual colleges and is not binding. The post-16 white paper set out in government plans for the sector in England, for England only, will see cash injection and the creation of new colleges. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualifications motions 172, 175, 176, and asking for motion 177 to be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Does Southern Region accept the qualification on motion 172? Thank you. Does Scotland accept the qualification on motion 175? Thank you. Does London Region accept the qualification on motion 176? Thank you. Does Scotland agree to refer motion 177? Thank you. I'll ask, can I put all those motions to the vote now, please? Motion 172, all those for? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Motion 175, all those for? Thank you. Anyone against? That's also carried. Motion 176, all those for? Thank you. Anyone against? Thank you. That's also carried. Congress, I'm really pleased to show you a video from our national race organiser, Tayimba Nosakeri, about GMB's Race Achievement Scholarship Programme.
My name's Tayimba Nosakeri, and I'm the national race organiser for the GMB and also the lead for the GRASP project, which is the GMB's Race Achievement Scholarship Programme. GRASP has been running now for 3 years. We're on our 3rd cohort, and we are really pleased with the way in which we are turning out progressive ambassadors that are able to
Green, Harjinder Nahal, Ratan Borji, and from Southern Region, Aisha Mahmood, Francis Regaut, and Ling Fing Chun. Can I please ask you all to stand up for cohort grass, cohort 3? And give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Can the grass cohort at the back, can they just stand up so everyone can see them? Thank you. Could the movers and seconders for Composite 7, 180, 181 and Composite 8 please come to the front? We're now going to move back to motions under Industrial and Economic Policy, Public Services. Can the mover of Composite 7 please come to the rostrum?
President Congress, Alison Jones, Wales and South West Region, move in Composite H. Second time speaker, no, I got it wrong. Second time delegate, first time speaker. Congress, I stand before you to speak on Composite H, but more importantly to speak for people who too often don't get the chance to stand here for themselves. The people who keep our communities running, the people who keep our most vulnerable safe, the people who every single day go to work not knowing whether they come home shaken, hurt or changed. Because let's be clear about something, violence, abuse and intimidation, this is not rare. This is not exceptional, this is becoming normal, and that is absolutely unacceptable. We talk rightly with pride about protected emergency services or blue light workers, and yes, they deserve every protection they can give them. But I ask you this, what about the care workers facing threats in someone's home? What about the refuse worker abused in the street? What about the school staff dealing with aggression in the classroom? What about housing workers, NHS staff, council employees, and also as bus drivers? Well, the ones who face daily hostility simply for doing their job. Are they worth less protection? Of course they are not. And yet, right now, the law states otherwise. Right now, protection depends on your job title, not the risk you face, and that is not justice. That is inequality, written into law. Congress, our members are telling us what is happening. They are telling us what the verbal abuse that wears them down, the threats that stay with them long after their shift ends, the intimidation that chips away at their confidence, the physical assaults that should never ever be part of the working day. And here is the truth we cannot ignore. Words hurt, threats damage, fear changes how people live and work. The idea that physical violence matters is outdated, and it is dangerous because psychological harm is real and it accumulates. It affects mental health, it drives people out of jobs, it services understaffed communities worse off. So when we say every worker has a right to feel safe, we must mean every worker, not some, not selected, but all. This composite is not radical, it is reasonable, it is necessary, and frankly, it is overdue. We are not asking for special treatment, we are demanding equal protection. We are demanding that the Protect the Protectors bill actually does what the name promises. Protects who serve the public, because right now, too many of our members are left exposed. Too many incidents go unreported, too many employers fail to act, and too many perpetrators face no real consequences. That must change, and this motion gives us the roadmap. Stronger legislation, expanded protections, clear accountability, real consequences for abuse, whether it is verbal, psychological or physical. We call for proper reporting systems because it's not recorded, it's not ignored. We call for training because prevention matters. We call for post-instant support because no one should be left to deal with trauma alone. And yes, we call for national compensation scheme because we workers are harmed. They deserve justice, not just sympathy, but above all, we call for something simple, respect. Respect for people who care for others, who keep services running, who show up every day and carry the weight on public's needs on their shoulders. Congress, extending this legislation, would send a clear message, not just to employers, not to just government, but society. Abuse on frontline workers will not be tolerated, not in any form, not any setting, not anymore. So let's be the voice our members need. Let's stand up for those who don't always get heard. Let's ensure that protection is not privilege, but a right. I urge you to support Homicide H. I move.
Can I have the seconder, please?
Good morning, President, Congress, Samantha Harrison, Wales and South West, first time delegate, first time speaker. Congress, you already heard why this matters. I want to bring back something simple. It's all about fairness. Because of right now, two workers face the same abuse, same threats, same violence. One of them may be protected by the law, the other is not. Not because of the risk they face, but the label of their role. This is not right. Our members experience danger every day, experiencing the streets, the homes, the schools, the hospitals, wherever they serve the public. And too often they experience it alone. This composite recognises something incredibly important. Abuse is abuse. Whether it's physical or verbal abuse, it has a major impact on confidence and mental health. And yet too many workers simply put up with it and carry on. I myself have been a victim of violence in the NHS. We are saying no. No one should expect to be abused. No one should feel unsupported when it happens. No one should feel left outside of the protection of the law because their role doesn't fit the narrow definition. This motion is about closing the gap. This is about making sure every frontline worker, not just some, is recognised and protected and valued. It will send a clear message. If someone abuses a worker in the public sector, there should be consequences. It's about making sure workers know we stand by them, not just in words, but in actions. Congress, this is practical, achievable, and overdue. Let's stand up for our members. I second this.
Can I have the seconder, please? That was me. Okay. Do you have a seconder, Wales and South West? Oh, so who moved? Sorry. Can I have the mover for 180, please?
President, Congress, Liz Martin, GMB Scotland, moving motion 180. Safeguarding staff in social care. Congress, every one of us believes in safeguarding. We believe that any allegation of abuse must be taken seriously, investigated properly, and reported to the relevant bodies, Care Inspectorate, Social Work, SSC, or NMC, and the police. That principle is not in question. But what is in question, and what this motion addresses, It's what happens when an allegation is proven to be false. Because right now, in social care, when a false allegation is made by a service user with capacity, staff member is often left completely exposed. Even when the employer finds the allegation to be false, the worker still remains under investigation by bodies like SSC and the police, which can take many months. Careers are put on hold, reputations are damaged, mental health suffers, and too often there is little or no support offered to that worker. Congress, that's not safeguarding, that's abandonment. We are told that many employers have zero tolerance policies, but let's be honest, who those policies protect. Overwhelmingly aimed at safeguarding service users, families and visitors. Rarely do they mention safeguarding staff. Yet social care workers are frequently subjected to physical violence. They're hit, bitten, spat on, injured. And at the same time, they're often restricted from using restraint even to protect themselves. When incidents are investigated, it's all too common for the focus to turn back on the worker. Their approach, their tone, their behaviour, as if violence is something they somehow provoked. That process is humiliating, distressing, and deeply unfair. And once again, there are no consequences for the service user, while the worker is left feeling blamed, traumatised, and unsupported. Congress, this motion doesn't ask us to weaken safeguarding, it asks us to balance it. We're calling on GMB to support a campaign for social care providers to implement a specific policy, safeguarding staff. A policy that recognises that staff are not disposable, a policy that ensures workers are supported when allegations are proven to be false, a policy that acknowledges the reality of violence in social care and protects workers from being automatically blamed for it. Safeguarding must work both ways. You cannot protect services by sacrificing the staff that deliver them. Congress, if we want a stable, skilled, compassionate social care workforce, then workers must know that their union has their back, not only when allegations are made, but when they're cleared. This motion is about fairness, it's about dignity, and it's about standing up for social care staff who deserve protection just as much as everyone else. I urge Congress to support this motion. I move. Thank you.
Can we have the seconder, please? Scotland, are you formally seconding this? Motion 180. Thank you. Can we have the mover for motion 181, please? Thank you. Is that the same for seconding? Thank you. Can we have the mover for composite 8, please?
Hello, Congress. Stacey Blair, proudly Southern Region. And also proud to be part of the National Care Committee. Care. You all have an idea of what care is, but until you've needed it yourself or watched someone you love rely on it, you don't really understand what it is. I remember trying to explain to somebody down the pub and he asked me what the difference between a nurse and a carer really was. After I thought about it, admittedly there is some crossover, but the key difference is nurses help keep you alive, but carers help you live. Carers help people get out of bed in the morning, they help wash, dress, eat, take their medication and stay connected to the world around them. They preserve dignity, independence and quality of life. Nurses do something similar, but there's something that carers do that no one else can do because we're rare. Not everybody can do what we do. But for many people, the first experience of care comes as a shock. The reality often doesn't match the expectation. In England, care isn't delivered through one national organisation like the NHS. is largely delivered by private providers, operating within a system that's underfunded, under pressure, and increasingly stretched. Some providers do care deeply about the people they support, but we should never build a system that relies on good intentions alone. Because when budgets are squeezed and fees are driven down and providers are struggling to survive, staffing becomes one of the easiest places to cut costs. And that brings us to the problem before Congress today. There's no legally enforceable minimum safe standard in adult social care, which sounds crazy, doesn't it? Seeing as you have it in education, you have it in others, but you don't have it within adult social care. So let me ask you to imagine something. Imagine it's your mum living in a nursing home. She's bedbound, she needs help getting washed, dressed, repositioned, supported to eat, and needing to use the toilet. Now imagine there's only one member of staff on shift, and that member of staff has 11 other people to support. Who gets help first? Who waits? Who misses out? These are people waiting for somebody to help them do the most simple things that you and I take for granted. Because when there isn't enough staff, the care doesn't stop being needed. It simply gets delayed, rushed, or missed altogether. And when that happens, people suffer. Falls increase, medication errors increase, safeguarding risks increase, and neglect becomes far more likely. The workers then burn out. People leave the profession. And believe me, you can't just go out and find more carers. We're here because we care, and often that gets exploited. And I've worked in care long enough to know that when staffing is unsafe, care workers don't stop caring. What they do is they skip their breaks, they stay late, and they work through the exhaustion. They run themselves into the ground trying to make up a difference for the people that they care for. Because that's who carers are. But goodwill isn't a staffing strategy, and dedication isn't a substitute for safe staffing levels, and everybody in this system loses. Congress, safe staffing should never be determined by what's cheapest, and it shouldn't be a race to the bottom. It should be determined by what people need. This motion isn't asking for bureaucracy, and it's not asking for arbitrary numbers. It's asking for more safe staffing standards based on dependency, acuity, and risk, backed by funding necessary to make it reality. Because good care shouldn't be determined by luck, and neither should safety. I urge Congress to do the right thing and support composite number 8. Thank you.
Can we have a seconder, please?
President, Congress, Jackie Kitchen, North East Yorkshire and Humber region, seconding composite 8. And I'll let you off with everything I'm not going to sing. I've worked in care for over 25 years, and I'm a workplace rep for HC1, which at present is one of the biggest care companies in the country. And like Stacey, I also sit on the National Care Committee. I represent my members fighting for a fair, funded, people-focused care service that delivers for residents, families and the staff alike. Congress, everyone knows that care in this country is in crisis. There's not a week goes by without a headline about the system breaking down, yet nobody's prepared to do anything about it and to sort the mess out. I see the reality at work every day, where companies are struggling to recruit. It leaves us short of staff, and people are forced to use equipment alone when potentially it should be a two-person job. Residents are left on their own, isolated, because there's not enough staff to go and talk to them, and sometimes not even being able to deliver the basic care. We predominantly are a female workforce, low paid, overworked and definitely undervalued. There is a long way to go to fix our care service, but I believe small steps is the way forward. Around the world, other countries have made it law that there must be minimum staffing ratios in care, and we need to follow their example. In the UK, this is in place for childcare, but it's time this would mirrored and put in place for domiciliary and residential care settings. This motion calls for a united campaign to push the government to introduce minimum staffing ratios. It's a campaign not only for the thousands of low-paid workers delivering care across the country, but it's the right thing to do for the wider society. So, Congress, I urge you to support this motion. Let's win the battle, not just for the carers, but for those we support.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Does anyone wish to oppose any of these motions? Okay, can I please ask for CEC DM Burke to speak on behalf of CEC? Thank you.
President, Congress, Diane Burke of CEC responding to motion 180 and 181, sorry. On motion 180, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. We support this motion that GMB should campaign for social care providers to implement a specific policy safeguarding staff against false allegations and violence at work, with a qualification that campaigns will be best identified in line with GMB at work employer by employer. On motion 181, the CEC is seeking to refer. The motion calls for GMB to campaign for a national sector-wide job evaluation scheme framework for private or outsourced care workers. GMB is currently working with English and devolved governments to establish fair payment agreements, which will establish legal minimum threshold on terms and conditions for all workers in care through collective bargaining. It is also an existing policy that GMB supports and campaigns for the establishment of a national care service. The care sector consists of over 20,000 separate employers that do not currently have any legal obligation to engage with a job evaluation scheme across employers. However, the establishment of the FPA and the NCS could lead to avenues enabling this, apologies. We ask that the motion be referred to the GMB Public Services team to research and consult with relevant bodies how this might be achieved rather than beginning national campaigns that could affect or hinder ongoing local campaigns and successes on job evaluation. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualification motion 180 and is asking for motion 181 to be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. The CEC supporting Composite 7 from Wales and South West Region. Does Scotland accept the qualification on motion 180? Thank you. Does Wales and South West Region agree to refer motion 181? Thank you. And the CEC supporting Composite 8 from Southern Region. So we're now going to take the vote. Can I please ask for, I'm going to put them all together because the reference back has been agreed. So can I please ask for composite, if you're in support of Composite 7, 8 and motion 180. All those in favour, could you please raise your hands? Thank you. Anyone against? And that's carried. Can I please ask for movers of motion 185, 186, 190 and 192 to come forward, please?
Thank you, Sonia. Could the mover then of 185? And just before come to the rostrum, but I've got a notice. Because people have been brilliant about their speech times, we are running ahead of schedule. So we're going to bring forward motions 201, 202, 203, which would have been this afternoon. We're going to put them at the end of this morning's session. So I think they're all from GMB Scotland. So please can those people that were expecting to speak this afternoon be ready to speak this morning. Thank you.
Thanks. President Congress and Dean, GMB Scotland, moving motion 185, appropriate the blame correctly. Congress, nobody in this hall needs to be told that COVID damaged the NHS. Our members lived through it, they worked through it, they carried fear, exhaustion, risk and loss while keeping services going when the country needed them most.
So this motion is not about denying the impact of the pandemic. It's about saying that COVID cannot be used forever as a blanket excuse for every failure in the NHS. Because when everything is blamed on the pandemic, nobody is held responsible for the decisions that came before it, during it, or after it. Staffing shortages were not invented by COVID. Pressure in primary care was not invented by COVID. Underinvestment in buildings, services and workforce planning was not invented by COVID. Poor management decisions were not invented by COVID. The pandemic exposed these failures. It made them worse, but it did not create all of them. And Congress, our members know the difference. They know the difference when a service is struggling because demand is increased. They know when it's struggling because there are not enough staff. They know when resources are being misdirected. They know when concerns are raised and ignored. They know when management reaches for COVID as an explanation because it's easier than admitting that something has gone wrong. This has to stop. Workers deserve honesty, patients deserve honesty, the public deserves honesty. This motion calls for transparent, evidence-based reviews that separate pandemic impact from pre-existing problems, management failures and funding shortfalls. It calls for improvement plans with clear targets, public reporting and independent oversight. And it calls for staff to be protected when they raise concerns about safety, staffing and patient care, because the answer to NHS failure is not to blame the pandemic and move on. The answer is accountability and investment. The answer is recruitment, retention and respect for the workers holding the service together. Congress, our NHS, cannot recover properly until those in charge are honest about what's going on. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Seconder. Seconder for motion formally. Thank you, Scotland. Move of 186 then, please.
President, Congress, Kirsty Rackley, GMB Scotland, moving motion 186, the future of the NHS. Congress, as a newly qualified nurse in what feels like 1932, I relied heavily on the more experienced staff I worked with, and this is no different from any role in the NHS. Their guidance was crucial in my development into the nurse that I was to become. The NHS has changed since then, and looking to the future fills me with concern. More staff than ever are taking retirement at the earliest opportunity, leaving a huge experience gap. Posts are often not being replaced. The only saving grace is that some staff choose to retire and return, coming back to work, but with a reduction of 10% in their hours. Congress, this 10% of a post most certainly will not be replaced because of budget cuts. Subsequently, we're losing the balance between experience and enthusiasm. And let's face it, a career in the NHS is not as attractive as it once was. We are rapidly developing an ageing workforce, and by God, we are tired. So what does the NHS's future hold? Well, we call on the government to recognise the importance of this mutual balance. And we call on GMB to pressure the government to provide the funding to the NHS for the entire UK to help increase the appeal of being part of the NHS. So we can all please retire. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Kirsty. Seconder.
Congress Chair Theresa Will
GMB Scotland seconding motion 186, the future of the NHS. The NHS remains under sustained pressure from workforce shortages, ageing infrastructure and increasing demand for services. Staff across all roles are experiencing high workloads, emotional strains and reduced capacity to deliver safe, high-quality care. Reports of unsafe buildings and outdated facilities continue to place patients and staff at risk, undermining confidence in the public healthcare provision. There is growing concerns about the erosions of terms and conditions, alongside increasing use of outsourcing and fragmented service delivery. The NHS must remain a publicly owned and publicly funded service, free at the point of need. A safe and a sustainable NHS depends on valuing all staff equally, recognising the critical contributions of all staff. Investment of infrastructure and workforce is essential to ensure safe environments, improve patients' outcome and staff retention. All trade unions play a crucial role in protecting staff, raising concerns and shaping the future direction of the NHS. We ask GMB to campaign for increased and sustained government funding to support staffing, infrastructure and service delivery across the NHS. To campaign for a national programme to address unsafe NHS buildings, ensuring repairs, upgrades and long-term capital investment. To oppose outsourcing and fragmentation and to support policies that bring service back in-house where appropriate. To promote fair pay, safe staffing levels and improved working conditions for all staff. To work with the NHS bodies and government stakeholders to ensure a long-term workforce strategy that supports recruitment, retention and well-being. I second.
Thank you, Teresa. Mover of 190.
President, Congress. Adrian Łukasiewicz, London Region, P35 Local Authority Branch, Peterborough, moving motion 190. When I became a union rep, I thought most of my time would be spent arguing about pay. The reality is that I spend a lot of time talking to members about fairness. Members who work hard, care about what they do and take pride in the job, but still feel like they are being left behind. And that's what this motion is about. Over the years, I've sat in meetings with workers who are worried about paying their bills. I've spoken to people who are anxious every time a contract is up for renewal because they don't know what changes are coming next. I've listened to school support staff, teaching assistants, council and Medires employees talking about increasing pressures and responsibilities while feeling that the value isn't recognised in the way it should be. What strikes me is that these conversations are often not about the work itself. The work matters, the workers know it matters, the public knows it matters. The problem is that too many people delivering vital public services are treated differently because of the way those services are organised. Congress, I don't believe a worker becomes worthless because the payslips come from different employer. I don't believe somebody's contribution suddenly becomes less important because of service has been outsourced. And I certainly don't believe public money should ever be used to create a situation when one group of workers is expected to accept lower standards than another. Yet, this is exactly what too many of our members experience. As union representatives, we see the human side of these decisions. We see the frustration of workers who do everything that is asked of them and still feel like they are getting a worse deal than the person standing next to them. That is why this motion matters. Because this isn't really about contracts. It isn't really about procurement. It isn't even really about outsourcing. At its heart, it's about respect. It's about whether we believe that every worker delivering a publicly funded service deserves fairness, dignity and security at work. I believe they do, and I believe our union should say clearly that public money should never be used to drive down standards and should never create second-class workers. Congress, our movement, has always been at its best when it brought workers together, not divided them. This motion follows the same principle. It says that workers deserve decent standards, not because of who employs them, but because of the value of the work they do. I ask Congress to support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Adrian. Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress, tap table. I am going to second the 1.9 Public Service Minimum Employment Standards. As my comrade Adrian has said to you, this motion is about fairness. Your pay slip, just because you may not work for the hospital, you may be a contractor. If you're doing that job, then you're entitled to the same money. Services are getting more and more outsourced, no matter where you work. The person on the left or the right of you matters. More so than the pen-pushing manager who sits in their office. As Adrian said, fairness, dignity and security. Everybody who goes to work, that's all they're really looking for. These are all things that this great union says it stands for. Workers deserve decent standards, not because, like utility companies, they get to send you the bill, but because they deserve decent standards. We ask Congress to support this motion, and we thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Alistair. Mover of motion 192, please.
President, Vice President, hello Congress. Gemma Williamson from the K40 branch in North East Yorkshire and Humber. Over the last year, I'm proud to have led hundreds of workers from Airedale Hospital in a major industrial campaign to improve not only their working terms and conditions, but also the future of NHS workers across the country. I want to start by paying tribute to my members, their bravery, their resolve. We are cleaners, technicians, catering staff and porters. We all care greatly about our patients and our community. Yet we came together against the odds to fight for one basic principle, that all NHS workers deserve NHS pay. That's fundamentally what this is about. In Airedale and so many other NHS trusts around the country, management have set up subcos to employ staff on poorer terms and conditions. Of course, these staff are the lowest paid in the trust, and of course we are most likely to be women, BAME, and on the lower breadlines. Of course, we are workers that care that our wards are cleaned and that our patients are fed, and that the needs and the standards of the hospital are kept. But the trust never thought we would get organised and take them on, but they were wrong. And in Airedale, it became increasingly obviously to me that this model was simply not sustainable, and that we could not go on accepting that many of our members would be forced to retire in poverty pension, We are absolutely integral in keeping the hospital running. We take on extended roles going above and beyond, working as a team to deliver. Yet despite our two-tier workforce, and let me be clear, we should all be on NHS terms and conditions, with the same rights to pension, holiday pay and sick pay. Who can it possibly benefit that public-run NHS are so division among staff? It's time to close this loophole to ensure every worker stuck in a subco, past, present and future, get the working benefits we deserve. Started at Airedale 16 years ago as a receptionist and moved through various departments. Today I work as a sterile technician, cleaning theatre equipment. Having become a GMB rep, I was determined to change things for the better. I was told it couldn't be done, and I particularly remember using record levels of agency staff that one manager said to me, to boost staff morale, he handed out chocolate bars. That didn't put a meal on the table. So we did, we got organised. On the ground, we recruited, we fought for a change. We balloted, and for that took repeated strike action. We gained supporters from across the country and took our fight to the Secretary of State himself, and we won. When this began, I am sure that our subco, AGH Solutions, never thought we would win, parity in our wages, holiday and sick pay entitlements. But they were wrong, we won. And I know for certain they never expected West Streeting to stand up at the Labour Party conference and say, having heard testimony from one of our domestic cleaners, Sandra, from Airedale, that the unions, that no new subcos would be created without worker support, and that announcement caused a kerfuffle in the trust across the country. Because that's what we can do when we stand together. I want to thank the Secretary of State for what he has done, but I also want him to go further. This motion is about taking the next step to give all those currently working in subcos full NHS pay and work. At Airedale, we have more to do. Pension parity is our next battle, and I know that by standing united we will win. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Gemma. Seconder.
President, Congress, Matthew Thomas, proud rep of the K40 branch, Airedale, North East Yorkshire and the Humber region. Congress, can I start by sending a wholehearted thanks from all our members to every branch that donated to our strike fund and kept our members on the picket line. You are the best of our movement. Thank you. This motion's called to set up a regional campaign of groups of activists and officers from all subco workforces fighting for full NHS pay and conditions to develop a national strategy is an incredibly important one. Thanks to the brave action of our branch members, legislative changes have been made and the framework for other subcos to fight back has been laid. It was an enormous privilege to stand beside Gemma in this organising campaign, and during the action I spoke to staff and patients to explain the strike and its importance. It didn't take much explaining. Every staff member, every patient I spoke to, despite the increased workload and disruptions caused by the strike action, was 100% behind our members and their cause. For every NHS subco out there that's thinking of engaging or is engaging with their employers against this righteous fight, know that your sisters and brothers in the NHS stand behind you. Don't let your employers intimidate you. Don't let them silence you, and don't let them deny your true worth. We've taken some big steps at Airedale for pay justice, but to win more, we need to take this to a national fight. Together, we fight for NHS pay for workers and NHS workers. Together, we will win. Congress, I second this motion. Please support.
Brilliant. Thank you, Matthew. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? In that case, can I ask Tracy Ashton from the CEC to respond, please? And while Tracy comes up, can I ask movers and seconders of 193, 194, 196 and composite 9 to come down to the front, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Tracy Ashton of the CEC, responding to motion 190. On motion 190, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. This motion is in line with the previous year's motions on insourcing and outsourcing. The qualification being as outlined in the 2023 CEC Special Report on Public Sector Pay. Congress does not seek to bind the hands of our negotiators. GMB will, through our policy and political work, campaign for ending the injustice of the two-tier workforce. We can create resources to support local campaigns to organise outsourced workers, achieve parity and oppose future contracts. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualifications motion 190. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Does London Region accept the qualification on 190? Thank you. Therefore, CEC are supporting 185, 186 and 192. London accepts the qualification. So I'll put all those to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. Thank you. Could I have the mover of motion 193, please?
President, Congress, Ashton Green, Midlands Region. I rise to move motion 193, a comprehensive review of Agenda for Change non-nursing roles in line with the qualification that has been set out by the CEC. Agenda for Change was introduced across the NHS in 2004. This was to provide a fair and consistent framework for pay, grading and job evaluation. More than 20 years later, there are growing concerns that this has not kept pace with changes across the NHS workforce. The NHS has changed dramatically, but many job descriptions, profiles and bandings have not. Responsibilities have increased, technologies have advanced, we've got the use of AI, professional standards have evolved and workforce pressures are ever growing. Yet too many staff feel the reality of their roles is not reflective in their banding or pay. As a result, in 2023, following concerns raised by staff, employers and trade unions, a national review of nursing profiles was launched. This was aimed to recognise the nursing roles had evolved significantly since Agenda for Change was first introduced. Since our motion was written, I'm pleased to say that NHS national reforms and discussions have begun with our national officer with responsibility for the sector. While I welcome this opportunity, I remain somewhat sceptical and that they will fully address the concerns raised in the motion unless NHS staff have continued to press for meaningful change. I must say, if nursing roles have changed enough to warrant a national review, then it must be only right that we examine how other roles have evolved too. Administrative and support staff are often found to be doing additional duties within their roles without any banding or increase in pay. Allied health professionals, scientific professionals, ambulance service professionals, technical staff, healthcare support workers and many others have also seen their roles become increasingly complex and demanding. This is why a comprehensive review of NHS evaluation system is needed to ensure that job profiles reflect the work that is being done today and that workers are fairly rewarded for the responsibilities that they carry 24/7. We must also address workforce change. Congress, too often Band 2 and Band 3 vacancies are advertised as fixed-term posts while staff are being considered for suitable alternative employment. A temporary role is not a suitable alternative when workers need job security and certainty in the current political and economic landscape. Every NHS worker contributes to patient care and deserves effective delivery of services. Every worker deserves to know that their role is properly recognised, evaluated and appropriately rewarded. Congress, a framework was introduced in 2004, cannot be assumed to remain fit for purpose without regular review. The NHS, healthcare and the workforce have all changed. Our job evaluation must change too. And that is the message that I send to the DHS today. I therefore ask Congress to support this motion 193 in the qualification that has been set out accordingly by the CEC. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Well done, Ash. Well done. Seconder.
Good. Oh, it's still morning, yeah? Just right. Good morning, everybody. It is I again. Everybody that works in hospitals and the NHS are valued staff, from the nurses, from right down, but some staff are still discriminated against. You know, you see the cleaners. You know, I'll give you an example. I was in the hospital and this person was being abused. One of the cleaners were being abused. Her English wasn't her first language. So I said to the person in no uncertain terms where to go and leave the person alone to do their job. When I said to the member of staff, I went, would you like me to report them? She went, no, 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 no. She was agency. Without staff like that who clean up the mess that people make, or the porters, you know, or the non-nursing staff, and I'm not being, because my wife's a nurse, so please don't think I'm, you know, they don't get the value that they should. Nobody in the NHS gets the value that they should, including nurses. And for me, they should all have a pay rise, and it should be a permanent job, not agency, not bank. Obviously, people choose to be bank, but it needs to be permanent because they are on a living wage. They're on a low working rate. So for me, that's why I'm seconding this motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And then the mover of motion 194.
Congress, President Gareth Bromhall, W17, the Welsh Ambulance Service branch, second-time delegate but first-time speaker. I'm proud to move this motion, a motion that I wrote, complicated technical title and all, which was born out of the reality that I and my members face every day. I'm a Band 3 call handler in the Welsh Ambulance Service and the child of 2 psychiatric nurses, so I understand that NHS staff are overworked, underpaid. Our pay is worth 1/3 less today than it was in 2010, and a decade and a half of no or below inflation pay in positions has left the workforce on our knees. There is a crisis in recruitment and retention. Thousands of roles are left unfilled, and turnovers through the roof as staff look for better terms and conditions elsewhere, often in the private sector. Our union and the movement as a whole have fought to win and defend in social hours enhancements to ensure shift workers are properly compensated for their time away from family, friends and their wider community. Many now rely on these payments to make ends meet, pay their mortgage, utilities, grocery shops, all of which are going up faster than our pay. We must absolutely fight for higher pay and better conditions this year and in the long term, but this motion serves to preserve and enhance hard-fought-for conditions when staff are at their most vulnerable. Currently, the landscape for maintaining unsocial hours pay across the UK is messy, unequal, and in most areas detrimental to our staff and members. As well as the loss of the paid enhancements, there is also the indignity of waiting for payments to be restored. In Wales, for instance, once a member goes sick, it's currently taking between 2 to 3 months for enhancements to be restored and back paid. Our NHS management claim to practice compassionate management, but this is a punitive practice aimed at members already not fit for work and can have a further detrimental effect on their health and well-being. And that threat of financial hardship means some staff are hesitant to report sick, meaning they work while unfit, which is a genuine risk to health and safety of them and to patients. Importantly, this motion states that as a matter of principle, there should be no loss or delayed payment of enhancements in cases of industrial injury or in the case related to sexual safety. The demands in this motion are simple, but I think powerful. We're making the first demand because we want to highlight the issue of inequality across the NHS and organise around an effective campaign for no loss of pay. This can support recruitment and our other organisational priorities. We are making the second demand to ensure that this demand is considered in any pay negotiations within the NHS and ambulance employees. We don't want to dictate negotiations in individual NHS organisations. However, we think it's worth considering as an example of a clear gain for members. With the new Plaid Cymru government in Cardiff, a continuing SNP government in Holyrood, and the existing government in Westminster and Stormont, we are also calling for this specific final demand following the recent Employment Rights Act coming into force to be lobbied for by our union in the halls of power. Our NHS faces an existential crisis. The next period will see the future of our NHS decided. This motion forms part of a solution to support staff and reduce turnover whilst aiding recruitment. Naib Evans said the NHS will last for as long as there are folk left to fight for it. Support this motion, support that fight. Thank you.
Well done, Gary. Well done. After Cliff yesterday, I get very suspicious of people wearing hats today, because it's like, oh. Seconder, please.
President, Congress, Jonathan Strachan-Taylor, NHS worker. Wales and South West, the marvellous Wales and South West region. Seconding motion 194. Congress, I'm proud to support this motion. It's about something simple. Fairness for the people who keep our NHS running. The NHS has the lowest paid women members on minimum wage across the country. Our pay has gone backwards in real terms since 2010, and for many, unsocial hours payments aren't extras. They're essential to their pay. It's what allows people to pay the bills, run their homes, to survive. And yet those same workers fall ill. Those payments are taken away or delayed for months on end. Congress, how can we justify this withholding of pay? In England, they lose pay from day one. In Wales, from week one. Scotland and Northern Ireland, we do see some protection. But this inconsistency isn't just unfair, it's damaging physically and mentally. Because when staff know they'll lose income, they don't always stay home when they're sick. They come into work because often they're too scared to call in sick. Unwell, exhausted, not fit for work, burned out. That puts them at risk. It puts colleagues at risk. It puts patients at risk. It puts you at risk. This is not compassionate management. There are punitive policies that punish people for being human, punishing good workers. It makes a worsening recruitment and retention crisis even worse, driving people out of the NHS and costing more in the long run. No worker should face financial loss for being ill, no worker should be penalised after industrial injury or issues of sexual safety, and no worker should have to choose between their health and their income. So we say, no delay, no detriment from day one across the whole UK. This motion calls for a campaign for negotiation and pressure on governments to make this a reality. Our members have given everything. Now they're asking for your help to make work better. Congress, help our NHS heroes and support this motion.
Thank you. The mover of motion 196, please. 196, North Western Irish region. Is there a mover? Do you want to move it formally? Sorry? Formally? And is that then... you're accepting the reference back with that. Perfect. Thank you very much. And then the move of composite 9, please.
President Congress, Mary Mulligan, GMB Scotland, moving composite 9, inconsistency of the Emergency Workers Act and greater support for NHS workers facing violence and abuse. Congress, no NHS worker should go to work expecting to be hit, threatened, spat at, abused or assaulted, but too many do. Across the NHS, violence and abuse against staff has become far too common. It happens in hospitals and ambulances, in clinics and wards, in reception areas and in community settings. And Congress, our members are tired of being told this is a zero tolerance policy, when after the incident, nothing seems to happen. They are tired of employers paying lip service to staff safety, while the workers who are assaulted are left to carry the consequences of their own, on their own. They report abuse and assault, they fill in forms, then they go back to work shaken, injured and frightened. And too often they're left wondering whether anyone in the management, policing or government is really prepared to act. The law exists for a reason. In Scotland, England, Wales and Northern Ireland, there are legal protections for emergency workers. Those laws are supposed to send a clear message. Assaulting the NHS and emergency workers is serious and it should have consequences. But a law that is not used consistently does not protect workers properly. A policy that is not enforced does not keep staff safe. A poster on the wall saying zero tolerance is no comfort to a worker who has been assaulted and left unsupported. Congress, this composite calls for practical action, not lip service. It calls on employers to fulfil their duty of care. It calls on governments to reaffirm these protections. It calls for GMB to write to ministers, police chiefs, employers' bodies to demand better enforcement and better support. And it calls for public campaigning so patients, visitors and the public understand that abuse of NHS workers is not part of a job. Our members care for people at their most vulnerable. They deserve to be protected when they are vulnerable too. Congress, violence against NHS staff must be reported, taken seriously, followed through and acted on. Zero tolerance means zero tolerance. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Mary. And then the seconder from North East Yorkshire and Humber.
President, Congress, Matthew Thomas, North East Yorkshire and the Humber region. As an NHS healthcare assistant, I've cared for countless patients from a variety of backgrounds and a wide range of conditions. We don't do it for the paycheck, but because we're passionate about our patients, the incredible NHS and the brilliantly diverse nation that we proudly call home. Despite this, workers within the NHS are often subject to verbal, physical, homophobic and racist abuse. Every NHS trust has a form of challenging behaviour policy and a zero-tolerance approach. Yet time and time again, workers are expected to stand there and take it, often not supported by their employer. Too often, management waits until a member of staff goes off sick with stress before they even think to put an employee health referral. From the junior sister being horrifically strangled to the point of bruising, to the nursing associate being threatened by a dementia patient wielding a fire extinguisher, to the healthcare support worker being spat at, kicked and punched. If you're an NHS worker, this all sounds familiar. Scenes like this are happening all over the country right now. That is unless workers make the most important decision of their lives, to prove to themselves that they have the strength and the courage to stand up for dignity at work. Congress, we must demand better support, greater access to essential training such as breakaway and de-escalation techniques, and to raise awareness amongst GMB members and wider NHS staff that violence and aggression is not simply a natural part of life in healthcare. I call on Congress for GMB to demand the NHS at a local and national level to really address violent and abusive behaviours in the NHS. Congress, please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Matthew. Does anyone want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? In that case, can I ask CC Speaker William McCluskey to respond?
President, Congress, William McCluskey of the CEC, responding to motions 193 and 196. On motion 193, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. The CEC agrees that there needs to be a comprehensive review of the agenda for change, and that is currently ongoing at this present time. However, we would seek to review not just for one sector of the workforce, it would be for all. On motion 196, the CEC is seeking to refer. This motion affects Northern Ireland specifically, and therefore recommend this motion be referred back to the North West Irish region for action. We support the intention of this motion, and no workers from the NHS or NIAS should fall behind in pay just because of where they live. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualification motion 193 and asking motion 196 to be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, William. So North West Irish region have agreed to that reference back. Says, does Midlands accept the qualification? Thank you. Then I shall put, and CEC are supporting 194 and Composite 9, so I shall put those to the vote. All those in favour of motion 193, 194 and Composite 9, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're carried. That takes us on to the continuation of industrial and economic policy public services. Could I have the mover and seconder of motion 20, but then also the ones I said we're bringing forward, 201, 202 and 203, down to the front, please. The mover of 200 could come to the rostrum. Hmm? 200. Mover of 200, GMB Scotland. For you. Come on then.
Sorry, I was in a wee world of my own then. President Congress, Mary Mulligan, GMB Scotland, moving motion 200. Always available, never rested. Congress, the title of this motion says it all. Always available, never rested. That is the reality facing our members in the NHS emergency care settings every day. Ambulance crews waiting for a call that could come at 3 a.m. Midwives who have already worked a full shift, expected to drop everything at a moment's notice. Cardiac specialists, the people we trust with our lives at our most vulnerable, running on empty. This is not dedication. This is exploitation, dressed up as a commitment. On-call arrangements were never designed for emergency care settings. They were built to save money to get frontline, life-saving healthcare on the cheap. And the cost is being paid by our members in exhaustion, burnout, and in broken work-life balance. And it is being paid by patients through delayed call-outs, fatigue, staff, and dangerous gaps in coverage. When workers rightly need when workers rightly need compensatory rest. Let's be clear. A tired paramedic is not a safe paramedic. A midwife running on 3 hours sleep is not the standard of care that mothers and babies deserve. This is not just a workers' rights issue, it's a patient safety crisis. Congress, we must call this out for what it is. GMB must lead the campaign and end on call-in emergency care settings and to conduct the research that provides what our members already know to be true. Workers and patients deserve better. Let's fight for both. Please support this motion. GMB accepts the referral. All I'm going to say is, please a break.
Thank you, Mary. Seconder? Formally, thank you. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to that motion? I did hear Mary say they accept the reference back, but Saeed, I'm going to ask just Saeed to explain, as a CEC speaker.
President, Congress, Syed Raza of the CEC responding to motion 200, which is the CEC is seeking to refer. We support most of the motion. However, the motion's proposal for an end to all on-call work needs to be made after full consultation with NHS national committees and membership. This motion therefore needs to be reviewed involving the national committees and membership with a report back to the Congress 2027. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motion 200 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Saeed. Just to confirm, GMB Scotland happy to accept that reference back? Yes, thank you. That means there's no vote. That moves us on to the public services, the mover of 201, please. And can I just say that thank you to those delegates who have had their motions brought forward, because I know you thought you had lunchtime to prepare a bit more, but I really appreciate that you can relax now. Once you've done this, you can go and have a really nice lunch.
Thanks, Barbara. You're getting your fill of GMB Scotland this morning. President, Congress and Dean, GMB Scotland moving motion 201, no photographs please. Congress, NHS workers have the right to do their jobs without being filmed, photographed, posted online or turned into social media content without their consent. That should be a basic matter of dignity. But across the NHS, staff are increasingly facing phones being pointed at them while they're trying to deliver care. Sometimes it's in a ward, sometimes a waiting room, sometimes it's during a consultation, a procedure, or a moment of distress. At Congress, this is not harmless. It can identify staff by name, badge or face. It can capture other patients in the background. It can record confidential conversations. It can turn a difficult clinical moment into something shared, commented on and judged by strangers online. Our members should not have to worry about that while they are caring for patients. They are also being recorded for TikTok, Facebook or Instagram or whatever other platform. They should not have to wonder whether a bad day, a difficult exchange or a stressful incident will be taken out of context and uploaded for the world to see. And patients have rights too. We're all patients. We're all NHS patients. Hospitals and clinics are places where people are vulnerable. They are places where private information is shared, where bodies are exposed, where families are frightened and where dignity matters. We have a right to confidentiality when it comes to our medical information and situations. And staff are obliged to ensure that this is maintained. It's part of their codes of conduct. That is why no filming and no photography policy exists. But a policy that is ignored is not enough. A sign on the wall is not enough. NHS boards and trusts must enforce their own rules. They must give staff clear reporting routes and they must challenge breaches. They must support workers when they're being filmed without consent, and where further legal guidance is needed, employers should get it. Congress, this motion is not about stopping patients from understanding their own care. It's about protecting staff and the patients and protecting safe services. NHS workers are there to care, not to be recorded without consent. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Seconder.
President, Congress, Caroline Noden, GMB Scotland, Veteran Speaker, seconding motion 201. Congress, I am pleased to second this motion. This is about the basic right of NHS workers to be treated with dignity and respect while they are doing their jobs. No member of staff should have to work under the threat that they be filmed, photographed, or posted online without their consent. No nurse, porter, cleaner, healthcare assistant, receptionist, paramedic, or any other NHS worker should have to worry that a difficult moment at work could be taken out of context and shared across social media. Congress, hospitals and healthcare settings are not public stages. They are places of care, privacy, and vulnerability. Staff are dealing with people at some of the most difficult moments in their lives. Patients may be distressed, unwell, or exposed. Families may be frightened. Confidential information may be discussed. This is why unauthorised filming and photography is so serious. It affects staff, but it also affects patients and the safe running of services. It can breach privacy, undermine trust, and make already pressured workplaces even more difficult. Policies do already exist, but they must be enforced. Staff need clear support from employers. They need proper reporting routes. They need to know that when they raise concerns, action will be taken. This motion asks for practical steps, proper enforcement, public awareness, clear communication, and further guidance where needed. Congress, NHS workers are there to care for patients. They are not there to be recorded without consent. Congress, I second.
Thank you, Caroline. Mover of motion 202.
President, Congress, Elizabeth Aarons, GMB Scotland, moving motion 202, ending toxic culture in the NHS and protecting the staff who speak out. Congress, our members don't need warm words, they need action. When NHS trusts allow toxic cultures to persist, staff are harmed, voices are silenced, and patient care suffers. That failure must have consequences. NHS staff are told not to speak. Are told to speak up when something is wrong, but every policy says concerns should be raised, unsafe practice should be challenged, and patient safety should come first. But in practice, that is too often not what happens. When staff do speak up, too many are labelled difficult, isolated from their colleagues, or left to face the consequences on their own. GMB must use its collective strength to lobby government to hold NHS Trust to account where toxic workplace cultures are allowed to continue. This means real oversight, independent scrutiny and clear sanctions for employers who fail to protect staff. Trusts that tolerate bullying, harassment, discrimination or retaliation for speaking up should not be shielded from accountability. Our members deserve a union that does more than respond after harm is done. They deserve a union that fights proactively, challenges power and forces change. GMB must be relentless in demanding action, not excuses, and stand alongside members who speak up at personal cost. Congress, supporting this motion is about a commitment to our members, a commitment that we will not accept toxic cultures as just the way it is. A commitment that we demand accountability from employers and government alike, and that's and that we will fight for safe, respectful workplaces across the NHS. That is the action our members expect, and that is the actions they deserve. If government and NHS employers are serious about improving care, they must start by protecting the workers who know where the risks are. Congress, I move.
Well done. Well done, Elizabeth. And then the seconder, please.
President Congress, Elsie Snedden, GMB Scotland. Feeling privileged to second motion 202. Having worked as a nurse and midwife for the past 41 years, I have personally witnessed the changes, not for the better, that affect staff and cause the need to whistle-blow. They are attempting to raise concerns about bullying and harassment, about staffing levels and about issues which can affect patient safety and patient care. This then has an impact on recruitment and retention because whistleblowing makes them leave the job. A sister union has done a survey and 42% of nurses and midwives are leaving the NHS. Why, you may ask? Because this is what a toxic atmosphere causes in the NHS. When staff are considering or making the decision to raise concerns, they can feel intimidated, undervalued and isolated. They are labelled as the problem where the real issue is ignored or avoided. Some managers do not wish to deal with the situation and some don't know how to deal with it. Too often concerns are avoided because managers are worried about the next level of management will think or because they cannot cope with situations themselves. All of this leads to staffing issues, sickness absence, with staff under pressure to retract statements or not voice them at all. NHS staff need to feel valued, appreciated and safe at work. NHS staff need to be able to have open, honest relationships with peers and management. This motion is asking Congress to take forward motion 202 to support NHS staff in all GMB regions. This is not a Scottish issue, this is a UK-wide issue, and it's asking for anti-bullying training, stronger protection for those who speak up and transparent reporting. Congress, I move.
Well done, Elsie. Thank you. And the mover of 203, please.
President Congress, Elizabeth Aarons, GMB Scotland, moving motion 203, increasing costs for nurses. Congress, nurses cannot practice without registration. This means the NMC fee is not optional, it's not a subscription, and it's not a professional extra that workers can choose to pay if they want to. It's a compulsory cost of doing the job. For years, the annual registration fee has been £120. Now the Nursing and Midwifery Council has approved an increase to £143, subject to parliamentary approval. For some, that may be presented as modest, a monthly rise, but for nurses already facing rising bills, stretched household budgets and years of pressure and the NHS, it's another cost of being placed on the worker. And Congress, that matters. Nurses are already paid to stay in the profession. They pay to maintain registration, to meet professional standards and keep doing the work our health service depends on. They do that while working under pressure, covering gaps, carrying responsibility and often facing abuse, exhaustion and unsafe staffing. So when the regulator increases the fee, nurses are entitled to ask why. They're entitled to know whether every option has been examined. They're entitled to know why the cost is falling on registrants. They're entitled to know whether the consultation has properly listened to those who actually pay the fee. They're entitled to expect transparency in how their money is being used. Of course, disciplinary and fitness to practice process matters. Patients must be protected and professional standards must be upheld. But it cannot simply be assumed that every increase in regulatory costs should be passed on to every nurse without proper scrutiny. This motion asks GMB to monitor these increases closely, assess the impact on members and take action where any rise is disproportionate or unjustified. Also asks the Government to ensure that the consultation registration fees is transparent accountable and properly considered. Congress, nurses should not be treated as an easy resource for income for a regulator under pressure. They deserve fairness, accountability and respect. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And seconder, please.
President, Congress, Pauline Ward, GMB Scotland, seconding motion 203. First time delegate, first time speaker. Congress, I'm pleased to second this motion. The point at the heart of this motion is a simple one. Nurses should not be expected to absorb rising professional costs without proper scrutiny, transparency and accountability. Registration with the Nursing and Midwifery Council, the NMC, is a condition of practice. Nurses have no real choice in the matter. If they want to continue doing the job they're trained to do and the job our NHS depends upon, they must pay the fee. That's why any increase really matters. At a time when nurses are already facing pressure at work and pressure at home, an increase in registration fees is not just an administrative issue. It's another cost being placed on workers who are already giving so much. We do recognise the importance of regulation, professional standards and patient safety. But those principles don't remove the need for fairness. They make transparency that much more important. Congress, nurses deserve to know why the increase is needed, how the figure has been reached, what alternatives have been considered, and whether their views have been properly taken into account. This motion asks GMB to stand with members, to monitor the impact of these increases, and crucially, to challenge any rise that's disproportionate or unjustified. Congress, nurses deserve better than being treated as a convenient source of funding. They deserve fairness, accountability, and respect. Congress, I second.
Well done, Pauline. See, none of you needed that extra time to prepare. You were perfect. Your speeches were great. The time was spot on, so well done. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No, the CEC are supporting all three, so I'll put them all together as one group. So all those in favour of 201, 202, 203, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. That is the end of the motions for this morning. Before we close for lunch, we do have a short solidarity message from our sister trade union centre in South Korea, the Korean Confederation of Trade Unions. I think these messages are really lovely. That is the end of Congress for this morning. Please be back in the hall at 2 p.m. There's been another 11 first-time speakers this morning. Have a great lunch. Can I call Congress to order? Hope you all had a good lunchtime. Can I ask Karen Dudley of the SOC to move special report number 6?
President, Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC report number 6. Congress, before I start, the SOC requests that delegates are mindful when talking to each other on the floor, not to disturb other delegates in close proximity trying to listen to the debates. Also, smoking. As previously requested, no smoking outside the main door. Barriers will be erected and smoking will not be permitted between the building and the barrier. Withdrawn motions. There's been no further withdrawn motions. Emergency motions. Congress, please note that Emergency Motion 5, Middle East conflict, impact on aviation, and Emergency Motion 6, Government Adoption Apology, will be debated tomorrow morning. The SOC will consider further requests for emergency motions. The SOC will update Congress accordingly. President, Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC report number 6.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody want to speak in opposition to it? In that case, can I ask all those in favour of the report? Please show. Thank you. Any against? That report's carried. Thank you. Congress, it is my great pleasure to announce that the winner of this year's Mary MacArthur Health and Safety Representative of the Year Award is Patrick Timpson from North West and Irish Region. Patrick has consistently gone above and beyond to protect Asda colleagues and customers. He regularly visits stores to train safety reps and improve health and safety standards. Patrick's work has made many Asda stores safer and more inclusive for disabled members by successfully challenging discrimination and promoting reasonable adjustments. We will now play our award winner video.
Being a trade unionist, it does define you. I think that's very much how I define myself is as a trade unionist. As reps, we want to speak up. This is our workplace, this is our work environment. Companies like Asda make a lot of money. And as a trade unionist, we want to ensure that a part of that is used towards protecting the workforce. Particularly in retail, when an employer comes under the level of financial pressure that is, Asda's going through, the first thing to go out the window really is health and safety. We're struggling for colleagues in the store. We've got colleagues doing the work of 3 or 4 people. We've had issues around risk assessments, not being up to date, not being kept, cluttered back of house areas. The priority is really with the value of the goods. It's not with supporting the members. That's the problem we're facing day in, day out. The reason I'm passionate about health and safety is I'm passionate about my members. What we do really is we take on each health and safety issue piece by piece, gathering feedback. A lot of the time we've done that via webinars, we've done that via surveys. I do identify issues as I walk around. It's presenting that then to the management team as well, and knowing how to communicate and insist when something's wrong. The campaign that we've been running here has been equal health and safety, using the depots as a comparator. As a warehouse colleague, it's been clear to me all along that there is a big disparity between the treatment of health and safety within a depot and the health and safety within a store. The yellow markings around the depot were all repainted, they're all fresh. Availability of PPE was everywhere. It had to be provided on demand, and there is no reason why we should give preferential treatment to those depot workers over colleagues in stores. Asda always challenges. Every step of the way, Asda will say, what detail do you have? And I'm glad to say that we've risen to that challenge and we've gone out and we've got that detail. Ultimately, they agreed with us. They hired somebody to reassess all the risk assessments in collaboration with GMB. They've reinstated health and safety training, and they've also hired an external company to come in and audit health and safety within the retail outlets. I'm really proud of what we've achieved. It isn't easy taking on a company the size of Asda. So to have actually gone out and made that difference is a real point of pride for me. There's a lot of people out there who come to work and go home without that voice. If I can facilitate that voice in any way, then I've done a good job. It's a good day's work. You won't win every fight, but if you keep going, gradually things do improve. And I've seen that in my own workplace.
Unfortunately, Patrick can't be here in person to receive this award, but Claire Ebrell, Alan Ferguson and Melissa Johnson from the region will collect the award on Patrick's behalf and read out a short message from him.
Good afternoon, Congress. I'm Melissa Johnson. I'm from the North Western Irish region, and Patrick unfortunately couldn't be here with us today, but he has sent a little message that he wanted me to read out to you all. So, firstly, please send my apologies for not being there in person, but I am celebrating with my mum, who has recently received the all clear from having cancer, so I hope you understand why I'm not here. I'm truly honoured to receive this award, but it's not just for me alone. Please pass on my sincere thanks to Lindsay and Dan from the National Office for always having my back, and also to everyone in the North Western Irish regional team for giving me my voice. Also to the National Health and Safety Forum for their tireless commitment and continuous hard work on behalf of our members throughout Asda. And finally, above all, I want to recognise our incredible army of reps across the country. Every day we stand together, shoulder to shoulder, with one another, learning together, fighting together, and winning together. We do this not for the recognition or for the awards, but it is for the belief that a unionised world is a better world. So thank you, Congress, and keep fighting the good fight.
Please take our best wishes back to Patrick and his mum for us. Congress, I'm pleased to start this afternoon's business with another GMB activist speaker, this time from North West and Irish region. Will Bennett is one of our GMB reps at bespoke furniture maker Tetra in Lancashire. He will be speaking about their successful campaign to rebuild the union in the workplace and win recognition from the employer. So welcome, Will, to the rostrum.
President, Vice President, Congress. My name is William Bennett from Preston Branch, P42, North Western Irish region. I've been employed by Tetrad for around 5 years now. We're a high-end bespoke furniture manufacturer, once a family-run business, now owned by an investor-backed group. What was a business focused on preserving livelihoods and providing long-term stability for employees has increasingly become a business focused on maximising returns for shareholders. That's why I became a workplace representative 2 years ago. I wanted to protect our members and fight for better working conditions. In that time, we've secured what I believe is our most important win, our recognition agreement. Since becoming a rep, I've had countless opportunities to develop myself and gain the skills needed to represent my members effectively. GMB has taught me how to organise, how to listen, and how to bring workers together to achieve real change. One issue that members repeatedly raised with me was fatigue. Our members work long 10-hour shifts in a physically demanding manufacturing environment. Historically, workers received an afternoon tea break, which gave them an opportunity to rest and recharge during the working day. Over time, that break was taken away, As workloads increased and long shifts remained, members felt increasingly fatigued and believed a basic part of their working conditions had been eroded. Rather than simply taking the issue to management myself, we organised. We spoke to members across the workplace, gathered support, identified our priorities, and built a collective campaign around restoring additional paid break time. The campaign wasn't easy. It involved difficult conversations and a lengthy battle with management, but because members stood together and remained united, we achieved what we set out to do. I'm proud to say we secured an increase in paid breaks for our members, along with hundreds of pounds in back pay. Thanks. Most importantly, this campaign showed our members what can be achieved when workers organise collectively throughout the union. This issue is resolved, but our work isn't finished. There are many more challenges ahead and many more battles to fight, but thanks to the work of our members and the principles of GMB at work, we're in a far stronger position to face them together. The difference today is that our union is stronger than it was before. Following this campaign, we saw membership grow, and workers who had never previously been involved began to take an active interest in the union and the work we were doing. All this has rebuilt the union in my workplace. More people believe in the work we're doing. More people understand the value of being organised. Members are more engaged, more confident, and more willing to stand together when issues arise. That's what GMB at work is all about. For me personally, becoming a representative has been one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. I've developed enormously in confidence, knowledge, and leadership, and I'm proud to stand here today and represent my members. Our campaign delivered better conditions, put money back into workers' pockets, attracted new members, and strengthened our workplace organisation. That is the power of GMB at work. And a special thank you just to my branch secretary, Derek Sutcliffe, the officer who supported my campaign, Tim Collins, and everyone here as well who's continually fighting for our members. Give yourselves a clap. Thank you, Congress.
Inspiring ways to start this afternoon with the award, and then we'll... we move back to motions on industrial and economic policy public section. Could I have the movers and seconders of 204, 205 and 207 down to the front, and the mover of 204 to the rostrum, please? I'm not seeing many people moving. The movers and seconders of 204, 205, 207, that's Midlands, and then GMB Scotland. Mover of 204? We got a mover for 204? Oh, you're coming, right, okay.
Yep, good afternoon. President Congress, my name's Alex. I'm a paramedic and rep from the West Midlands Ambulance Branch, Midlands region, and I'm moving motion 204. At present, student paramedics are unable to legally administer intravenous medicines during their training because there is no provision under Schedule 17 of the Humans Medicines Regulation of 2012 that permits them to do so. This creates a significant gap between education and practice. While student paramedics spend years developing the theological knowledge required to administer medicines safely, they are unable to gain legal supervised experience in administering many of the medicines they can be expected to use immediately on qualification. In contrast, student midwives are provided a formulary of medicine under Schedule 17 that they could administer under appropriate instruction and supervision. This enables them to develop competence, confidence, and clinical judgment before they enter autonomous practice. For student paramedics, however, the first occasion on which they can legally administer any intravenous medicine is often their first day as a registered paramedic, when they are no longer practicing under direct supervision. This is an anomaly that benefits neither practitioners or patients. Perhaps the clearest example of the problem is intravenous cannulation. Student paramedics are trained and assessed as competent to insert a cannula into a patient's vein. However, once that cannula is inserted, they cannot legally flush it with saline to confirm its patency under the current legislative framework. As a result, the student may be permitted to perform the invasive procedure itself, but are prevented from carrying out the routine medicines administration required to complete it. The paramedic mentor has to step in and complete the procedure. This demonstrates a disconnect between current legislation and contemporary practice. If student paramedics were permitted to administer a defined formulary of medicines under instruction and supervision, they would gain greater competence and confidence, and more importantly, patients would benefit from practitioners who have already demonstrated proficiency in medicines administration, before assuming full professional responsibility. Let me be clear, this is not a request to lower standards and expand practice without safeguards. Rather, it's a request to modernise legislation so that student paramedics can train safely and effectively under the supervision of a registered professional, in the same way that other healthcare students already do. I therefore call upon Congress to engage with government, NHS committees and working groups to review and hopefully amend the Human Medicines Regulations of 2012, specifically Schedule 17, to introduce supervised medicines formulary for a student paramedic. I urge Congress to support this motion. Thank you very much. I move.
Thank you, Alex. Seconder.
Hi, I'm Sally, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. I'm a newly qualified paramedic as well as branch president from the West Midlands Ambulance Branch, Midland Region, and I'm proud to second this motion. The mover has clearly explained the legislative issue, so I want to speak about the impact on student paramedics and, most importantly, patient safety. As a student paramedic, I spent years studying medicine management, pharmacology and clinical decision-making. I was trained, assessed and trusted to perform many advanced clinical skills, yet despite this, I was unable to legally administer certain intravenous medicines, even under the direct supervision of an experienced paramedic mentor. I remember the frustration of completing most of a patient's treatment only for my mentor to step in to administer the medicine or finish the procedure because the law prevented me from doing so. Then overnight, everything changed. One day, I was a student, unable to gain supervised experience. The next day, as a registered paramedic, I was expected to take full responsibility for administering those same medicines. Congress. Confidence is built through supervised practice, but so is safety. Administering intravenous medicines is not simply about giving a drug. It's about recognising complications, understanding how patients respond in real time, and knowing when something is wrong. Patients can experience pain, phlebitis, and even tissue damage if these are not identified and managed promptly. The current system also creates an unintended risk. Some students, aware of the experience gap on qualification, may feel pressure to seek experience before they are legally permitted, placing themselves, mentors and employers at risk. Let me be clear, this motion does not lower standards. It strengthens them. It allows student paramedics to gain safe, legal, supervised experience before qualification. Congress, if we are serious about patient safety and preparing the next generation of paramedics, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Move motion 205.
Hello, I'm Naira Khan, Midlands Branch, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. I move motion 205, NHS staff parking charges. President Congress, this motion is about fairness. It's about dignity. It's about common sense. Across the NHS, staff are being treated differently depending on where they work. Some workers are paying hundreds of pounds a year just to park at hospital they help keep running. Others are stuck on waiting lists waiting for permits. Some are forced to park streets away whilst walking at late night back to their cars after exhausting shifts. Same NHS, same dedication, same public service. Completely different treatment. That is not fair. That is a postcode lottery, and Congress, it must end. NHS staff should not have to pay to simply turn up for work. Cleaners, porters, healthcare assistants, nurses, admin workers, catering staff, security staff, ambulance staff, every one of them plays a vital part in keeping the NHS moving. Yet too many are being charged before their shift has even begun. For some workers, parking charges are not an inconvenience. They are another bill, another deduction, another pressure on already stretched wages. And at the same time, patients and visitors struggle to find spaces. On-call staff need quick access. Hospital sites are congested. Public transport is often poor, patchy, unreliable, or simply not there when shift workers need it. So, this motion gives us a fair, practical answer. Free parking for NHS staff at NHS premises. Free local public transport where it supports staff getting to and from work. Better transport links to hospitals. And proper protection for those who must drive, including on-call workers and staff working on social hours. But Congress, let us be clear, this cannot be dumped onto already stretched NHS trusts. If government wants a functioning NHS, then government must fund the workers who keep it moving. That means ring-fenced national funding. It means working with local authorities, transport providers and NHS trusts. It means national standards, not local excuses. Because fairness should not depend on your postcode, it should not depend on your job title, and it certainly should not depend on whether your trust can afford to do the right thing. Congress, NHS staff cared for this country through the hardest of times. Very evident during COVID. They turned up when the country needed them the most. They kept wards clean, they moved patients, they answered phones, they prepared food, they provided care, they kept services running. The least this country can do is stop charging them to come to work. So let this Congress send a clear message. No more parking lottery, no more charging workers to care, no more unfair treatment by postcode. Free parking, free transport, fair transport, proper funding, respect for NHS workers. Congress, support motion 205, end the parking lottery, back NHS workers, and demand the funding to make it happen.
Well done, Naira. And seconder?
Oh, Jesus. Simon Martin, Midlands Region, first time delegate, first time speaking. Thanks. Congress, President. I rise to second motion 205 on the NHS staff parking charges. Now, I may end up echoing some of the excellent points that have just been said, so excuse me. So, a few years ago, I had a cancerous brain tumour removed, and this took place the day before my birthday. So, as you can imagine, my birthday wasn't the first thing on my mind. But there was a nursing assistant there named Santi. Throughout the day, he kept appearing beside my bed singing happy birthday and presenting me with what he claimed were gifts. Now, most of these were discarded items that he'd found lying around the ward. At one point, he proudly presented me with a crisp he found on the floor. And to this day, it still puzzles me how somehow he knew it was a prawn cocktail flavour. And I still don't know now because I didn't want to ask him. Now, that does sound like a silly story, but this isn't really about the crisp. It's about the NHS staff. It's about people working long shifts, under pressure, dealing with patients on some of the worst days of their lives, yet still finding the time and energy to make somebody smile. Staff like Santi don't do it because they're paid extra. They don't do it because they're rewarded. They do it because they care. And after giving so much of themselves, what do many NHS workers get in return? A bill to park at work. A charge simply for turning up and doing their job. Many NHS staff have no choice but to drive. Shift patterns don't always match public transport. Early starts, late finishes, and emergency call-outs make driving a necessity, not a luxury. Charging healthcare workers to come to work is unfair. It's an unnecessary financial burden on people who already give more than just others ever will. If we value NHS workers, we should stop treating staff as parking revenue stream and start treating it as a basic workplace provision. Congress, for every Sandy out there, for every nurse, healthcare assistant, porter, cleaner, therapist and member of the NHS staff who turns up every day, let's make a clear message. They should not have to pay simply to come to work. I urge Congress to support motion 205. Thank you, I'm gone. Cheers.
Well done, Simon. And the mover of motion 207, please.
Chair, Congress, Theresa Will, GMB Scotland, moving motion 207 on fighting to be a steward in the NHS. The National Health Service is one of the UK's greatest institutions and built on principle of care based on need. Yet today, both the service and its staff face unprecedented financial and workplace challenges. NHS staff are the backbone of the service, but they're under immense pressure. Chronic workforce shortages, rising service demands, burnt-out staff and declining morale are now everyday realities. At the same time, stewards are the very people who support staff through these pressures and are not being treated with fairness and respect that they deserve. This is viable when having meetings with management and staff. Congress, when our stewards work within the NHS, it should not determine whether they receive facility time, as this is a major issue. They must be equally for all stewards regarding their role or their settings. We have recognised partnerships and facility policies in the NHS, so why is this still acceptable for HR and management to interpret them inconsistently or to deny stewards the time that they need to support members, as this is a regular issue with management? Choosing to be a steward means standing up for colleagues, often in difficult circumstances, but that should not come at a cost of their own work-life balance. Stewards should not be expected to carry out union duties in their own time. This happens more frequently. as we cover all shift patterns over a 7-day period. These issues sit in a wider crisis. Workforce pressures are being consistently by years of pain restraint, poor planning, insufficient staffing, and pressures of being overworked. Staff need better pay, improved conditions, and meaningful support if we are to sustain the NHS for future generations. Whether that's new working models, reduced hours, or service redesigned, these must be negotiated properly with trade unions and implemented fairly across all roles. This includes our stewards. We need national guidelines on facility time so that health boards cannot continue to apply policies inconsistently. We need recognition that supporting staff is not optional, it's essential. We need the government and the NHS leadership to act and to strengthen the voice of staff and their representatives, as this requires immediate action. So Congress, I call on the GMB to push for clarity, fairness and support for NHS stewards in every role and in every setting, because without staff there is no NHS, and without stewards there is no voice for staff. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Teresa. Seconder, 207. Is there a seconder? Formally? Formally, thank you very much. Anybody wish to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? Then can I ask the CEC Speaker, Paul Turner, to respond, please?
President, Vice President, General Secretary, Congress. Paul Turner, North Western Irish Region, responding on behalf of the CEC to motions 205 and 207. Both we are supporting with qualification. On motion 205, this motion is in line with existing GMB policy on campaigning for free car parking for all NHS workers. Our simple qualification is that public transport is not always an option for all NHS workers due to where they live in relation to the hospital or the hospitals being in rural areas with limited transport options. To motion 207, we acknowledge and support the intent of the motion. We are committed to supporting branches in securing appropriate facility time for stewards, ensuring they're able to carry out their roles effectively and represent members properly. Our qualification is that facility time arrangements are ultimately the responsibility of the individual employing trusts or health boards. These decisions sit with the employer level and cannot be determined by the union. However, we can and we will raise our concerns at a national level. We will continue to engage with the Department of Health and Social Care and encourage the development of clear, supportive guidance to all employees on the importance, or employers, on the importance of enabling effective trade union representation. Subject to the qualifications, the CEC support motion 207. President, in summary, the CEC support both motion with the stated qualifications.
Thank you, Paul. Before I go to the vote, can I ask movers and seconders of Composite 4, motion 77 and 81 to be ready down the front, please. Okay, the CEC is supporting 204 from the Midlands region. Does Midlands accept the qualification on motion 205? And does Scotland accept the qualification on motion 207? Thank you. Then I'll put all those to vote. All those in favour of 204, 205, 207, please show. Thank you. Any against? They're all carried. Could I have them? We now move on to employment policy, which is equality and inclusion. So could I have the move of Composite 4, please?
President, Chair, Congress, Kirsty Rackley, GMB Scotland. Moving Composite 4. Congress, access to toilets is a basic human right. In April 2025, the Supreme Court ruled that for the purposes of the Equality Act, the definition of sex is based on biological sex. The fundamental issue with this debate stems from the guidance issued by the EHRC. Initially, guidance was released, followed by further guidance after a legal challenge from the Good Law Project and further legal analysis. And then further guidance was released. This leaves workers and representatives confused once again, and the rights of transgender people remain unequally protected. Individuals are being forced to use facilities, and usually ones for disabled workers, that do not align with their gender identity, or to use these gender-neutral facilities, which are always singled out for this purpose. This risks outing individuals in the workplace and violates their rights to privacy and protection against discrimination. Of course, if all facilities had individual toilets and sink behind a closed door, they would effectively all be gender neutral. We call on the GMB to lobby governments across the UK to uphold laws to protect everyone and to reform building regulations to include the provision of gender-neutral toilets for all. We also urge GMB to encourage all employers to provide gender-neutral facilities within their workplaces. Congress, finally, some choose a very narrow view of this issue. They should perhaps investigate another fundamental human right, the right to education. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Kirsty. And the seconder from London Region.
President, Vice President, Congress, Taranjit Chana, London Region, seconding compensate 4. Solidarity with all our trans plus siblings. We hear you, we see you, you exist, you have always existed. No executive order, no code of practice, no Supreme Court ruling, no guidance will ever erase your existence. We are with you. This weekend, Blackpool celebrated Pride. Congress, there is no pride without the T. Stormé de Oliveira, a black lesbian, drag queen, and the spark of the Stonewall Uprising said, "It was a rebellion and it was not a riot. Pride began as a protest." The EHRC guidance tells employers and service providers that they must exclude trans plus people from accessing services and spaces. This means that trans plus workers, our members, will be prevented from accessing life-saving support and services, healthcare and safety. Congress, as frontline workers, we are being forced to abide by transphobic practices and policies. It's therefore crucial that our reps and our members are provided with clear and supported information, trans-inclusive, when representing our non-binary, our intersex, gender-diverse workers. Congress, there's no workers' liberation without trans liberation. Please support.
Thank you, Taranjit. Mover of motion 77.
President, Vice President, Congress, George Sharkey, London Region, moving motion 77. This Congress notes with serious concern the growing number of restructures where roles are labelled as suitable alternative employment without any real consideration of the worker in front of them. Decisions are made on job titles and job descriptions, not on people's lives, responsibilities or needs. Across our workplaces, members with caring responsibilities, parents, carers for disabled children or elderly relatives have been told that a role is suitable when the ads, location or flexibility make it completely unworkable. Disabled members and those with long-term health conditions are seeing reasonable adjustments that have taken years to agree suddenly ignored as if they never existed. We are increasingly seeing members told that if they did not apply for or accept these so-called suitable alternatives roles, they were treated as resigned. It forces workers to choose between their job and their caring responsibilities, their health or their dignity. That is why this motion matters. Restructures are not neutral processes. When they fail to take account of caring responsibilities, reasonable adjustments and equality impacts, they disproportionately harm women, disabled workers, older workers and those marginalised groups. They undermine the very principles of equality and inclusion that employers so often claim to champion. This motion calls our union to challenge these unfair restructuring practices and to campaign for clear, enforceable standards. Standards that require employers to properly assess whether a role is generally suitable, not just on paper but in practice. Standards that recognise caring responsibilities, health conditions and agreed reasonable adjustments as essential factors, not inconvenient obstacles. Congress, equality legislation is for a reason. Reasonable adjustments are not optional, caring responsibilities are not a personal failing, and inclusion is not something that can be switched off during a restructure. No member should be forced out of employment because an employer had failed to do their job properly. No one should be pushed into resignation through fear and pressure simply because it's easier for management than doing a fair assessment. GMB has a proud history of standing up for fairness at work. By supporting this motion, Congress is reaffirming that restructures must be done with people at heart, not as a number exercise, but as a process rooted in dignity, respect and justice. I urge Congress to support this motion and send a clear message to employers: equality, inclusion and fair treatment did not disappear in times of change. Congress, I move.
Thank you, George. Seconder.
Good afternoon, President and Congress. I'm Jahanara Uddin from London Region, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. I'm here to second motion 77. Restructuring at work is always a stressful time. However, it became a nightmare when employers used the term suitable alternative employment, such as a trap. Right now, too many of our members are being forced into roles that simply do not work for them. We are seeing parents being told to take shifts that make childcare impossible. We are seeing disabled people being pushed into roles where the reasonable adjustments have been ignored. I want to clear this isn't just happening in theory. It is happening right now in my workplace, in my school. When an offer is truly suitable, it isn't a choice, it is a threat. It's a way to push people out of their jobs without the employers taking responsibility. This motion is vital because it demands the suitability isn't just about a job title, it's about the person. It is about their health, their caring responsibility and rights under the law. By supporting this motion, we are seeing a clear message: employers, you cannot restructure people out of their rights. We are committed to better training for our reps and stronger protection for our members. I'm proud to second this motion. Please support it.
Well done, Jayanara. Mover of motion 81, please.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Madam Vice President, my colleagues and my comrades. Hold on a minute. My name's Karima Kelly from the Southern Region, moving Motion 81. I campaigned to end period poverty back in 2019 with the support of my union. In 2021, the government rightly removed VAT from menstruation products, recognising that these are essential items, not luxury goods. Also, I just want to mention that the GMB are doing some fantastic work for the menopause. This is a toolkit. If you haven't already used this in your employers, please do so. So this decision was welcomed by many women who menstruate, who have been campaigning, and all the trade unions across the country. But today we're asking that Congress recognises that this job is not finished. Since the removal of so-called tampon tax, the new menstruation products have entered the market, and some of them have still got the VAT because they fall outside of their existing definitions. This includes daily supplements, vitamins and symptom relief items. They still carry 20% VAT in the UK. At the same time, millions of women experiencing menopause continue to pay VAT on these products to help them manage symptoms, maintain their dignity, and remain in work. Congress, menstruation is not a choice, and neither do we choose to experience menopause. And hold on a moment. Just one of the others. Again, just one of the other many symptoms that we can get. So for me, the reality is that this can affect many women across the world and throughout their working lives. As trade unionists, we believe in dignity at work, equality and fairness. So it's time that we get it right. And these products, because we have this biological condition, it is not to be taxed. This motion asks for no special treatment. It's just asking for equal treatment and asking for consistency. And we're asking that to be recognised, that women's health is not a luxury, and we are also life givers, and it's a miracle. Please removing these VAT burdens, we would have a minimal impact on the Treasury revenue, but significant impact on our well-being, workplace participation, and financial security. Congress, this is about dignity, it's about equality. It's also about ensuring that nobody is penalised financially for something that is entirely beyond their control. And so my motions. I ask Congress to support this motion and send a clear message that principles behind ending tampon tax must be extended to all menopause products as well. Please support. I move. Thank
you. Well done, Karima. Love the prop. Seconder.
Madam President, Vice President, General Secretary, Congress, Modesta Smith, Southern Region, first-time Speaker, first-time Delegate. I'm here to support motion 81 because, as my colleague just said, this issue is about luxury. It's not about luxury or preference. It's about dignity, health, equality, and fairness. No one chooses menstruation, and no one chooses to have menopause. Therefore, no one should have to pay tax simply to manage the natural part of life. At a time when many people are struggling with cost of living, it is unfair that essential health and hygiene products still carry VAT. Men do not have to pay extra tax on basic products. they need. So why should women pay extra tax for menstrual and menopause products? As I said, this is about dignity, equality, and common sense. Menstruation and menopause affect millions of people every single day, and the products that support them should be affordable and accessible to all. By extending VAT extension, this will send clear message that women's health matters and no one should have to be financially penalized for their biology. I therefore urge Congress to support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Modesta. Before I go to the vote, can I ask movers and seconders of 74, 75, 76 and 79 to come down to the front? Was there any opposition to those motions? No. The CEC is supporting all three of those motions, so I shall take the vote. All those in favour of motions composite 4, 77 and 81, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. We continue with employment policy, equality and inclusion. Can I ask the mover of motion 74 to the rostrum, please?
Hi. President, Congress, Margaret Lewis, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 74. Congress, I stand before you today to speak about something that should never be controversial: fairness at work. Capability procedures were designed with a clear and positive purpose to support workers, to help them improve, and to ensure they are given the tools, training and reasonable adjustments they need to succeed. But that is not what's happening. Across workplaces, and particularly in the NHS and public services, we are seeing a growing pattern. Capability procedures being misused, not as support, but as punishment. They are being weaponised, and the consequences are serious. We see workers pushed out of their jobs, experienced staff lost from already stretched services, and individuals left dealing with stress, anxiety, and the lasting impact of feeling targeted and unsupported. But Congress, this is not happening evenly. The evidence is clear, and it is deeply concerning. This misuse disproportionately affects people from protected groups, ethnic minority staff, disabled workers, and women. And often those who sit at the intersection of these identities face the greatest harm, because this is not just about poor process, this is about bias. It is about subjective judgments dressed up as performance concerns. It is about a lack of cultural competence, and it is about systems that fail to recognise difference and instead penalise it. We see ethnic minority staff more likely to enter capability processes based on unclear or subjective standards. We see reasonable adjustments overlooked. We see informal support skipped entirely, and what should be a process of development becomes a fast track to dismissal. That is not fairness, that is not equality, that is not acceptable. Congress, if we are serious about equality, diversity and inclusion, then we must confront the reality that processes like these are undermining those very commitments. Because equality is not just about policies on paper, it's about how those policies are applied in real workplaces, to real people, and right now, to many people are being let down. This motion sets out a clear and practical way forward. It calls for mandatory equality impact assessments before capability procedures even begin, so bias can be identified and challenged, not ignored. It demands clear, objective evidence, not vague or subjective judgments. It ensures that informal support and reasonable adjustments are offered first, as they always should have been. And it protects workers by guaranteeing union representation at every stage. But it does not stop there. It calls for accountability, for government and regulators to strengthen guidance, for employers to report data on capability actions by protected characteristic, for transparency, so patterns of discrimination can no longer be hidden, because what gets measured gets addressed, and silence allows inequality to thrive. It also recognises the need for changing culture, training for managers in cultural competence, in unconscious bias, in inclusive performance management, because policies alone are not enough. People must understand how to apply them fairly and crucially. It commits us as a union to stand with those most affected, to provide legal support, advocacy and a voice for members who are being unfairly targeted.
Can you come to finish, Margaret? Thank you.
Congress, this is about drawing a line. We cannot talk about equality while allowing systems that undermine it to continue unchecked. This motion is not radical, it is reasonable. It is necessary and it's long overdue. So Congress, I urge you to stand for fairness, stand for accountability, stand for equality in action, not just words. Support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Margaret. Seconder.
Good afternoon. Vice President, President, General Secretary, top table. My name is Jackie Short, and I'm from the mad, wonderful Wales and West region. Seconding motion 74. Congress. I am seconding this motion on ending the misuse of capability procedures and protecting equality. Capability processes were never meant to be disciplinary by default. They were designed to support workers, to identify barriers to performance, and to put in place training, adjustments, and understanding. Yet for far too many of our members, that is not the reality they experience. As this motion clearly sets out, we are seeing widespread misuse of capability procedures as a punitive shortcut, causing stress, driving people out of work, and stripping organisations of skilled and experienced staff. Crucially, Congress, this misuse is not experienced equally. Union evidence and casework showed that ethnically diverse staff, disabled workers, and women are disproportionately drawn into capability processes, often based on subjective judgments. Unconscious bias and a failure to provide meaningful support. Where characteristics intersect, the impact is even more severe. That is why this motion matters. It names the problem honestly and offers practical, credible solutions, mandatory equality impact assessments, objective evidence standards, early support and reasonable adjustments, guaranteed union involvement and proper data collection to expose discrimination rather than hide it. It is not about lowering standard, it is about fairness, transparency and compliance with the Equality Act. It is about shifting the culture from blame to support, from bias to inclusion and from silence to accountability. For those reasons, Chair, I urge Congress to support this motion in full. I second.
Thank you, Jackie. Mover of motion 75.
Thank you. President, Congress, Kieran Smith, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 75 on enhanced paternity pay. Congress, this motion is about fairness. When workers take annual leave, the law is clear. Holiday pay should reflect what they normally earn, not just their basic wage. This includes regular overtime, shift allowances, bonuses and other contractual payments. But when it comes to paternity leave and other forms of family-related leave, many workers are paid on basic pay alone. For thousands of our members, that means taking paternity leave comes with a substantial pay cut at exactly the moment their families need financial security the most. Overtime and shift allowances are regular parts of pay for millions of UK workers. The Office of National Statistics reports that around 3.2 million UK workers work paid overtime in a typical week, and 4 million UK employee workers work shifts, including nights, weekends. It is estimated that 1 in 4 workers receive regular earnings beyond their base pay. For many of our members, particularly in the energy sector, manufacturing, transport, and emergency services, overtime and shift premiums are not occasional extras. They are a regular and essential part of take-home pay. The same goes for bonuses and allowances. They help pay for the mortgage, the rent, childcare costs, household bills, and put food on the table. So when parents take paternity leave, they can see their income drop sharply simply because they choose to take time off to support their partner and bond with their new child. No worker should be forced to choose between being present for their family and keeping up with the bills. This is wrong. Congress has already established strong policies on extending paternity leave and increased paternity pay. This motion builds on that policy by addressing a simple but important principle. Where enhanced paternity pay exists, it should be based on normal earnings, just as holiday pay is calculated. We welcome the CEC's qualification, which recognises that arrangements will vary between workplaces, and this principle should also be applied to maternity pay where applicable. The key principle is simple. If a payment forms part of a worker's normal earnings, it should be reflected in enhanced paternity pay. Congress, this motion is about equality. It is about encouraging parents to take the leave that they are entitled to. It is about supporting mothers recovering from childbirth. It is about ensuring that family-friendly policies are genuinely family-friendly. And it is about ensuring that workers are not financially disadvantaged for doing what every parent should be able to do, care for their family. Congress, let us send a clear message. If these payments are part of a worker's normal earnings, they should be reflected in enhanced paternity pay. Congress, please support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Kieran. Seconder.
Eddie Ellen Smith, London Region, President and Vice President, Congress. Many of our GMB workers or members who take paternity leave or any other approved leave do see a real drop in income because enhanced leave pay is often calculated base pay only rather than the normal earnings. A fair approach should reflect on the workers' true take-home pay by including regular time, overtime, shift allowance, bonuses, and other contractual earnings which form part of their normal wages. The Congress calls on GMB to campaign for enhanced payment pay and paternity pay and other forms of enhanced leave to be calculated on the basis of normal earnings, not basic pay alone. Press employers to include regular overtime, shift allowance, bonuses, and other contractual earnings when calculating enhanced leave pay, which form parts of their normal wages. Promote this reform in bargaining, dispute, and political campaigning to ensure workers are not financially penalized for taking family-related or approved leave. Congress, I second.
Well done, Eddie. Thank you. Can I have the move of motion 76, please?
You for a minute. Sounds weird, but I've got a picture here of a lady who helped me when I first started. Her name is Mary Turner. Right. President Congress, moving motion 76 without the support of my region. I'm moving this because there is a growing disquiet about elder people in our population. The rhetoric used by our government when mentioning anyone over a certain age is degrading. We can change the rhetoric. We can introduce a culture where we respect and value people of all ages. The compulsory retirement age was scrapped, and people now work well into their 70s and beyond. The government thinks it's important to brainwash both new and current British citizens to view over 65 years a burden on society, an ageing population. This mantra is used at every opportunity. It is belittling and dehumanising parts of our society. The objective is to devalue British citizens over the age of 65. The government, other politicians and the media constantly disrespect a large part of society by claiming folk over 65 years of age cost taxpayers a lot of money. The government speak of social care costs and the burden on the NHS. It is an attack on people who should be respected and appreciated for the services they have given. People over 65 years old are human with family who love and cherish them. They are not a different species. People over 65 years do still work in the voluntary, public and private sectors. And we also pay tax. It is sad to read the preparation notes and the textbook of the British citizenship test. We have an ageing population. The government is embedding hatred and division. The constant rhetoric is offensive and an ongoing attack. Can we challenge the government to rethink its treatment and its use of disrespectful mantra? Please stop saying we are an ageing population. Remove the negativity within the British citizenship test. Instead, add something about the desired culture and respect each other regardless of age. We are accepting of all. It must be including age. Can we ask the politicians to remember all British citizens have a right to vote once you are 18 years of age? People do not retire when they reach 65. I haven't. This should be acknowledged and added into the British citizen textbook. Can we thank people for all their contributions to society and economy? People get older every day. We can include and thank people for being part of our community and family. Let's not someone age keep dividing us. Can we also note that if you're lucky enough to reach 65, then it's more than likely you will have paid your full national insurance. I have. Contributions and income taxes. What's happened? It's a sad state of affairs. I move on my own.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Is there a seconder that's speaking without the support of the region for that motion? Because if not, it will fall, Kathy, but well done for coming to the rostrum. Is the mover of motion 79, please?
President, Congress, Susan Kelly, Wales and South West Region, speaking on motion 79. It's another Congress, I'm back again, and again I'm going to speak on something that's going to make some of you very uncomfortable. Sit down, buckle up. We're talking about menstruation and menopause. So I'm going to start off by telling you a really short story. As a woman who went through menopause in her 30s, I have a weird reaction to meds. They do strange things to my body. I was totally lost. I couldn't get an appointment with a sensible GP. The only one I could get an appointment with was one who, quite frankly, has the bedside manner of a rabid dog. I'm sure you've all seen the recent TV depictions of a rabid badger in a household. That's about him. And then my former workplace brought in a menopause policy. And I thought it was wonderful. I could finally see a specialist woman GP. And I took advantage. And I'm on compulsory HRT because I went through menopause so early. But in that 2-year period in between, I thought I was getting off lightly because I didn't really get hot sweats. And I have a really good partner who loves me. Poor bloke. And apart from bursting into tears at the drop of the hat and being a bit unpredictable, which for me is nothing unusual, I thought that was fine until I started writing that speech. And he reminded me that how many nights I went to bed telling him to leave me and find someone better. And then he reminded me that my mother, who is now 78, has been having hot flushes for 38 years. And she is terrified, petrified of having HRT. And then he reminded me how many times I've woken up, not just saying I'm not good enough or telling him to go and find someone better, but of saying I don't want to be here anymore. And that's why we're having this motion, because menopause costs jobs. Menopause costs relationships, it costs families, and it costs lives. And we don't talk about that side of it. We talk about hot sweats. We talk about the lovely fans that I can see, a lovely lady a bit further back waving at the moment. And we talk about the fact that, you know, we might have extra accommodations we need, but we don't talk about the mental health aspects. And our toolkit is brilliant, but it's not talking about the mental health aspect, and we need to get it updated to include it, because we can't have other people going through what I, my colleagues, people I work with now are going through. And we're not just asking for that, we're asking you to help our reps, because if we don't help our reps, if we don't train our reps, and we don't train our staff, and we don't get this into workplace policies, we will lose our members. And we won't lose them by them leaving us, we'll lose them because we'll go to their funerals. So please, support this motion, support our staff, support our reps, and most of all, support our members.
Thank you, Susan, for that very powerful and honest speech. Second of motion 79.
President, Vice President, Congress, Abigail Baker, Wales and South West Region, Bristol Water Branch B96, seconding motion 79. Firstly, I say, wow, how can I follow that? Congress, I second this motion on menopause policy, training and inclusion. As a perimenopausal woman, a survivor, a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. I want to begin by commending the mover of this motion for her courage and her clarity. She's brought forward this issue that's far too often overlooked, under-researched, and in some cases still treated as an uncomfortable discussion. Menopause is not just a personal health matter, It's a workplace issue, it's a health and safety issue, and it's a wider social issue. Yet despite that, the support available remains inconsistent and in many cases insufficient. This motion rightly highlights a critical gap, the lack of awareness and inclusion of mental health impacts and particularly severe distress, including dark thoughts. These experiences are real, and for some they can be overwhelming. Ignoring them does not protect people. Acknowledging them and providing proper support does. Workplaces must be environments where people feel safe and understood and supported. That means having policies and training that reflects the full realities of menopause, not just the physical, but the psychological, neurological effects as well. This motion recognises something extremely important: inclusion. Menopause does not happen in isolation. It affects partners, families and colleagues, working environments and team dynamics. By taking an inclusive approach, we strengthen the understanding and create workplaces that are more compassionate, more informed, and ultimately more productive. I'm out of time, people, so I'm just going to skip. I would say, for these reasons, I'm proud to second this motion, and I urge Congress to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. And thank you for moving to the end of your speech, because, yeah, it's not easy when you're first time. Does anybody want to speak in opposition? No? Then I asked Geraldine McVicker to reply on behalf of the CEC.
President, Congress, Geraldine McVicker, GMB Scotland, responding on behalf of the CEC to motions 74, 75, 76 and 79. On motion 74, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. We support the principle of this motion. GMB is clear that capability procedures must not be misused, and we regularly represent members where processes are unfair or discriminatory. Many of the actions called for in the motion reflect what our reps already do, supporting members, challenging unfair treatment, and ensuring procedures are applied properly and lawfully. Our qualification is a practical one. While we will always defend members subjected to unfair capability procedures, the union is not responsible for the training of managers. That responsibility sits with employers. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 74. On motion 75, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. GMB has a long-standing policy supporting enhanced paternity leave and pay, and we continue to campaign for improvements to both statutory entitlements. This motion raises an important point about how paternity pay is calculated, particularly in workplaces where earnings include shift allowance or bonus payments. Our qualification is that arrangements will vary across workplaces and a single model will not be appropriate in every case. Where enhanced pay is negotiated, it should reflect what is most favourable to workers and should also be considered alongside maternity provisions. This is an area where workplace campaigning and negotiation will be key, as such arrangements may not be deliverable solely through statutory mechanisms. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 75. On motion 76, the CEC is seeking withdrawal. The motion raises issues around language and inclusion, which we take seriously as a union. However, we do not have influence over the British citizenship test, nor are we proposing to pursue changes to it. In addition, the term ageing population is not widely regarded as pejorative. However, we will continue to ensure that GMB's own communications are inclusive, respectful, and we will engage with retired members where concerns are raised. For these reasons, the CEC is seeking withdrawal of motion 76. On motion 79, the menopause policy and training, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. GMB has already taken important steps in this area. Our Smash the Stigma toolkit includes guidance on menopause and covers a wide range of symptoms, including mental health, impacts such as anxiety and depression. It is also providing practical resources for reps, including a model workplace agreement. Our qualification is that we will review existing materials and training to consider how issues such as severe mental health impacts, including dark thoughts or suicidal ideation, can be appropriately and sensitively incorporated. This will ensure our resources continue to reflect the full experience of members and remain supportive, practical and responsible. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 79. President, in conclusion, the CEC is supporting motions 74, 75 and 79 with the stated qualifications and are seeking withdrawal of motion 76. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine. Motion 76 did fall because there was no seconder. Does Wales and South West accept the qualification on motion 74 and 79? Thank you. And does London accept the qualification on motion 75? Thank you. I'll put all those to the vote. All those in favour of motion 74, 75 and 79, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. We are expecting a political speaker to be on the stage any moment, but we'll just carry on with business. When they're ready to arrive, I will just pause business, or even if we're in the middle of a debate, we'll just pause and have the political speaker. So can I ask movers and seconders of motion 82 and 83 to come down, please, and the mover of 82 to come to the rostrum.
Afternoon, President Congress, D. Walker, London Region, still a first-time delegate and now a second-time speaker. Moving motion 82. I'm here to talk about my daughters, Samantha and Jessica. 15 years ago, I found myself unable to conceive, and following years of weekly trips to my local hospital to undergo scans and tests, I was told that IVF was the only option in my hope to become a mum. This journey continued at Bourne Hall, with us having to undergo numerous tests, medication with side effects, and uncertainty that it might just work. And I attended all these appointments in secret to avoid being found out. This was an incredibly stressful time, both physically and mentally, and I managed this by taking annual leave and sick leave to hide my treatment from my employers. Partially because I felt a failure, that I could not do the one thing I was put on this earth to do, reproduce. But also because I didn't want to draw attention to myself in case I was discriminated against for being at childbearing age. My IVF journey was fairly straightforward. But on my second round of treatment, I miscarried Samantha's twin. And how did I cope with it? I took annual leave to recover from that awful experience. But for many couples, this is not the case. They can be trying for years before they become parents, or it may not happen at all. The fertility treatment process can be soul-destroying, as well as having a detrimental effect on a couple's finances, especially now NHS access to fertility treatment has been scaled back significantly. However, I stand here today as a proud mum to my 14-year-old IVF daughter Samantha and her sister Jessica. And without this vital treatment, I would never have had the chance to be called mum. This is not just an important issue for women. Listen up, men in this hall. It could be your girlfriend, wife, sister, auntie, niece, daughter, that will quietly struggle with the emotional, physical and financial pressures of fertility treatment. Congress, we must recognise the reality that there is still some stigma around absence for fertility treatment, so workers quietly struggle. The Fertility Support Pledge asks employers to offer time off for fertility appointments, have clear policy and guidance on entitlements and support, raise awareness and peer support, and provide education and training for managers. Congress, we are a union that leads, so let's show our members that our union stands with them at every stage of life, including the most personal, challenging and important moments. Congress, I ask you to support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Dee, for sharing that very personal story. And I'm about to become a granny because of IVF, my daughter. So, yeah.
Congress. Steve Davis, London Region, seconded motion 82, supported members experiencing fertility challenges, adoption of the Fertility Support Pledge. Dee spoke about the emotional, physical and financial toll of fertility treatment, the stigma that forces people to hide what they're going through. Her story reminds us that behind statistics there are real people and often a very private struggle in silence. This is not right. 1 in 6 people experience fertility challenges, yet too many feel that they have to suffer quietly at work. Colleagues, this is not just a personal issue. When 64% of workers are using sick or annual leave to attend treatment, as Dee did during her IVF experience, with some considering leaving their jobs due to the lack of support because of no legal right to paid time off, and have to hope that their employer is sympathetic, it is a workplace issue. Last November, Alice MacDonald, Norwich North MP, started a campaign to raise awareness of the need for workplace fertility support. The Fertility Support Pledge gives us a clear way forward. It's about dignity, giving people time off without fear, clear policies that they can rely on, and workplace cultures where no one feels ashamed to ask for help. Dee reminded us that the GMB Union is a union that leads, and this is our moment to lead again, to stand with our members and to make sure no one is penalised for trying to start a family. I ask you to go back to your workplaces and ask your employer to sign the Fertility Support Pledge and give our members the legal right to paid time off for fertility treatment and help extend GMB policy on IVF, which was established last year, and to campaign for change. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for supporting. Mover of motion 83, please.
President, Vice President, Congress, good afternoon. Robert Wheeler, London Region, moving motion 83. Congress notes that the principle of equal pay for equal work is a fundamental right for all workers and for a fair society. Despite the progress that has been made, pay disparities continue to exist amongst various groups, including women, individuals with disabilities, young workers, members of the LGBTQ+ community, Black and global majority workers. This is not just a question of fairness, it is a matter of justice and equity. When employers fail to address pay inequalities, they enable discrimination and hinder the the potential of workers. Congress notes that the decisive actions needs to be taken to increase the equal pay duty to all workers. To achieve this, we propose that the employers commit to complete pay transparencies, implement fair promotion practices, and conduct regular mandatory audits. These steps are vital in ensuring that every worker is compensated fairly for their contributions. The government Make Work Pay initiative is a crucial part of this strategy, aimed at stimulating economic growth, enhancing living standards, and creating new opportunities for all. By addressing low wages, inadequate working conditions, and job insecurity, we can empower workers to remain employed, boost work productivity, and elevate living standards across the board. However, we cannot stop large employers. Our efforts to close the pay gap must extend to those with 50 or more employees, ensuring that all workers benefit from these protections. Therefore, we call upon Congress to consider expanding the equal pay duty to include these employers by continually campaigning on this issue, highlighting the unfairness and discriminatory nature of pay inequality, particularly against marginalized workers. By increasing the equal pay duty, we can create a more equitable society for everyone, where every worker, regardless of their background, is valued, compensated fairly for their work. Congress, I move, and I hope you support this motion.
Thank you, Robert. Seconder.
President, Congress, Omotayo Abadino, London Region, Secondary Motion 83. Today, I want to speak briefly about the importance of strengthening and increasing the equal pay duty. Equal pay is not just a workplace issue, it's a matter of fairness, dignity, and respect. Far too long, many workers, especially women, black workers, and other underrated groups have continued to face pay inequalities. Despite doing the same work or work of equal value, while progress has been made, the gap still exists, and many families continue to feel the impact every day. Increasing the equal pay duty means holding employers more accountable. It means greater transparency, regular pay audits, and ensuring that organizations actively identify and close pay gaps instead of ignoring them. Equal pay should not depend on where you work, your gender, or your background. It should be a basic right for every worker. When workers are paid fairly, workplace becomes stronger, staff morale improves, and community benefits. Fair pay also helps reduce poverty and create better opportunities for future generations. As trade unionists and campaigners, we must continue to raise our voices and push for stronger action. Equality cannot simply be spoken about. It must be delivered through real policies, real commitments, and real change. Let us continue to stand together and demand fairness, justice, and equal pay for all. I second the motion.
Well done, Omotayo. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to pause business so that we can move on to our political speaker. Last year in Brighton, the Labour Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves, addressed Congress. I think we all remember her fantastic announcement that day, giving the go-ahead for the Sizewell C nuclear power station. I'm delighted to say that this year we are joined here in Blackpool by another senior member of the government, and importantly to us, he's also a long-standing GMB member. Congress, give it another clap. Please join me in giving a warm GMB welcome to the Right Honourable John Healey, MP, Secretary of State for Defence.
Congress, listen, thank you for that welcome. Thank you for the warmth of the welcome. Thank you for getting me back to the Winter Gardens. I haven't been to the Winter Gardens for probably 2 decades, and the memories of Blackpool in those days where we were in the Winter Gardens for conferences, we're staying in places like the Norbrick Castle, have just come flooding back. So thank you for inviting me to join you this afternoon. Gary, thank you for your leadership, for showing every day what it means to stand up and fight for members. And to Barbara, I'm so glad you've got, Gary's got you and now Sonia standing behind him to keep him in check. You're part of a long line of great, strong GMB women. And I'm proud to say that I worked for many years alongside your predecessor, Mary Turner. I'm equally proud to say that the GMB was my first union, and it's been my union now for 40 years. And I've been to Congress before, of course, but I can't tell you how proud I am to be the first Defence Secretary to address Congress since 2004. And I feel like that because this union, our union, your union, has for generations stood up for defence workers, stood up for Britain. And I had to be in Normandy at the weekend for the 82nd commemoration of D-Day landings. And as I was going across, I read an extraordinary story of one of the union's own, a lad called Dennis Donini. He was a NU GMW member, and he was called up for service in 1944. He's the youngest recipient in the Second World War of the Victoria Cross. He rescued a wounded comrade from Nazi fire and then went back into battle. And the citation, the official citation I was reading, speaks volumes for him and the sacrifice that many like him gave. It said, the dash, determination, the magnificent courage of Fusilier Donini enabled his companions to overcome an entrenched enemy twice its own strength. And I think it reminded me then, I hope it reminds you as well, if we needed it, that at that midnight hour of the darkest century, it was working men and women, it was the labour movement that stood up, that fought back against tyranny, and in the munitions factories worked night and day to supply the front line. And those women in the factories, in the middle of the war, when the very future of Britain was at stake, were also fighting and winning fair pay. And for me, they were fighting for freedom at the same time they were fighting for fairness. And today the GMB is still here, still doing the same. For ships, for submarines, for radar systems, for missile seekers. And what your members do each day is more than building military capability. You're part of making this country stronger, more resilient, better ready to fight and better able to deter any adversaries in this increasingly dangerous and uncertain world. And Congress, you don't normally hear or very often hear me quote Tony Blair, but he was right when he said, look, the big difference between opposition and government is this. He said, when you're in opposition, you wake up every morning and you think, what can I say today? You wake up in government and you think, what can I do today? And we all remember those 14 long years of opposition. We voted through policy, good labour ideas, good union ideas, but we could never put them into practice. And we remember also the words of our founding General Secretary, who built this union, when he said, it's easy to break one stick, but when 50 sticks are together in one bundle, it is much more difficult job. And Will Thorne knew, he knew as all of us here in this hall know, that the founding purpose of the Labour Party, of the Labour movement, is to win power and change lives. That when we work together, when we stand together, we're so much more powerful together. And I have to say, the last month since the May elections has been tough. We lost hundreds of really good, committed Labour councillors and Senate and Parliament members. But we must not lose sight now of the duty that people gave us in 2024 and the special opportunity of government. And don't let anyone tell you that together we're not making a difference. We're 2 years into this Labour government, and I know we're making a difference. Change is underway. Yes, everyone wants more quickly, but most fair-minded people recognise and admit that you can't change everything overnight. We promised to cut NHS waiting lists. We slashed them by 500,000. We promised protection for renters, so we've ended eviction for no fault and no reason. We promised the poorest children a best start in life. And with new childcare payments, free breakfast clubs, the end of the two-child benefit cap, we're helping hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. And in defence, we've taken back into public ownership 36,000 of the homes that our military families live in, and we've already upgraded the 1,200 worst. Every one of those changes, driven by Labour values, done by Labour in Parliament, delivered in less than 2 years, and every one only possible with Labour in government. And today of all days, I just ask you to pause on that. Because Nigel Farage today has invited trade unions to apply for affiliation to Reform. Just reflect for a moment on how different it would be if Reform ever got in. This was the same Nigel Farage that voted against sick pay for the poorest workers as part of our employment rights bill, at the same time as arguing for tax breaks for crypto billionaires. This is the same Nigel Farage has taken into Reform a chorus line of cast-off Conservative politicians. This is the same Nigel Farage who's soft on Putin and weak on NATO, can't be trusted with national security. And Congress, the strongest response to Reform is not what we say about them, but what we do to help the people they claim to represent. And yes, Congress, thanks to you, thanks to the determination of this union and the voices of those care workers speaking up, we've introduced, as a Labour government, fair pay agreements for the social care sector. Actually, not a lot of people know this, but it's an issue particularly close to my heart. My first real job was a nursing assistant, working with the most vulnerable, long-stay psychiatric patients. And thanks to you, those care workers will now have a path to better pay, better conditions, better respect, exactly what they need and deserve. That's who we're in this for, whether it's politics or the trade union movement. That's the difference we can make when we work together. And Congress, make no mistake, these are serious times. We have to demonstrate by what we do how we will meet this moment. And Keir Starmer said at the security conference in Munich back in February, hard power is the currency of the age. And after the largest spending increase in defence since the end of the Cold War already in place, he said, we know we must spend more, faster, and we will. We will go further. But we can't just spend more, we've got to spend better. And my argument is this, my approach is this: every pound that we spend on defence needs to work twice. First for national security, second for British industry and British jobs. And defence, any defence secretary must respond to something else too. Low growth, falling living standards have created a profound sense of pessimism and powerlessness. And that unease is eroding our politics, it's eroding our communities. And working class families are the heart of our country. They're the lifeblood. They're the backbone also of our armed forces. And they don't ask for much. A home they can afford, a job they can be proud of, wages they can live on, a first-class education for their children, and above all, a story of hope that they can tell their kids, their friends, their workmates. And I strongly believe, and Gary I know believes this too, that we can use defence as a Labour government to help turn that round. Because rising defence investment under this government comes with a fundamentally new and Labour approach. Making sure that it's a defence dividend that boosts British industry. A big shift from the failed past. We're making defence now an engine for economic growth across the United Kingdom. And this doesn't just happen. This is a choice, a Labour choice that we make. Directing more defence investment to British jobs, British firms, British innovation, and British startups. And at the same time winning record levels of new exports for British business. You know, we've signed over 1,400 major contracts since the election, and nearly 9 in 10 have gone to British-based firms. And I want this story to be the story for every part of Britain. Let me put it more plainly, and I know he was T&G, but I trust you'll forgive me. But when 80 years ago, when the debate over a British nuclear deterrent was raging, Ernest Bevin slammed his fist on the cabinet table and he said he wanted a bloody Union Jack on top of it. Well, Congress, I want a bloody Union Jack on top of every warship, on top of every drone, on top of every missile. Submarines made in Barrow, armoured vehicles made in Telford, warships made in Glasgow, drones made in Swindon. And that means going further than any British government ever has before. And the Chancellor was right recently when she said, we need to buy British. And I'm proud to follow her as your annual speaker this year from last. But that's why I can announce new steps as a government we'll be taking now to back British industry and back British innovation. These are measures to change a toothless system so that we develop stronger incentives, stronger requirements, stronger penalties for suppliers to meet their Backing Britain commitments. So I want British benefits from every defence contract that the Ministry of Defence signs, delivering more British unionised jobs, apprentices and innovation for every pound of defence spent. So we're going to do 5 things. First, this year, we'll introduce the first ever Back British Offsets policy for defence investment. And what this means is that when a defence contract goes overseas, and some must, industry will be required to create jobs, know-how, investment opportunities as part of that contract here in the UK. And make no mistake, this is not an anti-business approach. It had the support of business as part of our defence industrial strategy, but it is unashamedly pro-Britain. Second, we've ripped up the nonsense rules which have allowed social value, the commitments from defence companies for jobs and training to qualify if their benefits delivered abroad. Third, We'll give credit in future to defence contracts and the decisions to British-based companies based on a substantive presence in Britain and long-term commitments that they've made to British communities and British supply chains. Fourth, as part of this drive, I can announce I'll also make greater use and look to make greater use of a national security exemption system under the new Procurement Act for defence contracts, and this will allow the government to require certain capabilities to be built in Britain. This will support our industrial base. This will support GMB jobs. And fifth, we'll ensure that large defence contracts, in those contracts there will be provisions to require any significant subcontracts to be placed with UK-based companies or guarantee that UK competitors aren't shut out. And then something very close to the union's heart, I know, and mine. Our future lies in the hands of the next generation. So that's why I'm determined to get more British youngsters through the door and into defence. That's why we've created already 5 defence technical excellence colleges. 1 here in Blackpool, 1 in Rotherham, 1 in Lincoln, 1 in Yeovil, and 1 in Plymouth. If they prove their worth, we'll invest in further elsewhere. And today, I can announce we're going 1 step further. So to ensure that we have that skilled workforce that we need to meet the rising demands on defence, to ensure that we can offer the skilled, secure, proud future that many defence jobs offer to our young people. 24 colleges and universities across the UK will now get a share of £80 million in funding to create 2,400 extra student places, alongside investment in new teaching facilities and cutting-edge equipment on which they can learn. All designed as investment to support further growth. Defence as an engine for growth in this country. So young people from Teesside to Bournemouth to Cumbria will now get the opportunity and the skills they need to get a job they can depend on in defence. That's defence industrial strategy in action for Britain. And Congress, we will do all this with you, with your members. That's why, as a trade unionist, before I was a Labour Party member, I'm really proud to have been able to designate trade unions as a part of our defence industrial base, to ensure that our new Defence Industrial Council has places for leading trade unionists, including Gary from your union here. And we'll continue down that path, not just recognising or paying lip service to the power of trade unions to help boost British skills, but backing them. Restoring ideas like the Union Learning Fund for Defence, so we can ensure that workers are getting the opportunity to take on new training, new techniques, new skills to keep up with the rapidly developing technology that we face in this sector. And then, perhaps just to conclude, the Labour Party, this party I'm proud to be a part of, this movement I'm proud to be a part of, isn't just a political party. It's a set of values. It's a 120-year mission, bringing prosperity and progress in peacetime, strength and determination in wartime. Yes, we need to go further. Yes, we need to offer people more hope for the future, and that starts with security. It starts with the job security for your members. And Labour's mission is quite simple. It's to advance the interests of working people. And at the heart of defence, military and industrial, has always been the working class. So, like those who came before us, we rearm now in the face of threats. We strengthen our alliances. We confront dictators. We build our industry. We stand up for Britain. And in the process, we can unite our country around a common purpose: security and opportunity, delivering for defence, delivering for Britain. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We will now move to questions from delegates in the hall. And first we'll hear from Chris Andrews, GMB Scotland, followed by Andrew Hewitt from London Region.
Chris Andrew, GMB Scotland. Support vessels for Royal Naval bases, including the nuclear fleet on the Clyde, are right now being built on the other side of the world, while a nationalised shipyard, Ferguson Marine, just 10 miles from Fastlane, and crying out for work, was not even asked to tender. Can you assure Congress that Project Euston, the £2 billion contract to build floating harbours at Fastlane, will be directly awarded to Navantia Yards in Fife and Belfast?
Andrew Hewitt, London Region. The government recently passed legislation to make it a standalone criminal offence to assault retail workers, which was welcomed by thousands of GMB members working in Asda and other supermarkets. But the fact remains, aviation workers across GMB London Region's airports are abused daily. Will the government support our airport workers against abuse campaign and ban abusive passengers from the skies?
Thank you, Chris and Andrew. John, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you. So to the first point in your first question, we got to learn from what the GMB helped expose, which was a big contract that Serco won with Defence that was started in 2022, in which significant subcontracting went abroad and didn't even get a chance to come to British yards. It's one of the steps I said this afternoon that we will change. On the question of the big investment on the Clyde, and you mentioned Project Euston, that's building 3 big floating docks required for our new submarines. That's part of a really big infrastructure and docks program on the Clyde, which is probably worth £5.5 billion over the next 9 years. The major part of it is infrastructure on the dock side, and that will all be supplied from the UK. On the docks, the 3 docks themselves, I want them to be built in Britain. And I want to make sure that the most critical factor, which is how quickly and the schedule for delivering those docks that we need, can be met. I'll look hard at any bid and bidder in those terms, not just cost, but schedule. And from a government's point of view, we will do our bit to try and make that schedule. So we will reduce approval timelines to speed it up. We will reward in the contract meeting schedule, not just cost. And we will work with suppliers to deliver this program in line with the new recommendations of something called the Fingleton Review that across civil and military nuclear has been published. So I hope that gives you the commitment as a union that is indicative of the commitment that this government has to British shipyards, British union jobs, and making sure that we've got them secure for the future. On the To be honest, Andrew, I'd not come across this campaign, I have to say. I've been a big part of the campaign that USDOR ran for violence against shop workers. Every year I would meet with our local reps, renew the pressure, the campaign on the Tory government to try and put that into place. And I'm really pleased to say, as a Labour government, that is now in place. As far as your airport workers goes, there are already quite tough legislation, some tough rules where you've got very disruptive passengers. But I know Heidi Alexander and the transport team are looking further at what they can do to toughen up the constraints on the few disruptive passengers, whether they're in the air or airport side. And whilst I'm sure, like I do, you go to an airport, it doesn't matter what time, how early in the morning you fancy a pint, but that's one thing. Nobody at work should have to suffer the sort of abuse that some of the reports that you recognise in this. So it's work in hand. It's been because of the GMB and the way that you've put this to ministers in the Labour government, they're taking a hard look in the Transport Department at what can be done.
Thank you, John. I'm aware that you've got to be away by 4:10, I think. So.
What time is it now, Barbara?
It's 2 minutes past.
2.
We've still got a number of questions to get through because you've got to go away.
What she really means is give shorter answers.
So can we have Hayley Doyle, North East Yorkshire and Humber, and Jane Hunt from Wales and South West, please?
Hayley Doyle, North East Yorkshire and Humber region. Working women all over the country are still being paid less than their male equivalents. I'm one of those women. When will the government step in to ensure pay justice for all of us?
Jane Hunt, Wales and South West. In Plymouth, the government have invested a record amount in the dockyard for the refurbishment of nuclear subfleet. On top of this, the government is investing in the city to upgrade infrastructure for the extra 20,000 jobs that will be created. GMB are keen that we can maximise the benefits for our members in Plymouth by maximising onshore work at the yard and unionising jobs in the infrastructure and local government. But right now we have no voice to do so. Will you work with GMB to get a seat on the task force so that union voices have a voice at the table?
Barbara, let me take these in reverse order, if I may. So I talked about the building unions formally into the definition of our defence industrial base. Places on the Joint Defence Industrial Council. That's not just a talking shop. That is employers and unions getting down to work out what and how the changes we need can be done. So they worked out a small thing, perhaps, but together, what constitutes and what defines a British-based business for us to direct our investment. That principle, I want to see and support throughout, and if I can help with questions about the task force, whatever that is in Plymouth, then I'm certainly ready to work with the union to do that. On the question of equal pay, I guess we've all got a mixture of pride and unfulfilled purpose, haven't we, when we recognise that the Equal Pay Act was 1970 and there is still a pay gap. This is a proud union. It's always had a strong campaigning tradition and record on equal pay. Most recently with the campaigns you've led, particularly in local authorities. But I just make this point as not as a union member so much as a Labour politician. We're always more effective when we can get that combination of collective bargaining in place with a national policy or legislative framework that backs it up. So if you think about the school staff negotiating body, that it was this union that got the previous Labour government to set up, abolished then as one of the first acts of the new Tories in 2010, now reinstated through the Employment Rights Act, you've got there a combination of legislative commitment from a Labour government, setting up the conditions, because we believe in collective bargaining, for unions to do their business to close the gap. And it's that combination that's needed. So also in this new Employment Rights Act that's been passed, this year we move from voluntary obligation for large companies annually to report their pay gap to this autumn mandatory reporting, so we can get the measure of the gap, and we can set about together tackling it. Now, there is no easy, simple solution. It isn't just a question of collective bargaining, I believe. It's not just a question of legislation, but it's that combination that can mean we can make more progress in closing the gap, certainly the progress that we'd want to see.
Thank you, John. Lee Burgess, North Western Irish region, and Kim Marshall, Southern region.
Lee Burgess, North Western Irish region. The submarines enterprise protects our nation and supports the armed forces while also sustaining skilled unionised jobs, supply chains and communities across the UK. What guarantee can you give that it will remain a long-term party commitment to this endeavour and the people who make it possible?
Good afternoon, Mr. Healy, in Marshall's Southern region.
Please call me John.
John.
But thank you.
On May the 1st, nearly 1,000 school support staff in Greenwich and Merton went on strike. Their demand is simple. Teachers receive inner London rating, while support staff working in the same schools get outer London rates. All sides agree this is unfair, but talks have stalled, as everyone says it's someone else's problem to solve. The GMB is calling on the Department for Education to provide answers around the funding arrangements that may help resolve the dispute. When can we expect the DfE to step in and help resolve this dispute? Thank you.
I've learned over the years to be cautious about stepping into comment on an industrial dispute I don't know anything about. Look, I take what you say. I actually fundamentally believe, I was giving an answer just a moment ago on the support staff negotiating body and the arrangements for that. When you have that in place, when you establish the principle and demonstrated practice of collective bargaining at a national level, in general terms, not specific to it, that should help create the climate where better collective bargaining and resolution can also be secured at a local level. What I will do, if I may, through Gary, is to get some more details. I will talk to Bridget Phillipson about it. And if you'll forgive me, I think that's as far as I'm going to go today. On the question of the nuclear deterrent, what guarantee have you got? Look at the manifesto, the triple lock commitment. Look at the 1,400 extra jobs since the election created in the Barrow shipyard. Look at the extra jobs not just in the Barrow shipyard, but because this is a national endeavour, you've got jobs in Derby, in Somerset, in Plymouth, all part of the big investment that we're making now into nuclear. And in the shipyard alone, and in the ship production, not just the yard, £6 billion, this Parliament, going into improving productivity, expanding production capacity, and increasing the pace of the build so that we can meet the security demands, but we also can grow the industrial base and the jobs. And I would just say to you, it's not just what we say in our manifesto, but it's what we've been doing over nearly 2 years in government that ought to give you, other GMB members and your workmates that confidence that when we make that commitment, we mean it and we'll do it.
Thank you, John. I'm getting bits of paper saying that security wants to drag John away to whoever he's got to get to next. I'm really sorry to Midlands. I know there were 2 questions. We'll get them in writing to John, so you will get a response. And I'm really, again, apologise. But thank you, John, for making the time to be with us at GMB Congress. We've just got a few gifts for you.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Come on. Ian, come on.
You all for your welcome. Good luck with the rest of the Congress. I know I'm back in the bosom of the Labour movement, not just because I'm in the Winter Gardens, but that Andrew Wyatt is the photographer here. He brings back memories of 30 and 40 years ago. Thank you very much.
And Ruida, I'm really sorry, but your question will be put to him in writing, I promise. We're back to the motions. We were at the point where you'd heard the movers and the speakers for motion 82, 83. Did anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? In that case, can I ask CEC Speaker Rosemary Cooper to give the CEC response, please? Can you just keep the noise down? Thank you.
Afternoon, President. Afternoon, Congress. Rosemary Cooper, Midlands Region, responding on behalf of the CEC. Motions 82 and 83. On motions 82, the CEC supporting with the qualifications. Congress, in 2025, agreed with significant and important policies and IVF, including calls for greater awareness, improving workplace support, paid time off for treatment and for those experienced losses. This motion builds positivity on that work supporting members facing fertility challenges.
Sorry, Rose, I know people are going out for a tea or coffee or whatever, but please be quiet as you leave, because it's a bit of disrespect to the person speaking. Thank you.
An important issue and one which impacts many workers across our union. Our qualification is a practical one. While we support the principle of the motion, it is important that workplace representatives retain flexibility to determine which resources and approaches are most appropriate in their particular workplace. This includes whether the Fertilities Supports Pledge is the most effective tool to support their members and advance workplace campaign. Subject to that qualification, the CEC supports motion 82. On motion 83, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. In principle, we support the aspirations of this motion, strengthening equal pay provisions and tackling inequality in the workplace remains central to GMB missions campaign work. However, our qualification is that specific changes proposed would require further detailed research and analysis. We would need to fully understand the legal, economics and practical implications before committing to define policy, position or campaign programme. Ensuring that our approach is evidence
base will strengthen our ability to influence actively. Subject to the qualification, the CEC supports motion 83. President, in conclusion, the CEC supports both motions with the stated qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Does London Region accept the qualification for motion 82? Thank you. And does London Region accept the qualification for motion 83? In that case, I can put both those to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? They're both carried. Oops, lost my page. Can I ask the movers of motion 108, 109, 111 and 112 please come down the front, and then the mover of 108 to the rostrum, please.
President Congress, Jackie Ballantyne, GMB Scotland. First time delegate, first time speaker. Moving motion 108, protecting terms and conditions during contract changes, to pay including pensions and sick pay. Congress, security officers know what contract churn means. It means doing the same job in the same building, often for the same client, but suddenly wearing a different name badge on your uniform. It means another transfer, another consultation, another set of promises, and another employer saying nothing will change. While workers worry about their pay, their shifts, their pension, their sick pay, and whether existing arrangements will be respected. For workers in other sectors, a change of employer might be rare, but in security, it can feel like part of the job. Contracts are retendered, clients change providers, and people who keep the site safe are expected to absorb uncertainty again and again. This is not stability, this is not fair work. And it is no way to treat skilled workers whose job is to protect people, property and the workplace. Congress, TUPE is supposed to protect workers when contract change hands. It's supposed to protect progression of employment and stop terms and conditions being stripped away because one contractor replaces another. But our members know the reality. Too often the pressure becomes before, during and after the transfer, and recognition has to be defended again. Standards that should be locked and become vulnerable every time a contract changes. Contract churn creates uncertainty where there should be stability. Weakens retention and undermines safety in the sector that depends on experienced officers who know the building, the people and the risks. Congress, public money should never be used to drive down terms and conditions. If a public contract needs security officers, when that contract should protect decent employment standards, it should protect pay, sick pay, pensions, rosters, recognition and facility time. It should improve conditions over time, not create another opportunity to undermine them. Public bodies and major clients cannot wash their hands of this. They set these terms and conditions and award the contracts. They decide whether the priority is the cheapest possible bid or a safe, stable, property-treated workforce. This motion calls for a stronger protection, proper national guidance for branches, better consultation standards and organising drive in the workplace where retendering happens most often. It means branches knowing what information to request, reps knowing what proper consultation looks like, enforcement routes when employers fail to consult, and the contract clauses that protect progression and prevent downgrades. Because security workers should not have to defend the same rights every time this contract changes hands, they protect our workplaces. Congress, it's time these terms and conditions were protected too. Congress, I move.
Can I have the seconder, please? Thank you. Can Can I have the mover for motion 109, please?
President, Vice President, Congress, Stella Ikanik, GRASP Ambassador Cohort 2, London Region, moving motion 109. Thank you. A GMB workload and staffing standard to end unpaid hours and unsafe work intensification. Congress, across every sector, our members are telling us the same thing. Too much work, too few staff, and not enough hours in the day. Workers are skipping breaks, staying late unpaid, taking work home, and living under constant pressure simply to keep services running. Employers are increasingly relying on goodwill instead of proper staffing. And our members are paying the price through stress, burnout, sickness, and poor mental health. Congress, the reality is this: excessive workload is not just a management issue. It is a workplace health and safety issue. This motion speaks directly to long-standing GMB values of opposition to unpaid labor, safe staffing, dignity, fairness, and protection of work. Congress, workload pressures do not affect everyone equally. Women, carers, disabled workers, and racialized workers are often hit hardest, because many are carrying additional pressures both inside and outside the workplace. This motion is not asking for the impossible, but is asking for structure, consistency, and practical support for our reps and members. We welcome the CEC's support for the aims of this motion and acknowledge the qualification. We accept that staffing levels will differ across sectors and workplaces. A hospital, a school, a warehouse, and a local authority office will all have different operational realities. To be candid, this motion is not about imposing a one-size-fits-all staffing models. What we are asking for is a GMB framework with practical tools and guidance that branches and reps can use in collective bargaining to challenge unsafe workloads and unpaid overtime wherever they occur. Congress, rights on paper mean little without enforcement in practice. Our members already have protections under working time, health and safety, and employment rights legislation. But laws alone do not stop burnout. Laws alone do not recruit more staff. Laws alone do not stop employers relying on unpaid goodwill. Strong unions do. Equipped reps do that. Collective bargaining does that. Congress, a job should not cost workers their health, their family life, or their dignity. Workers deserve safe workloads. Workers deserve proper breaks. And workers deserve to be paid for the work they do. I urge Congress to support this motion with the CEC's qualification. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Can we have the seconder, please?
President, Congress, Matt Crisp, London Region, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. You're all too kind, you don't know me properly. I welcome this motion from Newham Apex Branch, London Region. Congress, our members are exhausted, not because they lack commitment, but because they're being stretched beyond reasonable limits every single day. Across workplaces, unpaid overtime, understaffing, and always-on expectations have become normalised. Too many employers rely on goodwill, an issue in every industry, none more so than in public services, and a special shout out to those in the ambulance and wider NHS team. Let's ask ourselves, who benefits from all of this unpaid work? Not the workers who skip social events because they're too drained. It's certainly not the workers who have to reduce their time with their families, and not the workers who miss vital medical appointments. It was only 2 months ago a member of ours skipped a fertility appointment, skipped their future and skipped planning a family due to fear. Fear of not getting their work done and fear of punitive action from their employer. No workers should have to make this sacrifice to keep a workplace functioning. This is a cost of inaction. We must end this culture and we must force the employers to take ownership of their poor practice. This motion is rooted firmly in GMB values of fairness, dignity, safety and respect at work. This motion is not asking to impose anything difficult or a rigid model. It does, however, call for something practical and achievable. With better guidance, shared best practice and better accessible resources, our activists are in a stronger position to protect our members. Workers deserve safe workloads, workers deserve proper staffing and workers deserve paid time for paid work. Congress, we ask you to get behind this motion and protect workers' time. I second.
Well done, Matt. Can I have the mover for motion 111, please?
President, Vice President, General Secretary. Claire Ebrel, proudly from the North Western Irish region. First time speaker. I rise to move motion 111 on improved sickness policies. This Congress has long supported the social model of disability, the understanding that it is society and the barriers created by employers and institutions that disable people, not simply a medical condition itself. Yet while parts of the public sector have begun to embed these principles into workplace practice, far too many workers in the private sector are still being failed. The Dying to Work campaign has successfully shone a light on the treatment of workers facing terminal illness. It exposed the fear, insecurity and indignity experienced by people who should be focused on their health, their families and their quality of life, not on whether they can afford to pay the rent or whether their employer sees them as a burden. Congress, sickness policies are not just HR procedures, they are a reflection of our values. Many private sector employers still lack any form of disability pay for workers awaiting treatment, care or reasonable adjustments. Too often employers provide only a bare legal minimum while claiming to support staff well-being. The reality faced by workers is very different. At my own employer, Asda, workers are offered just 3 instances of paid leave per year for medical appointments with only 2 hours paid per appointment. This is a total of 6 hours across an entire calendar year. Congress, 6 hours. 6 hours for workers dealing with cancer treatment, specialist consultations, scans, chemotherapy appointments, or the devastating reality of a terminal diagnosis. No one can seriously argue that this reflects dignity, compassion, or meaningful support. Instead, many employers place profit before people. They treat sickness absence as a cost to be managed, rather than recognising the human beings behind the policy. Workers are pushed into impossible situations, forced to choose between attending vital medical appointments and maintaining their income. And when employers fail to provide adequate support, the burden does not disappear. It is simply shifted onto the state, onto the NHS and onto welfare services and onto already struggling families. We know the consequences of this failure are deeply unequal. 1 in 3 terminal ill people in deprived areas are not claiming the DWP benefits they are entitled to at the end of life. Many are navigating complex systems while seriously ill, exhausted, frightened, and instead of support, they face bureaucracy and financial insecurity. This is why stronger legislation is essential. We cannot continue relying on the goodwill or voluntary corporate promises. Every worker deserves protection, regardless of where they work. Every employer should have a legal duty to adopt the social model of disability and to provide meaningful sickness and disability support policies. Because when someone receives a terminal diagnosis, the importance of sick leave cannot be overstated. Time away from work is not a luxury. It is about treatment, recovery, dignity, and spending precious time with loved ones without the constant fear of financial hardship. Congress, this motion is about fairness, compassion, and basic humanity. I urge Congress to support motion 111.
Yeah, well done, Claire. Can I have the seconder, please?
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, General Secretary. Melissa Johnson, North Western Irish Region. Back up here again this afternoon to once again speak for somebody who can't be here to speak for themselves. As a union, we've always proudly championed the social model of disability. We know that people are not disabled by their conditions, but by the unaccommodating society and by workplaces that refuse to adapt. In the private sector, standards remain completely inconsistent and in far too many cases, utterly inadequate. Right now, too many employers completely fail to acknowledge the immense stress and profound wider consequences faced by workers living with terminal illnesses such as cancer. When a worker receives a terminal diagnosis, their world is turned upside down in a matter of seconds. Yet instead of receiving compassion, security, and a tailored support network, many employers simply rely on basic, rigid sickness policies, leaving our members facing the fight of their lives without the financial stability and basic security they fundamentally deserve. When bad employers fail to act, they are simply shifting their burden onto the state unfairly. They wash their hands of their responsibility, exploit the workforce, and leave the public purse to pick up their pieces. This is unacceptable. Therefore, we call upon Congress to demand that every single worker, no matter who they work for, receives appropriate protection, adjustments, and robust support when they need it the most. No disabled worker should be locked out of a career because a private employer refuses to tear down barriers in their way, and no worker should have to fight their employer for basic dignity while fighting a terminal illness. Therefore, I ask you to support this motion.
Can we have the mover for motion 112, please?
Madam President, Congress, Jerry Hackett, Southern Region. Before I make my speech today, I just want to make an apology. I want to apologise for not clapping while our last guest speaker was here. I cannot, with any conscience, applaud a government defence secretary who is a Labour friend of Israel. Today, we're going to speak about something absolutely fundamental to fairness in the workplace. Something so basic, so essential, that it should never be up for debate. Decision makers must be present at disciplinary and grievance hearings. Not hidden, not substituted, not briefed afterwards, present. Because when a worker walks into a hearing, they deserve to know the person who will decide the future, that their future is actually in the room, listening, observing, understanding, and talking responsibly. But Congress, we know that this is not what's happening out there. Across large employers, a worrying trend is growing. Managers holding hearing, they nod along, they take notes, and they retire for an adjournment and hand the real decision-making power to a central HR casework team. A team the worker never meets, a team that never hears the evidence, a team that never sees the person whose livelihood hangs in the balance. And in small and medium-sized employers, we're seeing something just as troubling. External private HR consultants are being brought in to run hearings, often without a single representative of the employer present. They listen, they write, they report, and then they pass their recommendations back to the employer, who signs off without ever hearing a word of the worker's voice. This is not transparency, this is not justice. Let's be clear, ACAS guidance does not currently require the employer's decision maker to attend the hearing. Congress, that cannot continue. When a decision maker is absent, the process becomes hollow. Workers feel unheard, representatives feel sidelined, and outcomes feel premeditated. It undermines trust, it undermines confidence, it undermines the very principles that disciplinary and grievance procedures are supposed to protect. If you're making a decision, you must be in the room, not reading a summary, not relying on someone else's interpretation, not rubber stamping a report in the room, because fairness demands it, because accountability requires it, and because workers deserve nothing less. So Congress resolves the GMB will make formal representations to ACAS to update its guidance and require that the employer's actual decision maker is present at all disciplinary and grievance hearings. That where GMB has recognition agreements, we will seek guarantees that central HS casework teams will not override or impede the discretion of individual hearing managers. That we will challenge the growing practice of outsourced hearings to external consultants who have no accountability to the workforce and no stake in the fairness of the outcome. This is about restoring integrity. This is about restoring trust. This is about ensuring that justice is not only done, but seen to be done. Congress, let us be absolutely clear. Workers deserve a fair hearing, a real hearing, a hearing where the person making the decision has the courage to sit across from the worker whose life they are about to affect. Because that's what dignity looks like, that's what fairness looks like, and that's what the GMB stands for. I move this motion.
Can I have the seconder, please?
President, Vice President, once more, congrats and welcome to the Congress business. General Secretary and my fellow Congress people here today. My name is Sylvester Ija, President G50, Southern Region, the winning region. I'm standing here this afternoon to second motion 112. I firmly oppose the practice of employees hiring external HR consultative firms to handle grievances that they themselves are not directly associated with. This scenario raises significant concern regarding fairness, transparency, and employee trust. Firstly, involving external firms in grievance procedures can undermine the integrity of the process. HR consultants are often perceived as advocates for the employer rather than impartial arbiters. Their primary objective is to defend the company's interest, which raises the question of whether they can truly be objective when addressing employees' complaints. This can lead to a clear power imbalance, whereby employees feel grievances are not being taken seriously or handled firmly, which can erode workplace trust. Moreover, the lack of direct association with the employees involved creates a discontent. HR consultants may lack the intimate knowledge of the workplace culture and context necessary to the fully established nuisance of grievance. In conclusion, hiring external HR firms to deal with employee grievance is a fundamental flaw. It risks determining trust, accountability, and fairness in the workplace, which are essential components for healthy employees' relations and effective organization. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvester. Does anyone wish to oppose this motion? Can I please ask for Mary Hutchinson to speak on behalf of the CEC?
President, Congress. Mary Hutchinson, North East Yorkshire and Humber Region, responding on behalf of the CEC to motion 109. The CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. We are broadly supportive of the aims of this motion. It is important that the Union continues to share best practice and knowledge on issues such as workload, staffing levels, unpaid hours and work intensification, issues that are affecting members across many sectors. We are committed to strengthening the guidance we provide, ensuring that activists and reps have practical tools to challenge poor practice and improve conditions in their workplaces. Our qualifications are as follows. First, staffing levels and workload standards will vary significantly between sectors and workplaces. It is essential that any minimum standards are determined by members and reps within their specific industries or workplaces, reflecting the realities they face. Second, we will look to make this information accessible as it is developed, such as through dedicated sections on the GMB website or other resources, ensuring that members can easily access guidance and support outside of Congress. Subject to these qualifications, the CEC supports motion 109. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. The CEC is supporting motion 108, 111 and 112. Does London Region accept the qualification of motion 109? Thank you. Can we then go to the votes for all of them? 108, 109, 111 and 112. All those in support? Thank you. And anyone against? Well, that's carried. Can I please ask for speakers for motions 114, 115, 117, 118 to come forward, please?
Thank you, Sonia. Mover of 114.
President, Vice President, Congress, Ashley Hughes speaking, Midlands Region, moving motion 114. Mobile field workers are increasingly facing serious safety risks, including stalking, sexual harassment and verbal and physical abuse while carrying out their roles. These incidents are not isolated, they reflect a growing and concerning trend. There have been cases where engineers have been targeted outside their homes after customers were able to identify them through paperwork containing their full names. In today's digital environment where social media presence is widespread and AI-driven search tools can quickly connect pieces of personal information, even minimal data such as a first and last name can expose individuals to significant risk. While we recognise the concerns raised by the CEC regarding legal requirements and the potential for increased fraud, we must also acknowledge that current policies are no longer aligned with the realities of modern technology. The assumption that a name alone is a safe identifier is outdated. The digital landscape has fundamentally changed how personal information is accessed and used. To better protect our workforce, policies must evolve. We propose removing the requirements for first and last names on safety and operational paperwork, replacing them with secure, unique identifiers issued and managed by governing bodies. This approach would preserve accountability and traceability, reduce the risk of personal identification and targeting, align working practices with modern data security principles. The safety of our mobile field workers must be a priority. By adapting our processes to reflect technological realities, we can significantly reduce the risk while maintaining compliance and operational integrity. We urge support for this motion to help ensure the safety, security and well-being of all mobile field workers.
Thank you, Ashley. Seconder.
Good afternoon, Congress, President, Vice President, General Secretary. Jacqueline Burnett-Pitt from the Midlands region. Thank you. Rising to second motion 114, protecting mobile field workers through safer identification practices. I do note that the CEC have requested that this motion is withdrawn due to fraud, but I don't agree with that. Congress, we live in an era where finding someone where they live is ever too easy. Social media, Facebook, Twitter, AI, etc. When our members put their name on the safety paperwork, they're being harassed, bullied, and it's not just on social media. Sometimes it's outside their own home. This is not acceptable. They're carrying out their everyday work. Therefore, they should be doing that in peace and safety. Congress, we are only asking for the names to be replaced with gas-safe numbers, NIC EID numbers, or pay ID costs. This will ensure protection for our members. Please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Jackie. Mover of motion 115, please.
Good evening, Congress. It's been a long day, hasn't it, eh? Oof. Party time tonight, though. Jackie Short, oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Vice President, President, General Secretary, top table. Jackie Short, the wonderful Wales and West, moving motion 115 to those who are left in the room. Safety in temporary accommodation. Colleagues, I stand today to move this motion on staff safety in temporary accommodation. Because behind the technical language of legislation, behind the clauses and the regulations, we are workers and members. We go to work every day knowing that violence is not a hypothetical risk, but a lived reality. Let me be clear from the outset. No job, no service, and no housing duty is worth a worker's life. Congress has heard of incidents involving threats to staff in all other sectors today. We're just doing our jobs. And in doing so, somebody had a knife held to their throat. And at that moment, they realized the severity of the situation they found themselves in. A moment no worker going to work should have to face. Despite the severity of that attack, there was no clear legal mechanism to stop the perpetrator returning to the same accommodation. No immediate exclusion, no emergency protection for staff, just silence, just uncertainty, just fear. Congress, that is not a policy failure. That is a moral failure. We are told rightly that employers have a duty under the Health and Safety Act to protect employees so far as reasonable practicable. But how can those duties be met when the law ties the hands of employers and service providers? How can managers protect staff when legislation gives greater certainty to perpetrators than to workers that have been attacked? This is not about criminalising homelessness. It's not about removing support from those in need. It's about balance, safety, and justice. Violence is not a symptom to be managed. It is a line that simply never should be crossed. This motion recognises a dangerous legal gap within the Rent and Homes Act Wales 2016, a gap that leaves workers exposed, employers conflicted, and a service at risk of collapse because staff understandably cannot and should not be expected to return to unsafe environments. Congress, imagine being told to go back to the place where you were threatened with a knife. Imagine being told there's no mechanism to keep you safe. Imagine what that does to your mental health, your family, your confidence, your trust. And that's why this motion matters. It demands legislative correction, not today, not tomorrow, not eventually, but urgently. It calls for clear, lawful exclusions, exclusion powers, fast-track civil protections and safeguards to protect workers whilst respecting due process. It insists on a proper risk assessment, lone working protections, escalation route and post-incident support, because surviving an assault should not mean suffering in silence. And crucially, it places GMB exactly where we need to belong, at the forefront of change. Campaigning with evidence, with members' voices and with absolute clarity that violence against any worker is not acceptable. Let us send a clear message to employers, to legislators, and more importantly for me, to the Welsh Government in the Senedd, you know who you are, that this Congress stands with frontline workers and we will not tolerate a system that leaves any of us unprotected. I urge Congress to support this motion.
Well done, Jackie. Perfect. Seconder. Formally. Thank you. Mover of motion 117.
President Congress, David Chatterton, L45 branch, Luton, London Region. First time delegate, second time speaker. Moving motion 117, mandatory cameras for refuse workers. Congress, I am a HGV driver for Luton Borough Council, driving refuse and street cleansing department. More and more we see members of public shouting abuse at refuse workers while carrying out our day-to-day work. In May 2025, we had 2 members of crew struck by impatient drivers whilst carrying out their duties. Refuse workers are consistently under surveillance from public nowadays, from increased use of doorbells, dash cams, and mobile phones. Yet when we face abuse, threats, or dangerous occurrences, we are very often left with just ourselves as witnesses to report these incidents. The use of body cams is not to replace the employer's duty to carry out suitable and sufficient risk assessments to identify and remove hazards at source, but for use to have evidence when these issues do occur to support us raising these issues that we are taken seriously and support us in legal cases. Congress, as a proud refuse worker, I move.
Well done, David. Thank you. A seconder of 117, please.
President, Vice President, General Secretary, the rest of the top table, and not forgetting the young lady here who's sat on the child's table. David, thanks for your speech there. It was well said. I am not going to make a speech. I'm second motion 117, the mandatory body cams for refuge workers. What I am going to tell you, I've got 2, but we'll probably run out of time, so I'll only do the one. One of my colleagues, about 18 months ago, who works for the Waste Enforcement Team, they're the people you all probably hate that issue you fines if you drop your litter. He was walking along, doing his daily job, when he was attacked. He never had a body cam. All the council gave him is one of these, a mobile phone, which, when you get stabbed in the head, which is what happened to him, the knife itself was a bit so big. None of us knew for about 30 minutes that he'd been stabbed. It was only when he gave us a call to say, I'm at the hospital. That's why we in the London region are proposing that body cams become part of issue for refuge workers and anybody who is engaging in this type of work. With that, I'll wrap up because there's a red light. And I move and ask every delegate in this hall to support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, and I thank you for respecting the red light. Thank you. That takes us on to motion 118, mover.
Hello, almost there. Jamie Walker, London Region M23 Unite branch, moving this motion on behalf of the B33 BMA BMJ branch, cease the use of X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. As a member of GMB and an employee of Unite, and further than that, someone who works to support trade union employees, officials and members of, and its members in the use of technology, I'm asking Congress to help us lobby employers to cease the use of X. From GMB's side, it's vital that we reach our members on all platforms of social media, but it's become really clear that X is no friend to the trade union movement, democracy, debate, sensible conversation and human interaction and decency. From their Grok AI enabling people to produce the most degrading pornographic images with just a few clicks, the many propaganda bots spewing vile lies, fictional situations, inventions in our politics, to racists doing their best to show how awful they are, and the increasingly unhinged Elon Musk doing his best to show that even Dr. Evil from the Austin Powers movies has a good side, X is no longer a place that our members and our colleagues should support. Our union has greatly reduced its interaction and engagement on X, mostly using it now as a broadcast point. That's pretty good. That'll be something that will help us in our situation to move away from it. And I'm well aware that while I'm speaking here on stage, we're going to be featuring bits of business from those who are still viewing our content there. And that's good and that's fine. We want to be seen. But I'd just like to say, look elsewhere. We're still going to be there, okay? No one ever got anywhere by hanging on to an old process or a dead platform, whether that's, whether we're just on an old political stance, ideology or technology. We're just prolonging X's agony while we just need to make it stop. So, if this is to leave it until such time as controls are in place, that's great. If it's waiting for it to choke on its own awfulness until it expires, that's also fine. But I think we all know that the people who keep X going have the money and political reach to dodge any type of regulation and guidelines. They want to keep that useful, loud, angry rhetoric going. Nothing unites people that divide us more than the echo chamber of their own awful talking points, where you can shout woke and lefty just to shut down any type of reasonable debate or sympathy. Other platforms have been deserted before, remember. This isn't an, oh, we can't stop it, it's too big situation. A nerd roll call here right at the end of the day. MySpace, Google+, Vine, Friendster, all were left to wither and die, and yes, that was the Vine joke. And for those nerds amongst us who have been on social media for a long time, Google+ was only used by 3 people and a dog. Just because we use it now and it's the most used thing ever and a very effective way to communicate doesn't mean we should just shrug our shoulders and say, yeah, sorry about the racism and pornography, but here's our latest campaign, let's just stop it. I understand that by moving away from X, both us and encouraging employers to do so and our members, we may be leaving some people out in the wilderness, but Congress, we will do all we can to signpost where we can find much less toxic content on the internet. It's going to be difficult. For example, in GMB's case, we've got over 60,000 followers on X, just over 4,000 on an alternative platform like Blue Sky. There's a lot of work we need to do to help people where to find this content that we're producing without actually getting people to wander into all the hideousness that's out there. We're not looking to end cute cat pictures and memes, which I've heard people throw my way and shout censorship when it comes to this. We just want to get out from underneath the claw of Elon Musk. Use all those other methods where we can effectively communicate with people. Congress, please support this motion to assist members, activists, employees, workers, stop us, stop other employers using X, find all the other places where useful content can be found without all that poison. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Brilliant, Jamie. Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress, Dave Levy, London Region, seconding motion 118. It seems I have what I believe to be the rare pleasure of opening and closing Congress. The motion highlights the social media platform once known as Twitter's malevolent role in creating and distributing misogynistic and child sexual abuse material. This is much, much worse since Musk's takeover, and it's being done for money. Musk has also tuned the algorithm to maximize advertising revenue through rage. The motion calls on the GMB to negotiate with employers to avoid platforms that enable this abuse and to protect those who are asked to use it and wish to refuse. It would help, of course, if motion 1625, which Congress asked the CEC asked Congress to refer, calling for GMB to abandon Twitter X, had actually been actioned. But the update report we get as part of our conference papers, states that no action has been taken. I'd best check my branch social media assets, though. It's not just the misogyny. Let's also be clear. X's algorithms discriminate against, bully, and brutalise progressive views. Leading researchers and commentators argue that Twitter and Facebook are now no longer suitable for anything, really, and that includes commercial advertising, since they're so filled with bots spewing rubbish in order to make money for Musk and the authors and originators of the bots. At its heart, though, this motion is about workplace rights. I second the motion.
Thank you, Dave. Sorry to disappoint you, not closing Congress, because we've got Composite 15 and Composite 16s. So could I ask the movers and seconders of those two composites to come down, please? Sorry, Dave. Does anybody want to speak in opposition? Yep. Can you make it clear which motion you're opposing?
President, Congress, Gary, Sal Young, North East Yorkshire and Humber region here to oppose motion 118. As a worker at Sheffield Children's Hospital, I spend my days on the front line of the NHS, and yes, safeguarding is part of that. I know the damage that sexual imagery and child exploitation does, and every single one of us has an absolute duty to do everything we can to fix our broken online systems. But that does not mean we should walk away from one of the most influential and powerful platforms in the world. I'm no fan of Elon Musk, his orange mate, or any other weirdos they hang around with. But you know what I am a fan of? Winning for our workers. Whether we like it or not, X is where the journalists are, it's where the MPs are, and it's where many of our members are. We have our duty to be in these spaces to make our case, to influence and to change people's minds. We are trade unionists. We don't walk away when we see something that needs fixing. We get stuck in and we fight until we change it. Last week, Jessa Sarto MP announced she was suing Grok and X for allowing images of her to be manipulated to become sexually explicit. Where did she announce it? X. Because she knows that to win, you have to be where people are and use every tool available to make change. Congress, this motion is clearly written with the best of intentions, but we are about more than good intentions. We are about winning. Please don't take that away from us. Please vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. The mover of 118 does have the right of reply.
Oh, I did speak too soon, didn't I? But yeah, thank you, Sarah. I did, in my point, when I was raising the motion as well, point out that we need to educate and help people move on, and I totally understand. Over social media's life, in such a short time really, other places have slowly closed and vanished and moved on. My main point in this motion and supporting it there is to protect workers from the awful content they'll see there, while also educating people to move on from it as well. It's upsetting when people think they'll be left out there, and again, I know they pointed out saying that, well, people are watching us now, seeing the content and clips posted on X as well. But it's clear from the stuff that's going on there, and as Dave said, the bots and the posts and stuff, when the regulation comes in, Elon Musk won't follow it. He'll just ignore it. We know that's what's going to happen. So let's use this time before we finish using X to make certain that everyone knows where we are, where the GMB are, where your employer is, where your personal feed is. You can all speak to people without being at the actual beck and call of any little algorithm that might turn around and suddenly pop up something here. Interestingly, for myself on X, I deleted my original account because I actually found out it was making me angry. I was arguing rather than contributing. I think that's the real thing. We need a place where we can contribute away from the rage, away from the hate. We're not leaving people out in the cold, but we are wanting to make certain we can say, this platform is no friend to us, no friend to anyone anymore. Let's show people where they can go to actually have sensible, useful debate and show where we are and show them our support there as well. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jamie. Could I ask Nathaniel Tete from the CEC to respond, please?
Before I start with my response, I missed an opportunity last time I was up here to, I suppose, formally thank you, Gary, to thank you, Barbara, to thank you, Sonia, for the wonderful support I received, and of course my region as well, when I was subject to vile racist abuse, and one that was platformed by a regional paper. So just to say thank you to you. So I'm just responding to motion 114, 117, and 118. I'm Nathaniel and President Congress. I'm of the CEC and I'm responding to those motions. So on motion 114, the CEC is seeking withdrawal. The provision of the engineer's name is a legal requirement in almost every certification and notice scheme. The proposed alternative would increase the potential for fraud and identity theft, reducing confidence in the safety and competence of those schemes in that sense. The CEC is quite sympathetic to the members who have experienced such appalling behavior and would suggest that the requirement is for sustained and well-publicized prosecutions when such incidents do occur. In addition, workers must have the right to put all their social media accounts into a locked mode where access and visibility is controlled, and should not have the expectations of social media visibility placed on them by their employers. On motion 117, the CEC supports this motion with qualifications. The blanket nature of this motion is problematic. Much of GMB's members expect to be safe in their workplaces. Body cams may not achieve that, as they can be cumbersome to wear and heavy, and may likely be used to monitor the activities of workers themselves. On motion 118, the CEC is seeking to refer the motion. X is not the only one social media platform we use, but it remains a significant communication channel for numerous organizations, employers, media, opinion formers, and decision makers. There is a clear reduction in the engagement of X, and we are posting less content on it, and it's common with sister unions. There have been occasions where our posts have received racist response. The platform has also seen concerning developments with the use of AI, Grok, and the manipulation and display of explicit images. In response, we no longer post images from National X account and have issued guidance to GMB regional teams. We continue to monitor the situation. The government has introduced a new law making it a crime to create non-consensual images, intimate images using AI. This follows reports that grok has been used to generate non-consensual sexual images of individuals, including children. Ofcom has launched a formal investigation into X under the Online Safety Act, and the Information Commissioner's Office has also launched an investigation into X and the grok system. It is important to understand that the findings of both investigations and the government's response before proceeding with action in that sense from the union perspective. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motion 114 be withdrawn. We are supporting motion 117 with qualification, and we are asking that motion 118 be referred. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Right, I'm going to take this quite slowly so that I get this right and you can understand what's happening because, yeah, does Midland Region agree to withdraw motion 114? I didn't think you would. You can't have a card vote yet. The CEC is supporting 115 from Wales and South West Region. Does London Region accept the qualification on motion 117? Thank you. And does London Region agree to refer motion 118? Thank you. Because you agreed to refer, I'm still going to put it to the vote because there's been opposition, but the CEC is asking you to vote in favour because London Region have agreed to refer. So let's take these in the order. All those in favour, and can you please put your hands up really clearly so that Sonia and I can have a good look. All those in favour of motion 114, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. I know you always enjoy turning over the CC. All those in favour of 115, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of 117, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. And on 118, as I say, London Region have accepted the reference back. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That will be referenced back. Thank you. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Mover of composite 15, please.
President, Vice President, General Secretary, nice to see you on the stage when I'm speaking this time. I'm back with another rather emotive issue, so hopefully you'll be nice and patient. This is Composite 15. It is our motion on trans, non-binary and gender diverse people being treated with equality and dignity at home, at work and in wider society. Now, you've all had a copy of the motion, and this judgment treats biological sex as being a straight AB. And I regret to inform you all, it ain't. Science over many years has proven it's a very wide curve. This guidance, it's discriminatory, it's unworkable, it excludes people from everyday life, and it's got so many exceptions and contradictions in it, you can't use it. I've read it 5 times, and I still don't understand all of it. And on top of that, they only apply in some situations. So sometimes you apply it, and then the next person doesn't apply it. Now, please tell me how that works. Now, I don't know if any of you have been aware of this, but in the last few days, there are 2 banks
who have stated publicly that in their branches, their trans, non-binary or gender diverse staff cannot use gendered toilets, or they have to use the gendered toilets of their birth sex. Do you know how degrading that is to someone? Now, taking it from a personal perspective, my ex is trans. One of my best friends is trans. So I phoned my best friend before I got here, and she said to me, if I walked into a male toilet, I'm going to get thumped. Not only that, it's really going to damage my mental health. And I've only just got off the antidepressants I was on before my surgery. J.K. Rowling's just come out and said she is going to use all her millions to support anti-trans legislation and action. Oh, by the way, they've already started applying this judgment in Parliament. So not only is it outing people, not only is it putting people at risk of physical and mental harm, what's it doing to their families? What's it doing to our members? What position is it putting our members in? So instead of going on, I'm going to leave you with this. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. If we do not speak for our colleagues now, there will be no one left to speak for us. Conference, I move.
Thank you, Susan. GMB Scotland. Thank you, Susan. GMB Scotland.
It's really freaky, that, you know. President Congress, Kirsty Reichley again, GMB Scotland, seconding Composite 15. So, as I said, I stand here again, asking for clarity from my brothers and sisters who just want to live their lives. I stand here as an ally to my trans, non-binary, intersex and gender diverse siblings. Because I'm someone who cares, who believes in equality, and quite frankly, is damn enraged. Trans voices are not heard in the union because there's a fear experienced by putting yourself forward, and this is tenfold for our trans members. So, I am here to say you have friends, and we want to hear you. We want to hear your voices. The LGBT plus community and GMB will stand together. And when it was attacked, we're all attacked. And historically, we owe a lot to our trans siblings. In 1969, 2 trans women stood up at great risk to themselves and defended an entire community. Their names were Martha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera. I refer, of course, to the Stonewall riots, and Pride is a protest. I'm sure if they were here today, they'd do the same. But unfortunately, they're not. But Congress, we are. So let's do the right thing. We call on GMB to lobby government for clarity whilst promoting the positive GMB trans-inclusive stance. Please support the motion and let people live their lives in peace.
Thank you, Kirsty. London Region.
President, Vice President, Congress, Tarrant-Chana, London Region, supporting Composite 15. Congress, as trade unionists, we cannot support the EHRC Code of Practice. We have a responsibility for our trans community to resist it. The majority of frontline workers in workplaces offering support in areas of homelessness, domestic abuse, sexual violence have always been trans-inclusive. An early day motion was tabled by a minister on the 2nd of June. It's the only mechanism through which Parliament can reject the EHRC Code of Practice. If it's passed and debated within 40 days, that's on the 30th of June, it could prevent the code from being issued by the EHRC and coming into force. Congress, the code as it stands will exclude trans plus people, workers, our members, from services, facilities that they have long used without putting them at increased risk of harassment, violence, and effectively pushing them out of workspaces and public life. The guidance does not give clarity and confidence. The government's own equality impact assessment warns that women who are considered masculine may face greater scrutiny and that disabled people could face adverse impacts. Congress, this guidance must not become statutory. The government should withdraw it and instead legislate for clarity and protect trans plus people's rights, privacy and inclusion. Please support the composite.
Thank you, Taranji. Anybody want to speak in opposition? No? Then can I ask Kevin Jones from the CEC to respond, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Kevin Jones responded on behalf of the CEC on Composite 15. The CEC is supporting the emergency composite, which rightly calls on the GB to continue our campaigning on trans plus inclusion in the workplace and focus on continuing our campaigning to get the government to legislate to clarify the EHRC guidance, ensuring that the intention of the current Parliament is not as what is set out in the Supreme Court decision. We must ensure that the Equality Act 2010 continues to afford protection to all, including trans, non-binary and gender-diverse people in the light of the recent development. The composite's calls are also a helpful reminder of long-standing GMB policy in the movement lead-in statement to Congress 2018 on trans rights, which made clear GMB's commitment that trans members should be able to participate in our structure and in wider society on the basis of self-definition of their gender. The CC's small qualification is that, while GMB rightly already works to promote gender self-definition in the UK, this composite demonstrates that we must continue to focus on our campaigning on getting the legislative clarity from government on the draft EHRC guidance and Supreme Court judgment. Therefore, Congress, the CA is asking you to support the Composite 15 with the qualification I've outlined. Thank you very much, Congress.
Thank you, Kevin. Does Wales and South West, GMB Scotland and London Region accept the qualification on Composite 15? Thank you. Put that to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. You'll be pleased to know we'll move on to debate the last motion of business for today, Composite 16, which has incorporated emergency motions 8 and 9. Can I call the mover of Composite 16 from Scotland to the rostrum, please?
President,
Crongus. Lindsay Mackay, GMB Scotland, moving the emergency motion, protect the workers' rights of our life-saving Coast Guard volunteers. Congress. Around Scotland's coast and across coastal communities throughout the UK, we all know the same truth. The sea, the mountains, the cliffs, they are beautiful, but they are never harmless. All can look calm one minute and turn the next. I see that at home in the Highlands, I see that here in Blackpool. They do not forgive mistakes, and when something goes wrong, the people who answer that call are everything. Those people are our neighbours, our workmates, our friends. The person who stands next to you in the shop is the one heading out into the dark, in the wind, in the rain, because somebody needs help. Coast Guard rescue officers leave their homes, their jobs, and their families when others are in danger. They support the search for missing people, those who are stranded, injured, or at risk. They do it in difficult conditions, often at short notice, and they do it with incredible skill. And let me be clear about that, Congress, because that matters. These are not skills you can pick up overnight. They take years to build. Experience, judgment, teamwork, knowing your coastline, knowing your community. You cannot replace that overnight if people leave. In coastal communities, that is not an abstract risk. It is a very real and tangible threat to emergency response capacity. Just months ago, GMB won a landmark legal victory supporting Coast Guard Rescue Officer Martin Groom. It confirmed what we have always known, that these officers have worker status when carrying out roles they have a right to be paid for. It recognised the reality of the job, the responsibility, the training, the fact that when the calls come, they are expected to be there. Now, instead of respecting that ruling, the MCA wants to remove hourly pays for call-outs and training. Congress, I do not think anyone joins the Coast Guard thinking it will make them rich. They do it because they care. They do it out of duty to their community. But the reality is, the small amount of pay that they receive is what makes it possible. It allows them to take time off, to attend training, to stay available, and to keep showing up. Take that away, and you are asking people to shoulder all of the responsibility, all of the risk, all of the commitment, while giving less in return. And what that really means is this. We are asking people to choose between their livelihood and their community. That is not fair, and it is not sustainable. Because if people cannot afford to stay, some will leave. And when they go, they take those years of skills and experience with them. The result is a weaker service, stretched teams, and increased pressures on the people who remain. And in coastal and remote communities where help is already further away, that matters. That can make the difference in an emergency. This motion is very clear. It calls on us to oppose the removal of pay for call-outs and training, to push for urgent engagement, and to stand with Coast Guard rescue officers through organising and campaigning. Because this is about more than pay. It is about respect. It is about protecting a service people rely on, often on the worst day of their lives. Congress, when someone is lost, injured, or in danger on our coastline, nobody asks whether the person coming to help is a volunteer or a worker. They ask, is someone coming? For generations, rescue officers have made sure the answer to that question is a resounding yes. If we want strong, resilient Coast Guards for the future, we must make sure that those who step forward are supported and not penalised. If you save lives, you deserve respect. If you carry out work, you deserve rights. And when those rights are threatened, GMB stands with you. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Lindsay. Seconder from GMB Scotland.
President, Congress, Miranda Ortega, Wales and South West Region. First time delegate, first time speaker. I second composite 16. Congress, You have already heard the powerful case of why this is matter, and I won't repeat it, but I do want to underline one simple truth. You cannot run a life-saving service on goodwill alone. Our Coast Guard rescue officers are volunteers, but they are also highly skilled, trained professional responders who put themselves in danger and save others. They respond in darkness, in storms, on unstable cliffs, and treacherous coastlines. That responsibility doesn't disappear simply because of the word volunteer is used. And yet, they are being asked to do more, risk more, give more for less. Removing payment from call-outs and training might sound like a technical change, but in reality it sends a damaging message that the time, commitment, and the sacrifice of these workers can be taken for granted. And we know where this leads. Fewer people able to respond, less resilience in the service, and greater risk to the public. Congress, we must also be clear about what's at stake legally. The Court of Appeal ruling, won by our member, Martin Groom, with the GMB support, confirmed that these workers have rights. That was a hard-fought victory, and it must not now be undermined through the back door. If we allow this, we weaken not only the right of the Coast Guard rescue officers, we weaken the principle that all workers deserve fairness, respect, and protection. This is not about doing the job for the money, it's about being able to do the job at all. Because without proper support, many simply won't be able to respond, and when this happens, someone in danger may be left waiting. Congress, this is a risk we cannot accept. So we second this motion because it does exactly what a trade union should do. It stands up early, clearly, and unapologetically for those who protect others. Congress, I urge you to support this motion.
Well done, Miranda. It's not an easy thing being a first-time speaker, the last at the end of the day, but a good note to end on. On my count, you are the 22nd first-time speaker today. Does anybody want to speak in opposition? No. The CEC is supporting Composite 16, so all those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. That does conclude our business. We're back at 9 o'clock. We have that demo in the afternoon for school support staff, so please wear comfy shoes and bring some waterproofs if the weather forecast is to be believed. Have a good evening.